Here we are for this very special encounter at the Bon Open between Jeffrey Blancano against Damir the Demon Jumur. He's very much demonized thus far, showing a bit of frustration after losing the first set. Anyway, the Frenchman to serve 15-30. Bit of pressure on that Frenchman's shoulders, like a couple of baguettes weighing over him. Needs to take some time. No hurry, he says, at 15-30. He's up a set, 2-all here. What are you gonna do? You're gonna go there down the middle, and that is a shank. One that even Stefanos Tsitsipas would be proud of. Get that towel, mop your brow. Return to the baseline where you'll know it's 30-all. Screeches from the other courts. But they don't put this young Frenchman off. Look at him. Prowling, brushing, questioning. Maybe they do put him off. He needs to be focused. It's 30-all, 2-all, tense times here at the Bon Open. Goes out wide with that, comes into the net, does the volley. Does he put it away? No, he doesn't. But he puts that one away, and his opponent, the demon, Damir Jumur, just cannot believe what has happened to him. I'll tell you what's happened. You've been flummoxed, and you've lost the point. We would take another look at it if we had a replay, but we don't. But who knows? You don't even need a replay. It's in our heads. Okay. The Frenchman to serve. I say you're going out wide. You don't. You go down the tee. Clip the net, though. So he's going to get another shot at it. Is he going to take my advice and go out wide on this one? Did so successfully on that last time for a serve and volley, even though he messed up the volley. Goes down the tee again, does come into the net, does a little drop shot, and you know what? Jumur is like, I can't even be bothered to run that down. And he's going to clean that line. Look at this, he's cleaning the line because he's so annoyed with some funny bounces.
Ready? Play.
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time. If there's one match from Rafa's story where you think that was a missed opportunity, there was a big chance.
We have matches.
2
or 3 in Australian Open. No more. We lose the opportunity in Wimbledon against Djokovic in semi-final.
2018.
Then we lose the opportunity more important because that was semi-final. We lose the opportunity in Australian Open. In the Australian Open 2014, 2012, and 2017.
Yeah.
In 14 because he has an injury against Wawrinka that before he had never lose against him. Then with Djokovic and Federer, he had breakup in the fifth.
Yeah.
And 40-30 or 30-50. I don't remember well. It was a ball very close, goes up. But this is what happened. There was in Roland Garros 2009. Of course, he I am sure that he won. He won this tournament when he has no problems in his knee, because at this moment he was the best. He won Australian Open, then he won the tournaments on clay, and he arrived with problems in Roland Garros. For this reason, in my opinion, he loses. But there are others time that maybe he has to lose and he won.
Ready. Play.
No. Oh, okay. Hi, Vekic. First of all, how was the training session today?
Yeah, I think we had a good practice session. First we played some doubles, and we ended with some single points. So it was a long one, but I think we played some good level. So I think everybody's happy in the team, and I think we're ready for it today.
And you seem like you're having fun as well.
Yeah, definitely. The team is having a lot of fun. We know each other quite well. We play already quite some time with each other. So and off court we hang out a lot. So it's nice. Yeah, it's a good atmosphere, I think.
Good. You mentioned in your press conference earlier about some of the difficulties you had this year. Obviously, an injury following that loss to Rune. But you said also that was quite a mental challenge as well, getting over that loss, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think I was 29 after Munich, or top 30. I don't know the ranking by number, but then not playing with an injury for a while, having to stop, picking up another one, losing some points, and going to 60, 70. It's difficult. I think it's also part of tennis, but I never had it before. So I think the first time is always tough when you go down in the rankings.
Was the Rune sort of injury in that final as well? Was that distracting for you, or did that not bother you at all?
No, not during the final. No, definitely not. From Madrid on to Rome, Roland Garros. Then I stopped for 2 weeks. Had to miss the Dutch grass tournament, and then I started playing again with some difficulties. And then afterwards I twisted my ankle, so I was out again for a couple of weeks. So I came back during US Open, and then have to find the rhythm, the movement. Of course, everything in the beginning is tough when you didn't play for a while. So. Yeah, I think at the end of the year I picked up some good wins, and I played a little bit better tennis. That's also giving a confidence boost.
I'm gonna just ask you a question. Just want to show you some pictures, and I just want you to tell me what you think. Okay, here's the first one, and you can probably see it. What's your first thoughts when you see this picture?
I think we played a terrible doubles in Rotterdam. I think we played Gillet. No, I'm not sure actually. Who did we play here? Gillet Vliegen, I think. That's correct, huh? Yeah, we didn't win, so no, but we had fun. I think we always have fun when we play together with the doubles. So yeah.
Are you expecting to play both doubles and singles this week?
Not sure. There are some options, so we have a lot of options in doubles, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Who's better.
Next picture is this one, which is from US Open 2021. Are your overall thoughts positive, or do you still think that did you dream bigger even then?
No, I think overall, I think this was against Schwartzman.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, first quarterfinal. Yeah, when you're gonna start in qualies, when somebody says you're gonna be in the quarterfinals, I think you sign for it. So no, really positive feeling about this one, and I think Medvedev was just too good in the quarters. I think the whole tournament he was just too good.
Yeah. Next picture is this one.
I'm not eating cheese.
You're not eating cheese?
No, not like on bread and stuff. Or no, I don't eat cheese a lot. Let's say.
You know you have something with Rafa Nadal. He doesn't eat cheese either.
No? Yeah. Oh, that's a good thing, huh? Maybe. No, it's no, I don't eat it like other Dutch people. Like they always had it for breakfast and everything. But yeah, I'm like I'm not eating this one.
This picture, you and him shaking hands at the ref. What does this make you think of?
Yeah, first time I played him, I think in the beginning I was a little bit overwhelmed, like he walking on court, and yeah, then they say all his best results he won it like a couple of times, so
at least it wasn't Philippe Chatrier, I guess. I don't know if that made any difference.
No, that's true. We played on Suzanne Line, yeah. So yeah, but I think it was great first match against him there. First two sets. Didn't play quite well, but yeah, of course.
The last picture I have for you is...
Yeah, I think Djokovic at the moment is... Yeah.
Is it impossible?
Yeah, I think it's tough to argue with somebody who's winning so many titles. But yeah, then you have Roger. He is like... did so much for the sport, I think. And he's like... I think they're all different in a way. So... I think it's tough to say somebody is the GOAT, but on results-wise, yeah, you have to go with Djokovic, of course. But yeah, maybe classy-wise, maybe you go Federer, and I think Rafa is what he's doing. Like Shields was asking a nice question, actually. He said if 2 of the Grand Slams would have been on clay and not on hard, for example, how many would Rafa have won? Yeah, I think they're all great, amazing players. Maybe the best 3 players at the same time we're gonna see for a long time.
Thank you, Botic.
Thank you. No worries.
Thank you. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready? Play.
Good afternoon and welcome to this day, what is it? Day 5, yeah. Day 5 watch along for the US Open. We have started, or we have got ourselves into the first, or so certainly the third round of this tournament, which is fantastic. We've got ourselves into the third round of this tournament. We're getting somewhat to the we're in the middle point of the event, and we've got you lovely people here to listen and sort of watch along as we go for this tournament, which is absolutely fantastic. How if you could put a comment in the chat to say you're here, hi, that'd be absolutely brilliant as we go through sort of plethora of things which are certainly happening today. We are, hey Brazzy, yeah, it's James, it is me. Thanks for saying it's me. That's fantastic. And like I said, you could also hit you could like the video already. If you've joined very early, that'd be absolutely brilliant. And all that good stuff as well. I'm leading off. If you to use an Olympic analogy, I'm sort of like the first baton person who sort of goes out the starter's gate, and then there'll be others that will join, like Nick, Isabel and Jerome later on to see the baton all the way through to around about later this evening and across the finish line. But of course, if you are in Europe, you woke up to it. If you're in the States, you probably saw it as you were about to go to bed. And if you're in the Australian time zones, I do not know what time of day which you had the information prior to your screens. We are in a post-world where Carlos Alcaraz, the Wimbledon, Roland Garros, an Olympic silver medalist, is out of the US Open. If you spoiler alert for any of you that do not know that happened, I'm sure nobody in the chat did not know that would happen today, or certainly yesterday, but it did. And we no longer have Carlos, somebody who many pundits, many of you in the chat, many of our lot in Talking Tennis on their bracket predictions, all pointed or said that Alcaraz was going to win this tournament or at least get to the final. It hasn't happened. He is gone at a very, very early stage. People are asking, this is the biggest shock since maybe Federer 2013 at the French, potentially. Even maybe going back to Nadal at the US Open back in like 2000, in the early 2000s, or even Nadal in 2009 at the French Open when he lost to Svitolina. It was it is sort of shooken, certainly shooken the tennis world. But this is the sport, really, and there are many questions and threads that people can go down as to the reasons why he may have lost. Of course, we have to give full credit, and I'm sure we've probably got Dutch fans in the chat that are probably screaming at the screen right now, or at least were screaming at the main TV when this took place, saying, "Well, hang on a minute, Botic van der Zandschulp, he played unbelievably well," and everyone has to agree he did play unbelievably well. His forehand was firing. He was getting a great number of first serves in. He played the game on the court so smartly and got the result and made it look fairly routine. If you looked at the scores, you took the players and you said one of them was the top 3 seed and one of them was an unseeded player, you would have swapped the names around and would have suggested, it's just a straight sets victory for somebody on the road to the deep end of this tournament. And just to remind you again of the score, it was 6-1, 7-5, 6-4 to Botic. So no tiebreakers, all done within the normal regulatory time, effectively. And people, certainly people are wondering, what does this mean? And I think, we could start to go down the avenues of going, well, what are the similarities? Similarities in terms of similar points in Alcaraz's career, certainly at this early stage of where we sought to see these dips, because, going into this, and certainly going into the Olympics, is the fact that, like I said, he won the French, had a quick turnaround, and then won Wimbledon, and got to the final of the Olympics, and losing out to Djokovic. But there is, certainly something to be said around the fact of, if we rewind the clock to this time last year, we clearly saw that in Cincinnati, where there was a final against Djokovic, a tight final, and one in which you could clearly tell that Alcaraz was caring, or at least had such a strong desire to want to win that match. Where did we see that again? We saw that back at Roland Garros in August. We saw that in that gold medal match. Carlos was distraught at the pure essence of the fact that he lost that match to Djokovic. He really wanted that win. We saw that in Cincinnati. He then had an okay US Open, but certainly after the US Open, coupled with some injuries, the back end of last season, he tumbled off a bit of a cliff. This bit, he loses that match to Djokovic. We see that quite substandard match against Monfils in Cincinnati. We all go, well, he's just come off the Olympics, maybe feeling a bit rusty back on the hard courts. You can excuse him. It happens. But that has continued, and he has not found the level which got him that victory in Roland Garros back in the proper French Open I said the proper French Open, the normal French Open, and it got him that victory, that dominant victory in that Wimbledon final. And I'm sure if you're an Alcaraz fan, people will be wondering, well, does this mean this performance is going to continue at to the end of this season? Are we going to see terrible results in the Asian swing? Are we going to see terrible results on the in European indoor hard courts? God only knows. And I'm sure he himself, given the season that he's having at the moment, will not want it to end as badly as it did last year, especially given the fact that, 2 out, and one of some of the reflections that people will be able to place is that, look, it's, it has never been done before, the ability to win, or at least has unbelievably rarely been ever done before, the ability to do what is effectively the Summer Slams, or the Summer Slam, which is winning the French, Wimbledon, and also the US Open all in the same year, because they are so close together time-wise. Again, because they're so close together time-wise, such energy sapping, both emotional and physical tournaments, that it absolutely does it will completely take it out of you. And it is a huge feat of an athlete's career to be able to try and even get close to achieving that. We've looked at Djokovic, for example. He's come close 3 times to doing the whole career slam, which includes the Australian Open, but he hasn't. But he's only ever been at one stage, maybe 1 set away from being able to do it. It's that tough. But yeah, and there has been, and yesterday ended up being, not only the fact that he lost. Matthew, you can see, saying, and I'll just go through some comments as well, just to do with the Alcaraz, story. Matthew saying, I can see Djokovic coming unstuck in the next 2 rounds, playing clay, grass, clay, and then no prep before the Open, has a price to pay. So it could do. It will be interesting, certainly with Djokovic, to see him up against more capable opponents. Because at the moment, I say capable opponents. I mean, Poprin, off the back of, winning Canada, winning one of the 2 Masters 1000 events, he's going to be riding very high in terms of his feelings. But is it going to be a case of the locker room aura? Because, of course, Poprin has played Djokovic twice already this year at the Grand Slams and lost twice. Is that sort of locker room aura going to affect him in the way he plays? And is he going to be able to actually go all the way with all the distance? Who knows? But if there was ever a man that could do, as you say, Matthew, go from clay to grass to clay again, and then back to the hard courts with little prep for the actual hard courts itself, it is Djokovic. He is renowned for basically having very little prep, but still being able to win big. We saw it. We certainly saw it last. We haven't really seen it this year, but we have seen it in years prior. So looking at 22, he never usually plays a grass warm-up event. Still ends up usually winning Wimbledon, or at least getting to the final of Wimbledon. The year 22, he didn't play a warm-up event, or he did actually play a warm-up event. Scratch that. But there are certainly examples of where he has played no warm-up events and has still gone into the Grand Slam and won it, or at least when he's done some warm-up events, he's done really poorly at those warm-up events, but still gone into the next Grand Slam and won it. But he is somebody who will be looking at that result and going, yes, or I'll say yes. I'm sure he's actually one of those sorts of players that actually would have liked to have played Alcaraz in that final. And he, on one side of his head, he'll be like, brilliant. The guy who's beat me at the last Grand Slam over best of 5 quite comfortably is no longer in the draw. But I'm sure another part of him would be a bit ashamed that he doesn't have that player to be able to sort of really go up against and try and win when it comes to that. Just to quickly go back to Barry, Brazzy, sorry, not Barry. I think he's astonished it was in straight sets. I certainly could have agreed it could have been over 5, would have been how I would have perceived it or saw it to sort of go. Matthew also saying Alcaraz is a great player on hard courts, but he is more vulnerable at the US Open and the Australian Open. Even the year he won the US Open, he went life and death with Cilic, Tiafoe, and Sinner, and faced Ruud in the final. He did. It is something that people are starting to certainly pick up about, is that for a player that he's certainly a player that has developed or felt like it's developed much more quickly and efficiently on the natural surfaces, so natural including clay and grass, than he has on the hard courts. And we haven't really, barring Indian Wells, in which that's a tournament that he seems to have been able to have made his own. He hasn't really been able to really, fully show his whole skill section on the hard courts properly yet. And it's going to be a case of, certainly something in his career that he's going to have to be able to, certainly if he wants to complete the career slam, which will have to mean he's already won 3 of the 4 Grand Slams, but he needs to win the final one to complete the career slam, which is the Australian Open. He's going to have to, certainly show a stronger level on the hard courts than he is doing at the moment, and actually to try and win matches a lot more efficiently on hard courts than he is doing at the moment, because as we know, they make up such a huge chunk of the year. And if he has some intentions, especially to help Spain in the Davis Cup, or to win the World Tour Finals, which I'm sure are accolades and achievements that he will have on his in his eyesight, he will have to start to find ways of winning those matches and winning tournaments on those matches against the top players. But as we said, he's somebody who has won 2 of the 4 Grand Slams. You can't, any tennis player worth his, any tennis player on the tour, if you told them at the start of the season you're going to be winning both Roland Garros and Wimbledon, would you take that? They go absolutely. So it's as you say, it's one of those things where if you're a player, you certainly would look at the hard courts as a contest to try and get a victory over Alcaraz. So yeah, it's I mean, again, anyone who's in the chat, I can see we've got 150 of you watching, which is fantastic. If you could hit the like button, that'd be even better. And then comment as well your thoughts and feelings. Maybe Alcaraz. There's also other big players that got knocked out last night. Were Osaka. She went out to Mukova. Last year's semi-finalist Mukova, who's starting to really find some form again after a horrible injury. But other players that went out last night, Hubie Hurkacz, he's gone, as well as who was the other big name that went out last night? I think it certainly was Hurkacz, and I think there was another big name as well that I can't really think of off the top of my head. I feel terrible for not thinking about it, but there were certainly some players ranked in that sort of 17 to 24 range, which are now gone. Matthew saying as well, the best player in the tournament is Sinner. For those that have the eye on the prize, Alcaraz going out doesn't alter their thinking. Sinner's chances just increased. I tend to agree with you there, Matthew. On my brackets at the start of the tournament, and anyone who follows me on Twitter, please do give me a follow. My X handle, formerly known as Twitter handle, is just below my name there at Tennis Ranter. Also, make sure if you're not followed it already, that you follow the Talking Tennis X account, as well as also the Twitch account, YouTube account, all that thing as well. If you're not subscribed, is that I picked Jannik Sinner as my choice for victory. Mine was purely down to the stats as they are presented. He is the guy who won the Australian Open at the start of the season. He's also won 3 hard court titles already this year, that being alongside the Australian Opens. That technically makes it 4, which those titles were Rotterdam in February at the 500 level. He won the Masters 1000 event in Miami just before in the Sunshine Double period in March, and then in Cincinnati, of course, he came basically with a bit of a problem in his lower torso. He had the ability to go on and end up sort of winning that title, beating Serev in a very tight contest along the way, and putting Tiafoe, big foe, to the sword, which is a monumental achievement in itself. I mean, and you just look at the record of the year on the hard courts. He has the most wins. He has the highest percentages. He is the best player on hard courts right now. He is the best player on hard courts right now when it comes to Jannik Sinner, and that was why I picked him for my title hopes. I will admit, when he went to set down against Mackenzie McDonald in the first round, I was kind of a little bit, this could go look bad. This could go pull badly on, sort of pie on the face, that sort of saying afterwards. But luckily, that didn't happen. which I was quite pleased about, that he was able to win the next 3 sets quite comfortably. And then he beat Alex Michelsen of hitting a ball into the crowd in the final and not getting disqualified fame from last week. I say that in jest. Michelsen's having a great US Open summer. He did have a bit of a good US Open summer. Getting to the final in Newport again, and then getting to the final in Winston-Salem. It's just a shame that he hasn't been able to convert his 3 finals to titles yet. And I just really hope that for a young lad like he is, that he is able still to take the positives from these deep runs that he's having at 250 tournaments. And it's also key to remember he is the youngest player in the top. He is the youngest player ranked inside the top 50 in the world at 19 years of age. That he is able to then take the positives from those results, and he will get over the line eventually, certainly at a 250 level. I know when for my supporting of Jack Draper, that I had a slight concerns that he did get to the final in both Sofia and also Adelaide. At the back end of last year and the beginning of the beginning of this year, and there would be potential scar tissue there. But then he goes and beats Berrettini in the final in Stuttgart. There is then that thing where you are able to get over the line, and I'm sure Michelsen. He clearly last week saw the fact that he was going to be playing Sinner in that second round. I was like, right, I'm going to need to actually really concentrate on Winston-Salem because it's my best chance to get points and to get a range of wins under the belt. But like you said, so Sinner into the 3rd round at the moment. He's got Chris O'Connell in the next round. I'd say that's a good draw for Sinner. He's able to get some good wins along here, some quick wins, which is what he will certainly be wanting. And as you say, he doesn't have Sinner. He doesn't have Alcaraz in his section of the draw, and he has been a bit of a kryptonite player for Sinner because he's been the only real player this year, barring Rublev, who has been able to beat Sinner on a hard court. Yeah, it is actually Alcaraz and Rublev are the only players this year that have beaten Sinner on a hard court. Yeah, and for one of those two to not be there anymore, and for Rublev to be in the other side of the draw, to be in Djokovic's quarter. It bodes well for Sinner to have a run to the final, and he's got Medvedev in his section, and Medvedev, as we know, he is the hard court specialist. He is the hard court specialist, but we've seen Sinner we famously saw Sinner beat Medvedev in that Australian Open final at the beginning of the year. He beat Medvedev in the Miami Open final. And there's questions around how far Medvedev can go. He's about to play today tomorrow. He's going to be playing tomorrow Kaboli. And Kaboli is, having one of the hard court swings, so certainly one of the, a brilliant US Open hard court swing. He's had a couple of good wins at the Masters event, and then quite famously, I'd say he's famously for him, or at least most importantly to him, getting to the final at Washington. Losing out to Korda in the end, but getting to that final in Washington. And being one of the range of Italians that, what's his 6 Italians ranked inside the top 50 in the world. Mad. Utterly mad. They are, I give, certainly Mario, our resident Italian here on the channel, you could probably imagine he's got a grin wider than the Grand Canyon most times. With the fact that every single week there is an Italian doing well, winning a title or getting to the final of a big event on the tour. I tell you what, if you're an Italian tennis fan right now, if you're either an Italian or a fan of Italian tennis, you're absolutely in your element right now. It is an absolutely fantastic time to be an Italian tennis fan, and they do so well with so many great players that they have going through. But Kaboli, one of those options, one of those players that has really, shown himself to be an excellent player that's certainly come through their system, and it's going to be challenging. It certainly is going to probably be seeded at the next Grand Slam, or certainly is seeded right now, but maybe even be higher seeded to get to that 17 to 24 category. But yeah, so it's going to be a hard one on that one there. Unfortunately, Brazzi is disappointed that Benatea Bellucci lost. He did have such a good summer. He had a great run in Atlanta. Bellucci. He's just that next Italian player that wants to sort of. I think he is now in the top 100, or at least was certainly on the cusp of it last time I checked. For Bellucci, I know he went back to some challengers in the back in the second in that sort of latter part of the US summer. But certainly, yeah. So potential Medvedev quarterfinals, but then we've got the big question. As you can see, John there went for a Alcaraz-Zverev final. One of those two players ain't there. I myself, I went for a Sinner-Djokovic final. So both my two players are still in, and I still think that will end up being the final. But yeah, as we're saying, lots of us picked a lot. Like I said, lots of you in the chat. Lots of you know, you got friends that follow tennis. They probably would have picked Alcaraz for the title. And he's no longer in there. I guess a goodbye on that one. What else has people said? Because I know people have been putting comments, which has been absolutely fantastic. So Matthew continued to say the best player in this tournament is Sinner. For those of you who haven't, he's always said that one. Sorry about that. Sean, good to see you in the chat, Sean. I think Alcaraz should play more defensive points occasionally and wear players down with his retrievals. He probably doesn't like doing that though. I do agree. There was certainly some pundits afterwards, or at least certainly some of the things I listened to this morning, did say that there were points that there were examples of where he was effectively trying to play like exhibition tennis, effectively, you know, going for shots that he really realistically shouldn't have been going for, or trying to run down some shots that he should have just left and saved part of his body for. Matthew saying, what do you make of the Tiafoe Shelton not being the 7 p.m. kickoff? For me, it's a shame, as they were both born for that slot. What a missed opportunity for the tournament. And then the next thing was, when the draw was made, my prediction was for a Sinner-Zverev final. So Matthew, both your two players are still in as well, which is good. Like I said, we've got a poll up as well. If you can please vote in the poll, that'd be brilliant. But just to go back to your original question there, Matthew, about the Tiafoe Shelton, I generally want to know what hold Djokovic has over the director of the US Open, because I cannot believe that the big nighttime show on a big Friday night, you know, loads of fans coming into Arthur Ashe, I cannot believe that it's not going to be Tiafoe versus Shelton. And I'm also, you know, and to sort of couple on top of that, for Gauff not to even be in there as well, it just absolutely is. It feels so bizarre a choice. I really want to know if there's some unofficial protocol that the last year's champion gets absolute first dibs on what time of day they get to play, you know, on the men's side or whatever. But you know, it's great for me. It's great for European audiences, because we get to watch the big showdown, entertainment, spectacular that's going to be Tiafoe versus Shelton, with all the entertainment and the emotions that are going to come from that. But in reality, we as European audiences should be getting Djokovic versus Popyrin. We really shouldn't be getting Tiafoe versus Shelton. And you know, I know that in the United States, and it's Labor Day weekend, which is a big national holiday for the country. I'm sure if you're an American in the chat, you know a lot more about it than I do, and that tends to affect how the weekend scheduling takes place. You know, usually with a case of, you know, the big matches that usually would go into the night session, or you would normally think would be a night session match, gets played in the day session, because that's when the TV audience viewers for ESPN tend to be higher during Labor Day. But with the fact that the fact that we're still on the Friday, I'm still surprised that this has happened. Like, if this was tomorrow, I could fully understand why Shelton Tiafoe would be during the day, because it's during the weekend of this Labor Day holiday. But on the Friday, when people are still working, at least I believe people are still working, I'm really surprised that they're not going to be able to come home to watch the big, you know, Shelton versus Tiafoe. They're going to be coming home to Djokovic versus Popyrin, and then Sabalenka against Alexandrova. And they're not going to be able to see Gauff. They're not going to be able to see Shelton. They're not going to be able to see Tiafoe. But you know, I'm surprised. I personally think that match should have been a night session. Okay, you know, as a selfish note, I get to watch it, and instead of it being when I'm asleep, which I'm happy with. But again, that match should have been the night session for US fans, in my opinion. What other things have we got? What's wrong with your poll? I voted for Zverev, and okay, hopefully it's going to fix that poll. Thanks for the Ruza. But those are score. No worries. I will go for the order of play. I just thought there's a few bits I just thought was good to go through. We'll see, we're at 4:30 already. God, I've been talking for a long there. I'm going to end up losing my voice by the end of it. Okay, so other things that have popped up. Hi, Daniela. It's good to see you in the chat. Matthew saying, I don't actually think Djokovic was that fussed about playing at 7 p.m. It's a lot cooler today, so he probably was fine playing earlier. Yeah, I mean, I know Djokovic traditionally always likes to play in cold conditions. He always likes to play at night because the ball tends to be slower. He tends not overheat as much. But yeah, like I say, the temperatures have been really quite good actually for tennis. It's overcast. It's around about the mid-20s. It's overcast. It's around about the mid-20s. You know, it's not a bad temperature. It's not a bad temperature to play tennis in. It's it's certainly not a bad temperature to go and sort of play tennis in. So it's you know, I'm sure he wouldn't have minded at this stage where he would have ended up playing. I'm surprised that, you know, if he did really request that he wanted to do the night session, that, you know, he would like probably his Serbian fans to be able to watch some tennis, or at least watch some of his live tennis, because in the nighttime sessions they're not going to be able to because they're going to be asleep. Brazzy asking as well, James, how far can Queen Wen Zheng go in the tournament? She could probably certainly go to the quarterfinals. I think, you know, there was a bit of a sliding doors moment with her first round match with Anisimova, because I think a lot of people were looking at that and going and looking at her section of the draw, certainly her 16th of the draw, and going, whoever wins that match between Anisimova and Queen Wen Zheng is going to go on and win the is certainly going to go on and get to the quarterfinals of the tournament. And Zheng, you know, managed to, first set, bit of rust from still coming off the back of the Olympics. But managed to blow that rust off in the second set and storm to a third set victory. Great win, you know, straight sets, or at least, you know, sort of uniform win in the last round. At the moment is already a breakup in this match here with Jill Nielmeyer, the German who famously got to the semi-finals of Wimbledon a couple of years ago. So it's not been overly too bad. For Queen Wen Zheng, she's certainly playing a really good level of tennis. I know a lot of people's concerns were down to the fact that she was, you know, given that run to the final that she had at the Australian Open, and certainly the dip that we saw afterwards, is that, you know, was that really going to hang around her neck like a millstone for, you know, the majority of the year? Doesn't look like that's happened, or certainly doesn't look like that is going to happen. Yeah, it's certainly not. It certainly, you know, doesn't look like it's happened. You know, when it came to the Olympics, going on to win the Olympics, such a huge event, being able to, you know, and we saw the fact that she went back to China with Xi Jinping for an athlete celebration, which was certainly great to see. Great for those Chinese athletes to be able to start to take in, especially if they did so well in the Olympics generally. So it's gone really quite well for Zheng at the moment, and she seems to be playing some really good tennis, which I'm sure she'll be very pleased with going into the latter half of this season. She'll be going back to China, of course, with all the other WTA players for the Asian swing, and I'm sure she'll want to be in some really good form coming out of the US Open to perform well in front of her home crowd, because I'm sure she will pack a lot of Chinese stadiums at the hundreds of events that take place in China over the next 8 weeks or so after these take place. I'm actually asking, only reason I can think of is that they thought, oh, this is to do with Shelton and Tiafoe. The only reason I can think of is that they thought that more likely Foe and Shelton going 4+ hours, and then you have the women coming out of an emptied stadium and late finish. Foe and Ben Shelton also are playing days. Fair enough. That's some good reasons to potentially think about. Yeah, I mean, the expectation would be that a Foe Shelton match would certainly be 3-4 hours, and then is it really fair to be asking the women to be coming out at 11 o'clock at night to complete their matches? I know we've kind of got acclimatized to the fact that Australia, they like to do that a lot, but the US Open tends to be a bit better when it comes to that they either play the women first to make sure that they're not going to be having to wait so late to start their match. And generally, because women's match is best of 3, it starts a little bit earlier, or certainly finishes a little bit earlier. Then finishes a little bit earlier than a men's match, effectively, which is best of 5. So yeah, it's not gone too bad there. Not going too there. So just going on now in terms of just to know everyone to know what is happening in terms of order of play wise on this busy day. So of course, when we come to the third round, it ends up concentrating on 4 courts. Certainly ends up concentrating on 4 courts, which tend to be Arthur Ashe, which is the big main stadium court, Louis Armstrong, and then following on from Louis Armstrong, you have Grandstand Court and Court 17 have all the singles matches on them. So on them right now, as we say, in around about 18 minutes time, as I can see on my phone, it is going to be Svitolina versus Gauff, and then that is going to be followed by Ben Shelton versus Francis Tiafoe, and then in the night session, as we probably all just discussed to death there, it's going to be Poprin versus Djokovic. That's excellent to see. Another gold medal for Paralympics GB. I'm just keeping a quick eye on the Paralympics in the pool currently on the 100 meters freestyle. Great work, Kearney. And then in the night session, we've got Poprin versus Djokovic, and then Alexandrova versus Sabalenka. On Louis Armstrong, currently in play at the moment, as you can see on your scorecard there, we've got Ruza versus Badosa. Currently, Badosa is leading that 4-3, but Ruza was a break up. So Ruza starting well. And then that is going to be followed by Navarro versus Kostyuk, and then Komisana versus Taylor Fritz. And then the night session on Armstrong is going to be Madison Keys versus Mertens, and then Thomas Martin Echeverry versus Alexander Zverev. On Grandstand, as you can see on the scorecard there as well, Qinwen Zheng is 4-2 up currently against Jule Nilmeier. And then that is going to be followed by Azarenka versus Wang, and then Rublev versus Lehechka. That should be a very tough match there. And then it'll be followed by Casper Ruud versus Jerry Shang. And then finally, on court 17, you've got a doubles match first of all, which is in progress, but then that will be followed by Vekic versus Peyton Stearns, Greek Sport versus Dimitrov, and then Nakashima versus Musetti. Again, Nakashima versus Musetti. That should be an interesting match. And then if you're doubles delight, that's all taking place on all the other courts as well. Any comments in the chat? So Matthew's saying, how great that for Dan Evans won. As we can see, who's going to win the title? 58% of you saying Sinner. You're following what I'm thinking. Well, it's what I thought 5 days ago, which is the Italian is going to go and get his second Grand Slam title and do the hard court double in 2024. So how great that Dan Evans won. I thought he'd cooked it, but to win in 3, so impressed. Diamond is a nightmare next opponent. No, that's where the journey ends. That's what you're saying. That's where the journey ends. Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant that in a season for Dan where it has not been great. He's only, coming into the US Open, he only actually had won 4 singles matches on the tour. For him to be able to, first of all, get through that Karen Khachanov match and going into it, I think we could have expected it to have been a tough contest. As we certainly could have expected that to have been a tough contest, given the fact that Dan at that stage led the head-to-head with Khachanov around about 4-0, and he now leads it 5-0. After winning the match in, of course, as everyone's probably seen, in 5 hours and 35 minutes. Just an absolutely momentous time to be completing a match in. I mean, that's absolutely huge. And to be able to then come back 2 days later, I mean, the schedulers were a little bit kind to Dan and giving him 4-1 on court 5, and then beat Navoni in really impressive straight sets fashion. And okay, so he was defending third round points last year. So, if all them dropped off and he didn't win against Kachanov, he was going to be looking to be dropping outside the top 200 in the world, closer to 250. But with the defending of these points, he's around about 170 odd in the world at the moment. And okay, those numbers or those rankings, if they stop here, that does mean that Dan Evans will fall out of main tour events. There is, unless there's a 250 event, I mean, he could potentially try and sneak in qualifying for a few 250s. But generally, when you're ranked at 150 and 170 in the world, you're not going to be even in qualifying. It's tough to get into the main tour events on that ranking. And that he will end up having to spend some time on the Challenger circuit if he wishes to get back onto the main tour. And that's a big question for Dan. Because for a tennis player that is ranked, or certainly who is 34 in the world, you certainly come to those crossroads in your life where you're like, well, do I really want to be continuing? Do I want to head back to the Challenger circuit in the pursuit of trying to get back onto the main tour at this late stage in my career? Have I got the drive to really want to be able to do that? And am I prepared to take the risk that won't work out? As some of you may remember, what's his name? The Spanish player. He ended up going to Fernando Verdasco. That's it. Some of you may remember Fernando Verdasco. Somebody who was at one stage, I think, a top 10, certainly top 20 player in his career. Was a real mainstay on the main tour. Was seeded regularly at slams. His ranking dropped at the back end of his career into his early to mid 30s. And they ended up on the Challenger circuit, or ended up that being the only tournament that he could really get into. And something in which for him at the time may have felt as though it's just some sort of I'm only going to be here for a few months. I'll pick up some wins, maybe a couple of trophies, and then I'll have a ranking that will get me back into the main tour events. That didn't happen, and he ended up for certainly 3 or 4 years sort of being stuck in the Challenger circuit, and that's where he ended up finishing off his career. I know he got a wild card into a Spanish tournament on the main tour to sort of see out of his career properly. But that tends to be what can happen to the players, is that the sort of better younger players that are going for the Challenger tournament can just keep you in that position. And it's a question for Dan, is that is he prepared to go into that position and maybe end up doing a Verdasco, or will he end up saying, or will he hope to be able to do a sort of late stage Agassi, head to the Challenger circuit for a bit, and then get yourself straight back onto the main tour? And that's a big question for Dan. But as you say, that's the general overview of the questions that Dan Evans is going to have to ask. But playing de Minaur, I know you're saying this is where it ends, but Dan Evans has beaten de Minaur in the last 3 meetings, and they have been main tour meetings. So there is certainly I think that this is going to be closer, or there is more of a chance of an Evans victory than what most people are expecting. The game that Dan can bring, that slice backhand, that venomous forehand at points, it's a real disruptive tennis style game. It's something de Minaur hasn't really dealt with that well. Certainly in their past meetings. And yeah, we can probably say, because the last meeting was at the beginning of 23, de Minaur is a completely different player to the player that entered, or has played this season, and we've seen the growth this season of making himself, getting himself into the top 10, which has been absolutely phenomenal and outstanding. But the guy's just come off the back of a real serious injury after Wimbledon. Okay, he's got himself 2 good wins, which I'm sure he's very happy with. But does he really want to be playing a player that's going to be making it awkward for him, making it incredibly awkward for him? Is he prepared to be able to then find the game that he would need to be able to get a victory in that scenario? And this is where the glorious game of tennis comes into fruition, comes into the sight. As we see, Jewel Niemeyer at the moment is taking a medical timeout. I think the looking at some part of her leg, if I'm not mistaken, but I will keep an eye on that one for that bit there. But like I said, so I think it could be closer. As a Brit, I'm going to be honest. I hope Dan wins. I'm loving the fact that Dan's getting his run at the moment. If there was any sort of karma for him sacrificing the ability to try and defend his Washington points, to sacrifice that to allow Andy Murray to have at least that mini run that he had at the Wimbledon to end his career, tennis karma gods have got to shine on him and say we're going to give you a run at the Open, and I hope that really happens to Dan because as much as he's had highs and lows in his career, and he certainly deserves some more highs before the end, really. Before the end takes place. We're not Brazzy asking James thoughts on Jack Draper's ceiling. Could he possibly win a slam with his game? That's a big question, Brazzy. So, as you probably some of you who are regular listeners or certainly regular viewers will know, I am big on Jack. I really, really love Jack's game. I think it is hugely entertaining when he's in full flight. I think it's like watching an eagle on the court. I think with the way how big he can make that court seem to his opponents, the swinging, the lefty forehand out wide. Yeah, it's just absolutely brilliant. His game. I think his ceiling is certainly. I certainly can see him getting into the top 10. That is, to me, feels as though that's the natural progression for Jack as as the route that he would as a route he could get to. If he could get any higher than that, I think it would certainly be dependent on how consistent he can show those levels. He does move really well, Brazzy, as well. For somebody who's 6'4", he is an incredibly good mover. It's probably some of you may not have known his development as a player. When his body grew, when he was a junior, he was actually quite short. And he ended up building a lot of his game style around being a bit of a grinder, getting to a lot of balls. Almost a bit Demon Orr-like in his development. But suddenly, from the point in which the end point of his junior career onto his senior career, he had a massive growth spurt that basically then enabled other parts of his game to be able to be developed, like his serve and the force of the ball. But luckily, a lot of those techniques that he picked up on as a youngster still ring true in his game. But I know he's looking to impose himself more in a match. And I mean, the big thing at the moment for Jack is then starting to get himself deep in a lot of big tournaments. The real concern at the beginning for a lot of this season was the fact that in the Masters events and in the slams, he hasn't gone deep at all. Now, a lot of that, I have to say, has been down to terrible draw luck. In pretty much up until Canada, or certainly up until Cincinnati, he was due to play a top 8 seed in the round of 64 in every slam, in every Masters or slam, barring not round of 64, round of 32. Yeah, either the round of 30. Sorry, in the Masters events, it was just round of 64. So every time he was in the round of 64, it was or 32, basically the early rounds, the really early rounds of the tournament, he was going to be playing a top 8 seed. That's a real horrible position to be in as a draw, barring Miami. And Miami was the only place where he was a real missed opportunity, because that draw did open up for him if he managed to get past Jarry, and he didn't, which is a real annoyance. But Cincinnati, I think, was a huge game changer. It was a huge game changer because he actually got put in a part of the draw in which he knew he had the ability to attack. He'd already beaten Tsitsipas. It looked like it was going to either be a slightly handicapped Rude, or it was going to be FAA. Two players that he'd already beaten, Tsitsipas and Tsitsipas and FAA. He hasn't played Casper Ruud in a ATP match. He has played him. He has played him at the UTS event in London back in December, but that doesn't really count. But he was able to have that run, and it was unfortunate with the way that the Cincinnati event ended, or certainly how that FAA match ended, that if his mindset was just gone for the Runa match, and I feel like he probably would have actually performed a damn sight better than he did in that Runa match in the quarterfinals, and maybe even actually certainly won that match and got himself to the semis. And then he faced Tiafoe, who he beat in Stuttgart. Again, it opens up for him. But this season's been a really good season because his body's not broken down. Injuries have been a huge issue for Jack's game, but he has the ability, I think, to see. Hopefully going into the back end of the season, he loves playing indoors, so he should play really well in those tournaments. He has the ability. Certainly top 20 this year, going into next year top 10. Hopefully winning maybe a 500 title, really maybe going close at a 1,000 event. And certainly when you look at, as Brazzy, you're pointing out there, when it comes to Draper versus Vekic next, he's in a quarter of the draw. Alcaraz's quarter of the draw, which is now really opened up because Alcaraz is now gone, and so has Vekic. Top 8 seeds gone. de Minaur's left, and he's about to play somebody he's never beaten, and has actually beaten him 3 times. Okay, he's got Mahatch in his section, who Mahatch has beaten him earlier this year, but it's the land of opportunity. One of those players of Draper, Vekic, Mahatch, Gauff, Evans, de Minaur, Thompson, or Arnaldi is going to be a Grand Slam semi-finalist for the first time. Huge opportunity on that section, and then it could be up against Sinner in that semi. I think it will be Jack, and I really hope it's going to be Jack who's going to get to that semi-final. Again, the main thing to say though is that you have to take it one game at a time. Just imagine a Draper Dan Evans quarterfinal. It would be brilliant. I mean, I think for the international audiences, they would not give a damn, but for British audiences and for niche tennis audiences, that would be brilliant. But I remember a match they played 2 years ago at Indian Wells, and it was the weird. If you get a chance, and I know everyone's busy, but there's so much great sport happening at the moment: Paralympics, the US Open. Diamond League Athletics happening this afternoon. There's European Tour darts. There's football on the football with United versus Liverpool, and me and John certainly hope that United thrash Liverpool. But given the way we performed over the last couple of games, it could be a very tight one. So much great sport happening at the moment, and F1 this weekend as well at Monza. But if you get a chance, dig out those highlights, because it was the weirdest game of tennis I've ever seen. It was such high quality, but so weird in how it took place with the shots and whatnot. They are 1-1 head-to-head. Yeah, I believe they are 1-1 on their head-to-head. I mean, at the moment, I would certainly favour Jack to win. Yeah, they're saying Dan Evans won the Nottingham Challenger, well, Jack won Indian Wells in straights. Yep, you good memory there, Brazzy. But yeah, it'd be wicked if that was the quarterfinals. That'd be absolutely brilliant if it was Draper versus Evans. I just imagine Arthur Ashe Stadium, all 32,000 people just turning up and wondering who these 2 Brits are that are battling out for a place in the semis. As it goes there, really on that one. We are up to now 5 o'clock, so you've had an hour of me speaking, and at the moment we're about to have probably the match that I think a lot of us will end up concentrating on, because it is the biggest match of the women's tour at the moment. I tell you what, I'd say biggest of the day at the moment. I think quality wise, maybe Alexandrova Zabalenka could end up being better, but when it comes to rankings and positions and whatnot, Svitolina versus Gauff should make out to be quite a cracking contest in this point here, and that's the one in which my TV is about to go on to. As well, I say my TV, my laptop, which is showing a TV channel. So just standing it right at the top of Ash, the presenters I've got on at the moment. Just to go through, I've got an update on my phone. Gee, I'll tell you what. I don't know if anyone else has experienced this trying to use the US Open app on their phone, but it's never updated as much as it has done during this tournament. Right, back on to the app. So score updates. So after the injury timeout, Zheng has come out and broken Nielmeyer again. So it's taken the first set 6-2. And Ruza at the moment is serving for the first set against Badosa. So that's not too bad there. Looks like Kenin and Matic Sands are going to be taking the win against Lunston and Siskova. And any other matches of not really matches of note at this stage. I think looks like Zheng is going to be booking her place in the certainly booking her place in the first in the fourth round. The first person through to the second week of the slam at that point there. I say at that point there, but she's 6-2 up. The expectation is certainly if Nielmeyer is not feeling it, that she will be sort of next on the list. And Ghost is in the chat. That's great to see. Ghost, James, when are you going to quit effing around with this racket sports nonsense and do your talking F1 stream? Don't let the dream die, brother. Unfortunately, I don't think I know enough, and I like talking about tennis too much, Ghosty. To want to be doing an F1. I know I've got an F1 soft one at the moment, and I'm looking forward to the Monza Grand Prix. But you know, talking tennis is my number one. Unfortunately, sorry, Ghosty, on that one there. But if you've got any questions about F1, I don't mind answering them. If you want to put them in the chat. Yeah, but it's good to see you certainly good to see you in the live stream for this one. This as we cover them all, like we said. So you got me, as you said at the start, or certainly for the next couple of hours, and then you know we're going to have Nick, Isabel, Jeffro popping along in due course. I'm interested as well if you. Oh, I see a device getting connected. Thanks for that, Ghosty. But good to see you too as well. Right, and what am I looking at there? If you're watching Paralympics at all, by the way, please do say what events you found most interesting. As I know, we've had a couple of days of competition on that one there. I think we're just still waiting for bits to take place. A lot to do with waiting for the Gauff match to sort of come on along there. Also, just do put who you most been interested in at all in terms of matches that have or players in both either the men's or the women's event that have certainly taken your eye in terms of good results or runs that you weren't expecting, or even slight shocks. That tends to be an interesting part one as well. It was also noted as well, or bizarrely interesting, was that a lot of the women's matches have been sort of front-ended today. I think we've pretty much got on all the courts. They've gone for all their women's matches first, barring the two main courts. So they're kind of going to get a lot of the women's draw sorted quite quickly. Which, okay, so for European fans is great because it means we get to see these matches take place. But sure, there's a few American fans that probably would like to have seen a fair few more of the women's matches than they actually have done. As I've just seen a shot down the hallway. And of course that classic pressure is a privilege sign. And Ghost saying, I may not be here long, me and... Oh, okay. Slowly saving the species with the strength of... Okay, well, well, it's good. Well, as long as you can do, that's great. Certainly on that point there. Wow, we've got the all white for the gold ball toss. Cavalli and Stricker playing doubles together. I've been told they won a junior slam title back in the day. Ah. And just as well at the moment, you can see for it's been a couple of vacation for a couple of decades. So I think the ball toss has just been done, and they're doing some photos with Coco and Svitolina. Of course, what's been marked is the sort of weird wingsuits that sort of that the Adidas players have been or certainly using. Let's see, another gold medal for Paralympic GP as Summers Newton has just won in the 200 meters medley competition. Nice work. Ruse's success, certainly. She celebrated and she's won the first set 6-4. Certainly won the first set 6-4.
Hi, James.
Hello, Isabel. How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Just been speaking for the past hour, so my voice has decided to go blank all of a sudden.
Yeah, I understand. What match have you been watching this morning? I guess it's morning for me. It's not morning for you.
Are you US based?
Yeah, right now I'm actually in New York. I'm just a few miles away from the tennis center, but I'm not actually there.
Sort of like you can see it, but it's like so close but so far away. Is that how it feels?
Yeah. Last year I was actually at the US Open this same week. And this year I just happened to be in New York per chance. So, but can't afford to be there this year.
I guess are you there for something to do with Labor Day weekend or?
Just work related.
Just work related. Oh, wicked! How was it the Open last year?
I think I don't think I got particularly lucky with any of the matches that I ended up going to. They were all pretty short, straight set wins for everyone. I think I saw Alcaraz and Zverev, and I saw Coco Gauff and Ostapenko, and I saw Djokovic and Fritz. And all of those matches were pretty straightforward. It was still fun. I still I got to see the future winners of the Open while I was there, but I was hoping for something a little more exciting while I was there that made it maybe a little worth the hefty price tag. Honestly, the best match that I got to see was a women's doubles match with Leylah Fernandez and Taylor Townsend. That was one of the best things I've ever got to see in tennis. It was a lot of fun. But it's definitely an experience. I think if you can afford to go, it's worth doing once. But with the tournaments that I have been to, I think Wimbledon is the one where I would definitely go again. In the US Open, it's okay, I did it. I'm done.
I've not done the US Open yet. I've barely been to the United States. So it's very hard for me to say about any tournament stateside, but I've certainly seen some of the hefty resales ticket prices.
Yeah, they definitely don't make it easy. Last year I think I bought a ticket off someone I knew for slightly less, but then I ended up buying a very expensive grounds pass and then something else, and it was just it it was way too much money, you know, to do every year. I don't really understand how people go. This many? I'm looking at the crowd right now in the stadium, and I'm like, how do you all afford this? Because I couldn't afford it last year, and I still did it, and I regret paying that much a little bit. But
do you mind me asking how much was it that you ended up paying?
I think my grounds pass was like $300.
What?
Yeah, compared to like the £20 that it was at Wimbledon. Yeah, just the grounds pass was $300.
$300.
And then I think I bought a ticket off of someone for like $150 or $190 or something like that.
Was that an Ash? That was an Ash ticket, I'm guessing as well.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it a good Ash ticket? Were you like first tier, second tier, third tier?
I was third tier.
You're up in the gods.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I did it, but just like not something I can afford to do every year.
I mean, I've gone to some big I say some big stadiums. I think the biggest. I've been on Centre Court Wimbledon, and I've done a couple of the Masters in Europe. Even at the top, I mean, was it easy to see the players? I mean, I get told that people that end up in that sort of third tier, that they can look a bit like ants on the ground almost.
I mean, it's definitely easier to see the action on television, I think, but I could see everyone. I could still see the ball, and I could still see the players. I just had to kind of lean forward to do it. Also, you know, I think the worst part about it is the weather. It was so humid inside Ash when I was there for that quarterfinal that like I could see steam kind of rising up in the stadium, and it did just make it like uncomfortable. And as I was sitting there, I was like, I really hope this is straight sets because I just want to go home. So that kind of made it a little unbearable. So I feel bad for the players this year. It's been like even worse.
Yeah, especially what was it a couple of days ago when temperatures hit 34 degrees. I mean, I just could not imagine even trying to exist in those sort of temperatures. Never mind actually be a competitive athlete.
Yeah,
it would certainly get to me. But well, glad by the sounds of it you enjoyed Wimbledon when you came. Was it just a Grand Posh or did you able to go on any of the big courts?
I actually was able to go on center court my first day. I got very lucky, and some people that I knew through Popcorn Tennis and Tennis Twitter offered me a center court ticket, and I got to see Andy Murray on center court, and it was dreamy. And then I had a grounds pass the next day. Definitely worth it. So much fun. Would totally do it again.
Oh, excellent! That's fantastic to hear. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, I've been to Wimbledon on a number of occasions. I was a bit of a shame this year that I wasn't able to go, but certainly the last couple of years that I've gone, it's been an excellent experience every single time. And I had a friend that felt as though it would be certainly a social scene that she wouldn't feel comfortable in. She actually came out of it going, I absolutely loved it. I feel like I should have hated it, but I actually really loved it. And it has that absolute effect, real effect on people, that it's just like a almost close to perfectly laid out venue and whatnot. Yeah, well, and it's just affordable. I think that's the biggest thing, is that, like, I mean, if you don't have to obviously like fly internationally to go, it's just an affordable day out. You can just sit on the lawn and go to the smaller courts, and for like 20 to 40 pounds, and it's great. And you can bring your own food. What kind of sucks about the US Open is like you can't bring anything in. You're paying hundreds of dollars, and there really isn't like anywhere to kind of be if you're not like in the stadiums. They don't really have like a lawn the way that Wimbledon does. They have like an outdoor like patio thing that's like all cement and there's nowhere to sit, and it's right outside Ash Stadium. So I don't know, it's just less, I think, casual in a way. Yeah. Oh, wicked. So okay, so you're saying it's morning your time, so you probably feel maybe a little bit or certainly maybe either you're just woken up and you're still a bit sleepy, or you feel absolutely wide awake. But what did you make of the Alcaraz loss? Yes, last night. Or
oh my God, I was shocked. And I watched that match start to finish, and the first set I was like, okay, maybe he's just like playing around. Like, what is he doing? Like he's just being silly. What's going on with him? because he was laughing and like, he's very smiley most of the time. So you just kind of look like, oh, all right, like it's fine. Like I'll get the next one. And then just like nothing he did seemed to have the same magic that it usually does. He just was missing a lot. And like, I mean, credit to Bodic for like stepping it up and taking advantage. I mean, that's not easy to do. And I give him all the credit for winning that match. But it was sad. It was just sad.
Yeah. I mean, I just found, at least I was hearing from people that he was going for shots that he shouldn't realistically have gone for. That, as you say, the number of unforced errors. It sounded somewhat similar to the Monfils match from Cincinnati, in terms of how he played. And why do you think that he's ended up performing the way he has?
I mean, I'm not really sure. I was wondering if maybe like the Olympics is throwing a lot of people off in terms of like prep for the Open. I wasn't sure if maybe he was injured, if there was something wrong with his elbow or something. Or if maybe I heard somebody saying that like maybe his confidence hasn't really been there since he lost to Djokovic at the Olympics. I'm not really sure. I don't think we'll know really what he was feeling until he like tells us, really. But he just was making a lot of errors. He just was not. Yeah, his forehand was just like out of control.
No, I mean, I know some people are trying to certainly how sort of a working theory almost is that the tight defeats, or at least the devastating defeats to Djokovic in between Wimbledon and the US that happened last year happened this year again, and that seems to at least visibly seem to be a bit of a factor in this sort of a downturn in performance.
Yeah, that could be. And I feel like we've seen a little bit of a shift in like his usual sort of calmness on court, right? Like there was that very famous clip of him smashing his racket recently. And then losing to Djokovic at the Olympics. He might just not be there mentally right now. It's hard to maintain that level, winning 2 Grand Slams this year. I mean, it's not easy for a 21-year-old to maintain that level all year.
And especially given how tight the schedule is at the moment. Add in the Olympics, but to have the three of the 4 biggest events in our sport take place effectively in a 3-month window, that's really taxing, especially given the way tennis is played and the amount of hours and effort that has to be provided. It's for a player, I think Serena may have done it once, but I cannot think of certainly a male player that has been able to win the French, the Wimbledon, and the US all in the same window.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen Djokovic try to do it on a three attempts, and even the great man himself wasn't able to get over the line on that one.
Yeah.
1 set away. He was from achieving that feat.
Are you watching the Coco match or the Badosa match?
I have the Coco match on, as that's now the one on my TV channel. That certainly popped up, and but I can see that I got them 1-1, and I got Svitolina being 15-love up on her serve.
Mm-hmm.
Hope there's a similar bit there.
I'm slightly ahead of you.
Slightly ahead.
Just by 1 point or so. How do you think Coco will do at this tournament?
That's a very, very good question.
Question on everyone's mind.
That's a huge. I mean, it feels like no real definitive answer to it. There is, on numbers, you'd expect her to hopefully try and make seeding, which is the semi-final. Being the number 3 seed. But given the losses that she had in the build-up events to this, and the sort of lack of confidence that's popped up from that, you would say at this stage it's almost like a round at a time, really.
Yeah.
And almost those expectations of where Coco can go is kind of gone because we don't know what Coco can bring.
Yeah, she's definitely not had a good lead up, or just a season in general. I don't think has been as successful as last year, obviously.
Yeah, it was because last year it was that big breakthroughs back to back to back where she really, it was the dominant Coco, certainly the hard court summer element of it, from Washington to Cincinnati to then winning the US Open. But then this season's kind of felt a bit like the regression to the norm, which is she's the fourth best player out of the three. She'll generally get through the matches she's expected to get through, but as soon as she comes up against Sabalenka or Iga, she's going to lose, and that didn't happen during that sort of 6-week period in last year. But it happened. But it has happened this year a lot. And it must be really frustrating for her to be in that position where you're the best of the rest, or you're very much in a league of your own, but there is a league above you that is substantially better than you.
Yeah. Do you have a theory on who will win this year?
For the women, I've got Sabalenka.
Mm-hmm.
It probably is the easiest pick that I think anyone could make for the women's game at the moment, or at least certainly for the hardcourt women's game at the moment. And then for the men, I've gone for Sinner.
I think I had the same. Although most of my bracket has fallen apart because of Alcaraz getting out, and on the women's side too, I had Collins going pretty far as well, and that is
that was a disappointing end.
To say I'm heartbroken. I mean, I was so sad.
It seemed like, especially given what she did in Miami at the big, in the first part, in March, and then Charleston. It was like, US tournaments. This is when Danimal's gonna really come alive. No. It could have been the pressure. It could have been the fact she came up against an opponent that was able to neutralize a lot of her attacks and actually then make it so that her unforced errors were more prominent than her winners. But yeah, it was such a shock to see her go out first round, especially this is her last Grand Slam, and I know she's got aspirations of going to Riyadh in November, and you realistically need a good showing at the slams to get you the points needed to be able to go to Riyadh. Otherwise, you're going to have to try and win either Wuhan or Beijing at the end of the in October to stand a chance of being able to get yourself to Riyadh. So yeah, it was a real shame really that was the way it had to end for Danielle Collins. So certainly that being her last, because there's no US tournaments left on the calendar after this US Open. Nothing really left for her to be able to sort of attack at home, really.
Yeah. Maybe she'll change her mind.
Oh, if there's anything we can credit to Danielle Collins is that when she's made her mind up about something, she's made her mind up about something.
Yeah. Maybe she'll go out at Australia because that tournament's always been so good to her.
Is that your dying hope that maybe there's that last month that go on? It's only one more tournament.
Yeah, I just am really gonna. I think it's been so fun this year to like watch her start the year off being like, I can't do this anymore. I'm done. Like, this is my last year, and then all of a sudden just like skyrocket to the top 10, and reach all these heights of her career and make the Olympics. And like the things that the way that she like pushed, Iga to the brink twice this year is just like so impressive. And I just am going to miss her style of play and her personality so much. And I just don't want to see her go.
No, it's a brilliant style of play she brings. It's an incredibly entertaining style of play, which lends to why I always really enjoy watching her matches. And yeah, it's going to be sad to see her gone.
Yeah.
It's the one weird consistent of sport in general is that you have your your players that come up the rankings that start to show how talented they are. They hit their peak, they wean, and then they go away, and then that cycle of life almost happens all the time. Like, the players that we mourned not being able to see anymore in the past. Me as a Brit, Andy Murray no longer playing. You get that sadness, but that there'll be there'll be other players that will come up and will take your that will take your sporting fan desire almost. You end up supporting them, becoming a fan of them, and that happens time and time again.
Yeah. How do you think Coco will do against Svitolina? Because I feel like this is going to be her first real test of the tournament.
Certainly is a first real test. It's a real bugger of a draw, really. For one of those seed ranked between 25 and 32, Svitolina is not the one you really would have wanted. I think it depends, really. If her forehand's okay and she's getting a good number of first serves in, I think she should be all right. But if she starts having real lapses in the game, I think Svitolina could really go for her.
Yeah, it all comes down to the forehand, doesn't it?
It does come down to that forehand, the famous forehand of Coco Gauff. Is it going to be hitting the lines as though it's some sort of artistic painter, or is it going to be hitting the backboard like a basketball or like a baseball player?
Hard to say. I've wondered a lot this season if she's going to make a coaching change at the start of next year.
It's a good question, actually, because
I haven't heard any rumors to that effect. It seems like she doesn't have like the same magic that she did last year. And I've been wondering, I think a lot of people have been speculating about what Brad Gilbert is doing with her, since her forehand just does not seem to be improving and is just a constant battle. So I've been wondering if she's going to make a coaching change at the end of the year.
Yeah, it certainly does feel as though with the sort of stagnation of this year, has his magic. Was it, did it work for that quick fix, or certainly that short-term period when he first came on? I mean, it's a hard one because with her forehand, you pretty much would have to make serious changes to the technique, and that would require months of work to change that technique, and would certainly see her needing to take a real amount of time out the game to go and change the forehand, to go change the technique of that forehand.
Mm-hmm.
And does she as a player, does her sponsors and anyone around her want her to basically say, for 6 months I'm gone, let me go fix my forehand and I'll be back in a bit?
Well, her serve has gotten a lot better. And, I know it was kind of similar. She had to like really change her technique to fix that first serve. And I think she's improved it a lot. And that wasn't, she didn't like take time off to go and fix her serve. I think she worked with Andy Roddick a little bit and just got some differing opinions on like how to improve it. And then she kind of did. So it might not be like that drastic of a change if she was able to do it with that. But maybe in the off season, in the brief couple of weeks that there is an off season, maybe.
Yeah, the very, very brief couple of weeks. Oh, but she's looking okay in the service game at the moment, but then she hits a forehand long.
Yeah. I'm kind of torn in this match because I love Coco, but I am such a Svitolina fan, and I always want her to do well.
Yeah. And Svitolina's had a bit of a. You can draw some parallels to Coco season because Svitolina, last year really lit up the tour at points. Really, going deep in a lot of the slams. Really was playing this really good at attacking tennis that seemed to have popped up as a new element to her game. But then this season, it's kind of plateaued again. Like it's a little bit stagnation. Like she getting maybe to third round, fourth round of slams, but not really making the impact she was making.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean that's one of the most interesting things about tennis, isn't it? That like someone will have such an incredible season and then for seemingly no reason at all, it's like the total opposite a few months later. It's just weird.
Like, hang on, this person just won a Masters event or just came off winning a couple of titles, and they get, as you say, they get to the next tournament and they play absolutely terribly and then end up losing.
Yeah.
First or second round.
You know, I actually think that Medvedev has a really good shot at winning this year.
Do you?
I do. I don't know. I just have a feeling he'll go deep at this one. And I mean, I also just really want him to win another slam. I think it's really tragic that he's been in like 5 slam finals and only has one. I just have a good feeling about him.
And also led 2 of those slam finals by 2 sets to love and still lost them.
Yeah. But I don't know. I just have a feeling about him this season. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe something will happen.
Yeah. Yeah. It's again, he's kind of got himself into a bit of a category, really. Like, he's not as good as Djokovic, Alcaraz, or Sinner.
I think he could be, though. It's just maybe not as consistent.
I think he can at times have the game, but you play an 8 out of 10 Alcaraz versus an 8 out of 10 Medvedev. Who do you think is going to win?
It depends what surface are we playing on.
Say, any surface really. Let's go any surface for that one, because I think.
I think if it's on hard court, I think it's really like 50-50. And I really only mean that with Medvedev. I really only think he can win on hard court. I don't really think he has a shot on grass and clay, but on hard court, I think I think it's a toss up.
To me, it's if you play them, both at equal, 8 out of 10 type levels. I think Alcaraz would still win. I think Sinner would still win on any surface, as well as Djokovic.
Well, he doesn't have to play Alcaraz now.
He doesn't, but he does have to play Sinner in. He does have to play Sinner in the quarters, which is.
But I think. I mean, he was 2 sets up against him in Australia. I know that he did lose. And I don't really understand why, but I think he still has a shot. This is a court that really works for him.
So you telling me you're going to bet against somebody who has statistically been the best hard court player this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I correctly predicted that Coco would win the U.S. Open last year. I feel very confident in my choices.
Hey, I think I went Coco to win the Open last year as well. I don't know. Yeah, I think I did put that as well. I also put the thing about I did really well last year at the US Open. I said Djokovic to win in the men's. Yeah, I did quite well.
I predicted that Medvedev would make the final last year, and I thought he would win it in 4. Obviously, I was wrong, but he did make the final, and I thought that he would win. I thought he would make Australia, and I thought he would also win it in 4. I was still also half wrong, but I've correctly predicted him to get to these finals. So I just feel like I feel like I'm close with him.
I can tell you really are behind Medvedev, which is great. Actually, it's great that you. I still hold off. I still hold out a little bit of hope that Rublev will get to a semi-final of a Grand Slam at one point in his career.
I can't morally support him anymore, unfortunately.
You can't. Which one of us? Oh, was that around the boxer or the way he acted in Dubai?
Well, both really. I mean, I've had a problem with his on-court antics for a while, and for a long time I had sympathy for him. But at this point, I don't. And then, his comments about the boxer at the Olympics really sealed it for me. And I thought, okay, I can't give you any more support or sympathy. Sorry, Ruby.
No, he did turn a lot of people off with those comments. It was unfortunately a little bit knee-jerk, certainly a knee-jerk post that he decided to put out without really going into, or at least having a little bit of a further look into the case before making any comments on it.
Yeah.
On that one.
John picked Alcaraz to win the title. I hope he feels shamed. I don't think any of us predicted or saw that coming. Like, I don't think we knew that was going to happen.
If I was going to put at any stage that he could have gone out, I would have said the earliest would have been round 3 to Draper. That was only because Draper already has a victory against Alcaraz. I would not have thought that the Dutch sensation, he's certainly going to be known as now, Botic van der Zandschulp, was going to be the one that was going to take him out.
In straights, no less. I would not have guessed that.
I'm saying, if you're going to ask, you're looking at that scoreline, you'd think the number 3 seed was the Dutchman.
Yeah. And I mean, the way they were playing was very entertaining. Both, I mean, I was really impressed with Botic's level.
Do you think we could see a 2021 run again?
Maybe. Oh, Svitolina has a break point.
She does.
Oh no, now it's back to deuce. With a nice ace from Coco. Yeah, I wondered if I think I said earlier it might be a mental thing with him. That doesn't surprise me that he would say that.
The thought of Botic's non-reaction or lack of emotion after his win. Yeah.
But he'll bounce back. He's only 21.
Yeah, I mean, he'll find a way to be able to certainly show good consistency on some of the hard court tournaments.
Yeah.
So, I'm guessing, how surprised were you with the Shelton Tiafoe scheduling?
I think everyone's getting a little upset over nothing, for one thing. I think if I had to speculate, and I know nothing about how they make these decisions, but I would think that they don't want to have, another 11 o'clock start or 12 o'clock start with 2 American players like that, because a lot of people can't stay up that late to watch on a Friday. It's not, I just don't think that it's going to get the viewership that they want. But if they have it during the day, it's better for the players, because then they don't have to stay up so freaking late, and then people can actually watch it. What is the night match tonight? I don't even know.
The first match is Djokovic versus Popyrin, and it's followed by Sabalenka versus Alexandrova.
Okay, well, I think for one thing, I mean, Djokovic, they like to give him the night matches. And I think what they're trying to do is there was some discourse last year that the women were not being given night matches. And people were complaining about that because it felt like they were prioritizing men's matches for viewership. So it could be that they're just trying to balance it out more this year. And Sabalenka is, a big name. And I think they're trying to put more women's matches at night. So that could have something to do with it.
They've always had women's matches at night, though, because at the US Open it's been one men's match, one women's match, and then they just reverse it for each day. So it starts with the men, then the women, then the women to the men.
Yeah, but last year I remember there was some kind of discourse that people online were saying they're putting more priority with the men's matches at night, and there was something about the scheduling with women's matches, and I think they're trying to change that this year. I think honestly none of it is really that big of a deal. It's just scheduling. It's just a match. Like, people need to chill out. It's okay. We're all still going to see Ben Shelton and Frances Tiafoe. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm as somebody in the European time zones, I'm very happy that I'm now going to be able to at least see Sheldon versus Tiafoe. I just trying to think, if I was, say, a worker in the US right now, and and I wanted to see it, or if I was certainly a broadcaster that wanted to advertise a big match for people, to bring people into the sport, that Sheldon Tiafoe match is very tempting to put in a night session as like a big, Friday night. I mean, I don't know. Is there any sort of other big sporting event in America happening right now at the similar time? Is there any sort of big basketball or American football or
season
baseball?
has started. Yeah, football season has started. Granted, I have no idea what their schedule is, so I don't even know if football is on tonight. I think it was on last night. I don't know. That could have something to do with it. I don't personally think that Ben Shelton and Frances Tiafoe are particularly famous in the grand scheme of American sports. I don't think most people know who they are. So I don't know how much it really matters to the American public. It's not like, if Serena was playing, everybody knows who she is. Everyone wants to see that. But I don't really think Americans are that interested in tennis, and that's mostly, in my opinion, due to the fault of broadcasting, because they make it really impossible to actually watch. But I just don't think that the two of them are well known in the public sphere. Obviously, I know who they are, and I like them both. But for non-tennis fans and just like average Americans, I don't think it's that deep.
It is remarkable how there's certain tennis players we think of as real big stars and whatnot, and you say their names to maybe like your co-workers or something, and they go, "Who?"
Yeah.
Like I think I said, what was it? I think somebody asked who my favorite was to win. It was so somebody was going to Wimbledon for the first time and just wanted to quick brush up on who to watch out for. I said, "Oh, these two young people, Alcaraz and Sinner, are doing really well." And they went, "Well, who's Sinner?" And I was like, oh, "Okay, this is a conversation I didn't think I was gonna have." I mean, yeah, Yannick Sinner. Like, no.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I'm in New York here, and I'm staying with a close friend of mine who doesn't really watch tennis unless I'm around. And I was talking about it last night while we were watching the Naomi Osaka match, and she was like, "Yeah, I think the only tennis players I can name are Federer and Serena Williams, and that's just because they're like mega famous." So, yeah, I don't think it's really in the Americans' mind much. I'm excited for the match regardless. I think it'll be really interesting. And I don't know who will win.
I know the head-to-head at the moment is 2-0 to or 2-love to Sheldon, based off both the quarterfinal last year and then the final in Houston this year. But yeah, I mean, Tiafoe's come off the back of that final run at Cincinnati. That was really good of him to be able to get a few good few matches in there in a real competitive field. Yeah, I don't know who's going to win either.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of it will depend on who can get the crowd on their side. That will be a very interesting battle.
I mean, I think the crowd will be pretty even for both. They love Frances and they love Ben, so I don't think it's going to be one-sided. Okay, now Coco has
2 break points on my screen.
Now it's 2 break points.
Well, and she hits the net with the backhand. See if she can get the second break point. Second serve she's going to be facing.
Oh, okay. This is really good rally to start.
Oh, and the backhand into the net again. Always those big moments.
Well, I think Svitolina is an expert at crawling out of holes in terms of scoring. She's always coming back after losing a set or something to that effect. She's so good. She's got so much grit in that way. So whenever she is, facing down a break point, I'm not always worried.
It's always a different complexity when it gets into that point, and how players are able to sort of deal with that maybe extra pressure that gets added to that point in Henry's, what they call them pressure points.
Mm-hmm.
And you say Svitolina is one of those players that can still play somewhat similar to a normal point to a pressure point.
Yeah. Oh, and Coco had another break point that she dumps into the net. My goodness.
Yeah. I mean, that was a very. I mean, I will give Svitolina a credit on that rally's ball there, because it was very. She hit a forehand really deep into onto the baseline next to Coco, which forced Coco back a bit and really made it a bit. What's the word I'm trying to find? Unbalanced in trying to hit the ball.
Yeah.
And now Svitolina with the advantage.
And she holds.
That was good to see Super Dave in the chat.
Hello, good to meet you too.
And Zheng's through. Quite comfortable score in the end, 6-2, 6-1. Hour and 21 minutes. Very efficient.
Which match is that?
Qinwen Zheng versus Jill Nilmeyer.
Oh, yeah. She could be a real dark horse in this tournament, honestly.
She's now in some form. She's now in some good form. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
I think it's on my TV. They're showing shots on the ground, and I've got some shots of Harriet Dart in a doubles match.
Oh, very fun. I was kind of sad to see Katie Bolter go out so early.
Yeah, that was certainly a bit of a shock. I mean, she didn't play. She played a bit bizarrely against Sasanovic, but I just thought I'd take that as a first game, trying to get into it. Coming up against a qualifier, was going to be playing quite well. But no, it's been one of those tournaments where the unforced errors from Katie have been more than the winners that she's been able to hit. It's tends to be a bit of a feature of a game is that when she's on it, she can beat anyone. But if she's even slightly off, it can be a bit of a wild ride, really.
Yeah.
And I would have really liked to have seen another match between Jessica Pegula and Katie Bolter. That match back at the United Cup at the beginning of the year was fantastic.
Yeah. I'm all in on Jessica Pegula this year.
Do you think JPEG's going to be getting past the quarterfinals for the first time ever?
I would love that. I've liked her for a long time. I've been surprised that it's taken this long to kind of get some momentum, but I thought she played really well in Canada, and she did really well at the lead up to this. So I'm just kind of hoping for that momentum to keep going, that she'll stay confident and she could make it to the final. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, I bet she'll be kicking herself that she didn't get put in the Rybakina section of a quarter of the draw.
Rybakina.
The mysterious illness, we still have no idea what it is, but that made her pull out of a second round match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that girl is up to.
I mean, I commentated on a match against Fernandez at the Cincinnati, and she played. I still couldn't believe she managed to blow 2 match points on a serve with 2 double faults, and then end up losing the match.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just wild beyond expectations.
So Svitolina has triple break point right now.
I'm seeing it. This is is the hammer gonna come down here? But are going to be facing a second serve.
Oh, okay, yeah. Another net error for Coco, and now Svitolina can serve for the first set. Oh, and Coco looks not happy.
Oh, there we go. Aye. She will not be happy with that backhand.
No.
Oh.
Usually that's her safe shot. What's going on?
That now means that the Ukrainian is going to be coming out to serve for the first set. Oh, what a forehand down the line. I mean, I think I saw a stat somewhere that said that it's been over 20 or something like over 15 games since Gauff has beaten a top 50 player or something.
Yeah, she was like 0-4 the last few against top 50, which is so sad. And yeah, I mean, I feel like once Coco's confidence is like a little bit shaken, it's kind of over.
I don't think you saw before, or I shall say after this service game.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Svitolina, oh my God, her offensive game is just like so incredible. Oh.
Boomba. And drop shot. And put away.
Just cheeky. I love it.
So I know you're the US Open champion and all that, but I've got a game to win, and you're in my way right now.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, nothing better than a confident Svitolina. She very easily wins that game 40-love to take the first set. I mean, it's exactly what we said. This was going to be Coco's first test.
This is the first test.
And it's not going well right now.
A bit like Harry Potter at the moment. She's come up against the dragons, and right now the dragons are burning her air off.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, actually, because I remember it's going to pop up. Hurkacz's coach ending his relationship with Hubie, Craig Bonington.
Yeah, what happened there?
They've been together for 5 years, and they're now going their separate ways. It's I can see Coco's going off the court for a bathroom break and a kit change. Probably a very smart thing to do at the moment. Just take some time away. But no, it's been an interesting one actually, because Hurkacz this season has had probably as close to his best season that he's ever had, really, in terms of really good results across the year, and being a real consistent in the top 10. But yeah, it's but then the big question is actually, has he taken everything he can do out of Craig? Is there no more that he can learn? Is there no more that he can help and provide to Hurkacz that he isn't doing already?
Isn't Hurkacz still recovering from injury?
He is, and I think that probably was a factor in his loss. Like, I don't think normally he would lose to Jordan Thompson as much as he is an Aussie sensation. I don't think he would normally be losing to Thompson like that.
Yeah. Mm. I'm not really on the Hurkacz train the way others are. I have yet to be impressed.
I was going to sound harsh, but I cannot stand the way he plays tennis. He's a lovely guy, but that game style, I think, is just horrible.
Yeah,
it doesn't do the sport credit when a player with that game style can, and I mean, to like huge serve and just huge forehand, and that's about it.
And
a player like that can do. It's not to me. It's not tennis. That's just not tennis. It's this artificial, robotic, way of trying to win a match.
Yeah, no, I'm of the same opinion. I cannot stand big servers when that's all they have. Like, Isner's, Hurkacz. Even, I mean, Shelton's getting a little better and developing like more of a baseline game as well as like improving just like shot selection and such like that. He's not just a big server, but I know that he relies pretty heavily on his serve, and I get really bored with that style. And I'm just like, I don't want to watch.
Yeah, it's. I remember Isner games were never fun to watch, especially also Pelka matches as well. They're just
Pelka, yeah.
Especially when you watch maybe your favorite player, maybe go 40 love up or get a breakpoint chance, and against any other normal player, that it's going to take a good amount of skill by both players to see who's going to be able to win that point. And then all they do is just fire down an ace, and then it's over, and then that breakpoint's gone. Such a disheartening way for a game to go.
Okay, so Coco took a break off court. She's coming back out now.
We've just got Badosa has taken a second set 6-1, and is currently a break up against Ruza in the third.
She's doing really well this summer. I'm impressed.
She's really played this summer incredibly well. I agree. Like, winning Washington, getting a couple of good runs at the two WTA 1000 events, and now is certainly looking to have a good run here at the US Open. I mean, it's bizarre because when you watch her play, she looks like she's having an existential crisis pretty much every single match. But she's somehow getting to a lot of the wins, and now her rankings in the top 30, and very much looking as though she's going to be in the top 20, certainly by the end of the year, and then maybe even close to the top 10.
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
Oh, we've got the game's back on. Come back. And it certainly looks like, oh, that was just out. But it looks as though Svitolina is basically kick-starting off where she left in the previous set.
Yeah. Wasting no time.
Oh, Sleeper Dave, you're with me about Draper getting to the semis. I like it. I like it.
What did you where did you stand on the controversy with Draper?
I would say, of course, but on the slow-mo replay, it looks like it was an illegal shot like that. But I could fully understand being in that situation, Jack not really knowing what realistically happened. The ball's, because as he says, the ball's coming to him at 95 miles an hour. He's just getting his racket, trying to get his racket down to get the ball, and it's of course the overall, okay, there's a point where maybe Jack have felt as though he could have been out or couldn't be in, but I'm sure he had a huge amount of doubt in that moment. And I think it was really telling in his press conference before the Open, where he actually opened up about his thoughts and feelings and the fact that he had to turn off his Instagram comments for a number of days because he was getting so many people that were calling him a cheat and a liar and all sorts. And it's he now knows, looking back, that it was out, but he's feeling at the times that he did not know if it was in or out when he went to put his racket down, and was really, looking to the umpire, who was the figure of authority in the contest, to actually make that call, and he followed the call that the umpire gave from that point. And I do believe, at least what I know from the guy, I don't know him personally, but from what I've seen from him over the past few years, he is a really good sportsman. And there's been a number of times. I remember a Kostyuk match in Madrid where he gave back the first serve to Kostyuk on a very important point because of a disturbance in the crowd. There's been a couple of other occasions at some of the smaller events where he's shown a good amount of sportsmanship. But if he knows that something's wrong, he generally tries to do what he can to fix it. And that this is just a really unfortunate incident in which it wasn't helped by the fact that nobody was able to see any video replay to give a clear guidance of what actually had happened. So yeah, okay. What did you make of it?
I think it was yet another example of why we need replay in tennis, and that I think the chair umps are given too much power to just their eyesight, which when the ball is moving that fast and the points happen that fast, you can't see every minute detail, and we really need slow motion replay in tennis. And that's just, there's countless examples of why we need it. And this was just a perfect one.
Especially in that incident as well, Jack's body pretty much covered or at least blocked a lot of the sight view of the ball.
Yeah.
Because he was standing in between the chair umpire and the ball when he hit the shot. And as you say, it's good that there's going to be video replay here, but everyone else could look at it on their phone 45 seconds later after the incident took place, but a chair umpire can't.
Yeah. I mean, they're literally they show the replay 5 seconds later on TV, as they're arguing about it, and we can all see it. And yeah, it's insane that they don't utilize that and give that room for human error. It just seems so silly to me. Other sports don't do that.
I do think we also have to be careful about trying to bash umpires. I
don't think it's the fault of. Well, I mean, if there was really that much dispute, then I think the umpire just should have said replay the point.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of just generally, I know you're not, but I've seen people on certainly online and some other tennis players be quite nasty towards umpires, and we need the sport needs them to run a proper an effective system.
Mhm.
And the last thing we want to be doing is to make these roles seem really, unbelievably toxic or an area where you're going to constantly get attacked, because you're not going to be able to wanting to get people to be umpires if they feel as though it's going to be a sport where they're going to get villainized all the time. They're there to do a job. They're using the tools at their disposal. He made I've forgotten his name, but he made a call as to what he thought happened, and he stuck with it, which is what you'd expect from an umpire. As to make sure a clear decision is made, is to make the decision and stick by it. But all we need to do is make sure that we give them the tools to be able to do their job as effectively as possible, but not to actually try and villainize the umpire, because they started having a go at this guy because of another incident to do with Shapovalov. He was the one who just defaulted him, even though Shapovalov decided to swear at fans, and that is an instantaneously defaultable offence. And then also he was the one that had to stop at the point between Fritz and Nakashima because of the that thing going out. But on that one, he did basically just follow the rules. And people were really annoyed about the fact that it took a few points into the rally for it to be noticed.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Svitolina is already in a service game here. Got on Gauff serve.
I think Coco's really trying.
I mean, she's really having to batten down the Atch's head. Oh, geez, that was just in.
Yeah, by really thin margins.
By like the length of her hair, that was just in.
Yeah.
I length of her hair, but like the width of the hair. I'll tell you what, there's going to be no cover left on this ball after they finish with this point. That was just big bashing all the way through.
Okay, good hold for Coco. She's looking a little more confident.
Oof. So we've got close to 250 people watching in, which is fantastic. If you haven't already, please do hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
I think we'd love to hit 10,000 before the end of the year.
We want to get to the capacity of a grandstand at the US Open. And then the big one, of course, is get to the Alcaraz capacity.
I think the Shelton Tiafoe match is supposed to come after this one. So
it is, yeah.
But you never know. This could go to 3 sets.
Is that? Do you think you'll go 3 sets or?
It's hard. It's impossible to say. I don't know. It could maybe go to a tiebreak. Maybe I don't know. Women's tennis is so unpredictable.
Yeah, one moment a player can look in full control, and the next thing you know, they can lose 5 games in a row and then be on the ropes.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess Shelton, it's 2-0 against Francis, so he leads their head-to-head. That does not bode well.
Nope, shoot, what have I clicked? There we go. Oh, that was a lovely forehand by Gauff there. Caressed it down the line. I noticed as well that the the Rolex board that kind of made her catch proof this year.
Sorry, what?
With them, they've made the the Rolex time boards. So I think it was last year or something the year before. They of course were like standalone, like on the court themselves of the board. There was that incident where I think it was Hurkacz ran into them on a point and ended up knocking one completely over. So this year they've kind of built the Rolex boards into the backboard. Stop any players deciding that they're going to turn it into a obstacle course.
I mean,
Also,
they stuff like so much stuff onto the court. I'm surprised we don't have more accidents like that.
It was like what was it? There was a Zverev wasn't happy with one of the camera crew in Cincinnati, the little protector thing balls that they had around the camera, and was asking for it to get moved because he wanted to stand further back. Just like when Medvedev decided to run into one of them in Cincinnati in 21, kick one over. The thing I always think is the most dangerous is that on the other side of the court so you got like the umpire's chair, you got the court, you got the net, and then you got that space where the ball kids usually sort of sit down. There's usually a lot of the tournaments are putting like a board there, an advertising board between that bit and the stand. And I always worry that's going to cause an injury one time when a player's just going to run full pelt into the box.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's some possible news article about Brazil looking as though they're going to be banning X.
Banning X, banning Twitter?
Yeah. Although
interesting.
Considering it over it becoming a hate speech platform.
I mean, they're not totally off there. Another forehand into the net. Coco. Just goes for a second serve. Oh my god. Backhand just clips the net and lands on her side. So now it's deuce. She looked like she was being a little cautious on that point.
This is now getting a little bit more sticky for Coco.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a lovely defensive shot there by Svitolina. Wow, what a block return that was. Really caught Coco out.
Yeah.
Bradley asking, do you watch or care about stubs, mixed stubs and slams? I certainly care about them. I like what I'm watching. It was a great... I'm curious if we're going to see the 4-peat by Ram and Salisbury. They're going to win it the 4th time in a row, which would be absolutely huge.
I sometimes care about doubles. It depends on who's playing.
Are you somebody that can get into a double specialist, or are you somebody that more would watch it if there was a singles person that you quite liked?
I think I tend to watch more when it's the singles players. I don't know. I don't really know a lot about the doubles specialist very much. I watched a lot of the doubles during the Olympics, which was a lot of fun. I find watching doubles is a lot more interesting and a lot more exciting when it's in person versus on television.
Oh, that's a fair enough observation.
So my feed has switched over to the Badosa match.
Has it? Oh wow! Is it because it's going to the final stages? I saw that Ruza broke back.
They just do that whenever they feel like it. Badosa is at its deuce at 4-5 in the 3rd set. Now she has a game point. Okay, 5-all.
5-all is it in that match?
Yep.
I mean, Ruth has always been a player that has felt that she has had potential to have a deep run at points, but just hasn't really had that consistency.
Mm-hmm. She's wearing the same outfit that Svitolina is wearing.
That weird, I say weird because it's that sort of bit like the armpit showing. What do you make of it? Do you think it's practical?
It's not what I would choose to wear.
It certainly looks like futuristic. I will say that, but I don't know how practical that would feel to wear if it wouldn't Just feel as though you got something kind of restraining your shoulders.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that kit this year. I think they could do better. Okay, now I've got a split screen.
Oh, that was a good backhand by Gauff
Yeah.
there. Right onto the line from an outside-in perspective. Good cross-court winner there by Svitolina. And that was an excellent smash as well. Both players playing very well at this stage.
Well, yeah, Gauff has a break point. And Badosa also just broke back and she can serve for the match.
Oh, wow.
Okay, let's see if Gauff can make this. Okay, so she gets a second serve. Oh my God, and she does it. With a forehand winner, she breaks Svitolina.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this now makes it interesting. I'm probably like 10 seconds behind you here, Isabel.
It's okay.
I kind of what I did, I muted you whilst I was watching that point because I didn't want any spoilers.
Fair enough.
So you heard me say nothing when the whole point took place. That's the reason. That's the reason why. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like Gauff here is in a bit of a driving seat on this second set. 2 more games and she's leveled it up.
Let's see if she can consolidate it first.
Because a break's never a break until you consolidate. Trying to make some sort of rhyme out of something that probably is not a rhyme, but I'll go with it.
She's still suffering from some forehand errors.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a very low one. Low ball to try and dig up. Oh, that's a poor backhand down the line there by Svitolina. Certainly would have wanted that sort of shot back.
Okay, and she consolidates. She holds. She'll have a chance to serve for the set. We'll see.
She does indeed.
Oh, and wow.
What's that?
Roos just broke right back in this third set. And now they're going to go for a tie break. 10-point tie break. Oh.
I am going to stick that on. I think this is it. Otherwise, I've got an advert, and I hope this advert's going to go away.
Oh, and she's having some kind of argument with the ref. Hang on.
Okay, gotta get to 10. All right, let's go.
Oh, she was just checking if it's a 10-point. Okay. Good return from Badosa.
Okay, I got it up. I got one love. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
She got the mini break.
I now move to my iPad, which is slightly quicker. Now 2 love to Badosa. Free love. Great start by the Spaniard. I don't know what I'm trying to say. No, yeah, it is Spaniard. That's what it is. She's from. Right, the Romanian needs to get the next. You certainly would say needs to at least get the next couple of points to keep herself, not let herself get to be cut too far adrift. And this tiebreaker, I know it's early stages, but these can be quite crucial.
Yeah.
I can't buy with those. This ain't going well for love to the former world number 2. Backhand into the net there by Ruza.
Okay, and Svitolina holds. Now Coco's serving for the set.
And first point on the board for the Romanian. Good serve out wide, backhand into the tram lines from the Spaniard. One thing she can remember is it's first to 10, so she's got still got a bit of room to play with here. It's not all over. Oh, and a double fault by Badosa. Okay, so that's one of the two mini breaks have been one back. I think I used the term one quite elusively on that one there. More given.
Yeah, now Svitolina's making a few more errors.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
It's amazing how tennis matches can flip all of us, or say all of a sudden, but certainly, over a short number of points.
Yeah.
Those go that wide, just slightly long, so second serve. Out wide again, forehand by Ruza, backhand by Badosa, backhand by Ruza, forehand by Badosa, down the line by Ruza. Backhand, what a backhand down the line by the Romanian. Really put Badosa on the back foot for the majority of that point and gets the reward with a brilliant backhand winner. This tie break is alive.
Okay, and Coco has triple set point.
Down the tee from Ruza. Backhand by Ruza. Oh, but the mistakes now coming from the Romanian's racket. She was in full control of that point and hit a forehand backhand just recklessly long of the baseline. Giving Badosa one of the mini breaks back. She does not want to be giving the Spaniard any more room than she is at the moment. Okay, goes across court, but goes into the net, so we're at a second serve.
Coco solidly takes the second set.
Okay, going the distance on Ash. Oh, was that on? I don't think that was it? It's close call. It was out. It was out. Both break point chance, both mini breaks have gone back to the Spaniard. She now leads 6-3. Now she would wish it would be a 7-point tiebreaker, but it's not. It's to 10. She's still got to find 4 more points, and Ruza needs to find 7. Goes at the line, forehand by Ruza, forehand by Badosa into the net. Oh, she's got one of the points. Nobody in this tiebreaker wants to hold their serve. Cross court. Oh, that was just a let call there. So it's first serve return. At the line, backhand by Ruza, backhand by Badosa, backhand by Ruza, forehand by Badosa has been really pushed back. Good forehand. Ruza's in charge at the moment at the point. Badosa's doing all she can to keep in it. Forehand to forehand. She's smashing it down as Ruza. Oh, but goes long. Recklessness wins out, and she ends up giving a very rare serve hold for the Spaniard. Okay, Ruza here just wants to limit the gap. Some good serves, some good backhands from both players at the moment. Oh, on the line, risking it all from Ruza. Going cross court, up the line by Badosa. Just keeps getting it in. A defensive work from the Spaniard. Oh, but the backhand goes wide. Ruza now at least keeps the gap to 2. Potentially could get it back to 1 on a serve. This still fit. I mean, I don't think she's realised she's got to change ends. That she now finally realises. It's like those moments when players don't know if is it 3-all or 4-all. They're so in the zone that they have no idea actually what the scores are.
Yeah.
There's that famous Federer point where his match point he didn't even realise it was his match point. Kind of went back to try and get some more balls after he won the contest and how hollow. It's still quite a funny little clip.
I remember one with Danielle Collins, and she was playing a third set tiebreak, and she didn't realize it was 10 points, and she got to 7, and she just went like, yeah, and then she started to walk off court. And she was like, oh, I have to play 3 more points.
Cross court from beautiful serve from Ruza, really in control in the court. Goes cross court, forehand by Badosa, backhand by Ruza though. Badosa's defensive work is just excellent. But that backhand was long from Badosa, so 7-6 to Badosa at the moment. Oh, this could still go either way. This game is anyone's. It looks like it's the impenetrable shield versus the spear that could spear anything.
And Svitolina just handed a double break.
Badosa just decides, do you know what? I'm going to hit a 4. I'm going to hit a serve straight down the tee. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Onto 8-6.
And Coco has a break point in the first game of the third set.
Wow. Got to go cross court from Badosa into the net. Pressure point here. What's going to happen? Goes cross court again. Forehand by Ruza. Backhand by Badosa. Backhand by Ruza. Really good working around the court. Cross court by Badosa. Where's Ruza going to put it? Goes cross court. Comes to the net. Goes on the other side and gets the point. And we're back on serve. Oh, Ruza is still, it's 8-7 to Badosa. Ruza has the next 2 service points. These are going to be 2 very big points. You realistically cannot lose any of them if she wishes to win the contest at this. Literally in the last, a few points here or there will decide this.
Oh, and Coco gets the break in the opening game.
Really is.
And Svitolina looks a little upset with herself.
Okay, Ruza goes down the line. Goes cross court.
Oh, well, that was out, wasn't it? Oh, and now she's got a match point.
It's those sort of mistakes. Did she really need to go that close to the line? Not really. Badosa with 2 match points. Of the tee, backhand by Badosa, forehand by Ruza, backhand by Badosa, forehand by Ruza. Good backhand by Ruza. At least goes and asks the question of the Spaniard. Can you do it? Can you deliver the ball you need to win this match? Okay, Badosa down the tee, forehand by Ruza, and it's long.
But it's long,
and the Spaniard has done it. She has got herself to the second week of the US Open, overcoming Gabriela Ruza from Romania. It was quite a strong performance in the first. Well, certainly quite a strong performance from the Romanian in the first set, winning 6-4. But then Badosa came back in the second strongly with a 6-1 second set, but then going all the way, breaks all the way in the third until we get to the match tiebreaker, and literally 10-8 in that breaker Paola Badosa, the 26th seed, is through to the 4th round. Wow. Joins Qinwen Zheng in the 4th round as the other player that has already finished their match today. And that is a huge victory. Huge victory. I think my understanding is that Badosa has only ever got to the quarterfinals of a Grand Slam once. So to get to the 4th round is a big achievement for her, especially coming back after injury and all the issues that she has had.
Okay.
Prizes.
Seems like Coco's finding a good rhythm, finding a little more confidence. And Svitolina's slipping slightly.
Slipping and sliding.
Just a little. Made a backhand. Backhand went long in that last point.
And Wang has taken the first set against Azarenka, 6-4.
Doesn't surprise me. And Svitolina's not happy with the shot she just made.
Mm.
Yep, and another return long from Svitolina. So it's 2-love.
I mean, it's key to say it's always early stages in the 3rd set, but it's looking good for Coco at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, she's clearly getting her confidence back, and Svitolina is losing hers. And her normally like excellent defense is just not carrying her right now in these games. Oh, that's good. Oh yeah, that was good. Okay. Good play by Svitolina.
Yeah, the last thing Svitolina will want to do is to allow Coco to run away with it here.
Yeah.
Oh, double fault from Svitolina. Now going to be 30-15.
She's not happy with herself. Just smacks that ball in anger.
Backhand to backhand. Wow, it's so low over the net. And 2 more breakpoint chances for Coco.
Comes up to the net.
Just a, that's a bit of luck. Bit of luck there for the Ukrainian. She really did dig it out of her feet incredibly well. Back to Hughes. Ball goes out there from Coco. This could prove to be a very decisive game. And into the net there by Coco. So there's still only 1 break in the Coco match. Not looking too bad though for the American. Yeah, good shot of the ground bit there. I'm going to probably now leave you, Isabel.
Oh, okay.
As I am now wiped in terms of my voice. Hopefully it'll come back at some point soon. But it's been good conversation with you for the past couple of hours.
Yeah, of course.
And as you can see, Nick and Jerome, Nick and Jeffro should be joining soon at some point.
All right.
Whatever.
Well, hope you enjoy the rest of your night.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Talking into the void now. Okay, so it is 2-1 in this third set against Coco Gauff and Svitolina, and a good backhand cross court from Coco in this 4th game. Svitolina is still looking really unhappy with her choices. Okay, Coco gets a first serve in, and Svitolina just hits a backhand wide. It's just not going well for her right now. Big shift since that first set. And over on the grandstand, Wang is already up a break in that second set against Azarenka. Okay, Coco's got 40 love right now. This is her first serve. Goes for a second, and Svitolina jumps the return in the net. It's 3-1. I feel like this is kind of running away from her a little bit. Not what I expected, honestly, from Coco. I didn't really have a lot of faith that she would dig her way out of this, but she really has. I'm quite impressed. We've got another match coming up on Louis Armstrong, Emma Navarro, and the Ukrainian Kostyuk is playing. I think Emma Navarro also has a good chance for a good run at this tournament. Okay, Svitolina misses her first serve. And I guess I didn't notice that. I guess she missed the second. That looked in to me, but I guess it was out. So she double faults. Now it's love 30. Serves again, gets it in. Big backhand cross court, and Coco can't get there for it. Looks a little exasperated by that. Oh, she challenged it and it was in. Okay. Yeah, there are not a lot of long rallies in this match. Everything is like 4 shots, pretty short points. I don't think this is the most interesting match. I've seen the level is like good for about a minute, and then it's not from both players. It's really up and down. I'm not super entertained by this match. I wish the rallies were a little bit longer, a little bit more exciting. Okay, and we're at 40 all in this game. Oh, and Svitolina just puts another ball in the net, and she just crouches down in anguish. Hands Coco another break point opportunity. All right, we're mid-rally. Okay. Trading backhands, cross court. Coco goes up the line, and Svitolina dunks a forehand into the net, and Coco breaks again, and now it's a 4-1 in the third set. not what I expected. I didn't expect such a lead from Coco. Very impressed with her level. Just waiting for my feed to return from its commercial break. All right, and we're back. Okay, so Coco's only 2 games away now. I'm taking this taking the match. Okay, she gets her first serve in. Good forehand from Svitolina and another good backhand. Coco can't get her racket fully on it. She moons it over to the back of the court. So, love 15. Okay, gets her first serve in. Going forehand to backhand. Oh, bad luck. Svitolina hits a backhand that just catches the edge of the net and knocks it out. Unfortunate. Another first serve in for Coco, and the return lands long. Her first serve has been much better this set. Okay, and again, another short point. Forehand winner down the line from Coco. Another first serve in. Oh, but Coco knocks that return into the net. Okay. Hey, John.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Just a second. I need to switch to my phone. Hang on.
Okay, Coco holds, so it's 5-1. Oh my goodness. I don't know if she'll break Svitolina here to take the match or if Svitolina can hold.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I can hear you too. Isabel, did I understand correctly that you went to the US Open this week?
No, I'm not. I didn't go this week. I went last year.
Okay.
I'm just
Okay.
nearby.
Okay. Yeah. What have you been doing in New York then?
Oh, I've been working upstate all summer.
Okay.
And I'm just visiting in the city for a few days.
Okay. Right. No worries. I see Coco has turned things around against Svitolina. I think my internet is hit and miss at the moment. I see Coco has turned things around against Svitolina after being in trouble. Of course, having lost the first set.
Yeah, I'm really impressed because I really didn't know how she was going to answer to this. I think we were just saying earlier this was going to be Coco's first real test of the tournament of can she get past her own, forehand problems and actually win. And I mean, she's done really well. It's been very impressive.
Yeah, right. I see as well. Badosa, wow, what an epic match that turned out to be.
Yeah, that tiebreaker was really exciting.
Okay, did you tune in for the tiebreaker? Because I've been doing a few different things. Okay.
Yeah, my feed switched over to that.
What is your feed in the US for the US Open?
I've got ESPN, and I'm just a victim to whatever they want to have on.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. What about Tiafoe Shelton? I guess the US should be excited and alive for this clash. They played each other a year ago, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll be interesting. I don't know how excited the American public are.
Well, yeah,
it's just another match.
Yeah. Which matches did you see a year ago?
Last year, I saw Ben Shelton. Yeah, I saw one of Ben Shelton's matches. I do not remember who he was playing.
Okay.
I saw Gauff Ostapenko. I saw Fritz Djokovic and Alcaraz Zverev. And I saw Wozniacki and Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From memory, those matches, I mean, Gauff was a bit of an easy win for her over Ostapenko in the end.
They were all straight set matches. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they were because Carlos was straight sets as well, wasn't it? Against Zverev. And Djokovic Fritz, yeah. I think Fritz has made some
that
improvements.
Match was so boring. I left in the middle of that match. I was like, I'm so bored. I can't watch this. And I left.
You mean Djokovic Fritz or
yeah, Djokovic Fritz. Yeah, I left and I went and watched women's doubles because it was much more exciting.
At that point, I was getting quite down on Fritz, but I have to say, I think he's had a quietly good year, and I think he's got a little bit better. Whether he's better as in good enough to win the US Open, I'm not saying that, but I think he's made some improvements. He played Djokovic in Australia, and it was a lot more entertaining than the match you watched a year ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know everyone's putting a lot of pressure on him to be the savior of men's American tennis, but I don't think he really has a chance this year or any year. Hey, Nick.
Hello. How are you?
I'm all right. Give me a sec. I'm just still getting my stream up and running.
Yeah, don't worry. It's no hurry. I'm just in the press room. I don't want to disrupt the other people too much, but James had to shoot off, so I thought I'd fill in for a few minutes.
Yeah. I knew he had to leave at 7, so we're all good. There we go.
I'll speak to you soon.
Hello. So, I've managed to catch bits and pieces of this match whilst running around trying to sort my life out.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me this is the kind of match that in the last couple of months, Coco Gauff hasn't been winning, but it's the kind of match that she was winning 12 months ago.
Yeah. We were saying earlier that this is the first test for her, I think, at this tournament, and I think she's responded really well. Especially not played a very good first set at all, but she's really whatever pep talk she gave herself during the break she took has really worked. So if she can continue this level for the rest of the tournament, I'll be really impressed.
Well, yeah, it's certainly the best we've seen her play for a while, that's for sure. She seems to be already up in this service game serve it out with a double break. I mean, it's not like Svitolina's been kind of average. You know, we did expect her to be a test for Gauff, but
yeah,
maybe feeling it a bit today.
Yeah, she slipped a lot during the second set and just hasn't. I don't know. She just lost something. She seems really angry with herself after a lot of points, a lot of errors that she's making. And there's another one. She's just like looks so defeated.
Yeah, that's not a great show. She's definitely very frustrated with herself and how she's playing, and she feels like I can see why, because I think those were balls that she was making not that long ago.
Yeah.
How much were you keeping track of?
Ooh, she's got a triple match point.
Triple match point. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see Coco Gauff close it out before I start asking you about other tennis.
Yeah. I have to step away really quick after this ends and move my car, but then I'll be back.
Okay, that's fine. I'll keep everyone entertained and I'll ask you about other tennis when you get back from moving your car, presumably away from some irate neighbor.
Literally, yeah.
He's literally like standing by the window, tapping your watch. Coco Gauff.
No, I just know that I have a limited amount of time to move it before someone will arrive and want that spot. So I just have to get out of the way. Okay, so now it's just a double match point.
Yeah, Coco double faulted. I have to say, yeah, Coco's not particularly bothered about the fact you have to move your car. She's perfectly content to stand out a little bit longer.
She'll take her time.
Although she probably doesn't want to be double faulting, it has to be said. So she got a second serve at 40-15. That's another double fault. Ouch.
Oh, go. Come on. 2 double faults on match point. That's not the Coco that we were used to now.
Not the Coco of sort of the last sort of hour or so.
Yeah, that's old Coco.
Who knows which is who does which? Oh, it's the first.
Also, her first serve a few games ago was super consistent.
Now she's got a second serve in.
Finally.
We've got a backhand rally going. That should help her out a lot. The backhand's been working well today, but that backhand for Svitolina is too good. Deuce.
Oh, my. Okay.
So, yeah, a little bit tentative from Gauff there.
Maybe so.
Although I do think there was a little bit more confidence for Svitolina in redirecting that shot. Can't find a first serve at the minute, Coco. Cannot at all. Now I've got a second serve in play. Find out the line. Backhand Svitolina right the Coco. Forehand. Still loops into play. Now I've got the Coco backhand in play. Just about clears the net. Oh, forehand falls into the court. Drop shot, Coco. Not a great one. Svitolina should run it down. Coco's going to lob. Out. Break point to Svitolina.
Jesus. After having triple match point. My goodness.
At what point do you have to go, Isabel? I've got to move my car no matter what Coco's doing.
I'm cutting it a little close. But I want to see if she can close it out right now. Okay, she gets first serve.
And the backhand right. Backhand winner, Coco.
Okay, all right. 2 points.
Resets. Okay, that's the most positive point Coco Gauff has played since 40 Love. Nope, that's it.
No.
I've had a first into the juice court, it seems. Oh, great return for Svitolina. Coco just about clears that backhand. She tees up another one up the line, up the middle. Svitolina moves her around with the forehand. Coco's got a net cord. Oh no, it bounces to her side. Break points.
Oh again. God. Oh my God.
Oh, You can see the score updates on the screen, by the way, for Azarenka versus Wong, which is fantastic. I did wonder if there was an upset when Wong went 6-4, 1-love with a breakup, and then Azarenka's gone, no.
And she's pretty much zoomed to the top there.
Oh, first serve off the net and well out of court. Second serve just cleared the net. Very short. Coco now under a lot of pressure. Svitolina's on the attack with the forehand. And then she's going to tee off and then find up the line. Coco scrambling it back short. Svitolina should put it away. She does. Break for Svitolina.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my.
Brazy might know something you don't.
I just...
Okay.
Do I wait one more game?
It's 2 minutes going to be enough on the change of ends to go get it if Svitolina holds.
Maybe. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Isabel Living Dangerously.
It's just complicated because I had to move it for street cleaning, but there were no spots, so I parked it in front of our garage. But the neighbor might need to get out of the garage within the next 10 minutes. To not just
Svitolina slaps a forehand into the net. Love 15.
Let's make this a 30-second game.
Yeah, breaking. Have you seen someone break in 30 seconds? I think that would require several return winners. I'm not entirely sure the server would. The server would definitely be slowing down the pace at that point.
Someone's asking me if I am from New York. By the way, I'm being mean to Fritz. At least I think they're talking about me.
What did you say about Taylor Fritz? Double faults between them, by the way. What happened when I was gone?
I think I said something to the effect of everyone expects him to be the savior of Americans men's tennis, and I just don't see it.
I mean, American tennis has not had a convincing savior since Andy Roddick.
Yeah.
Svitolina's gone long, love 40.
Okay, all right.
3 more match points for Coco.
Oh my God.
And she can't double fault on any of these. Instagram viewers are now in suspense. Forehand into the net for Svitolina. Gauff gets the match and she jumps for joy. Wow. She is through to the 4th round after a little bit of a scare versus Svitolina. She comes after me saying so nice things about her kind of coming through this kind of match. But yeah, that was for once. Coco doesn't fall at the first test, and she's looking better than best she has seen since the French Open.
Very exciting stuff. Okay, I have to go move my car, but I'll be back momentarily.
Right. All right. So we will avoid. Hopefully we will avoid Isabel's car being towed. Right. I am going to go and switch over to Armstrong whilst we are waiting for the Shelton Tiafoe match to get underway. That is not that one. That is the match. That is the match I want. So I now can answer Brazy's question from about 7 minutes ago. Thoughts on Botic? Didn't watch it. Haven't seen any of it. Other than complete shock that Carlos Alcaraz lost. Because no offense to Botic, he wasn't playing tennis that I thought could beat Carlos Alcaraz. But clearly Carlos Alcaraz wasn't playing the kind of tennis he usually plays to win. So, and also Botic seems to clearly love it in New York. Suits his game. I did like, he closed out the match really well. I'll give him that. Like, he kept cool as a cucumber to get it done in straights. And of course, legendarily, the only person to take a set off Daniel Medvedev when the Russian went to win the US Open in 2021. So, yeah, I guess maybe in retrospect, not the biggest surprise, but I still thought Carlos would come through that match. And, well, I didn't see it, but Botic must have played well to get it done in straights the way he did. Oh, by the way, I've switched matches. It's Navarro Kostyuk I'm now on. And Kostyuk is frustrated she's missed a forehand. So Navarro's held a tight game for 3-2. And this is a match that I was going back and forth on when I was picking my bracket because I thought these two would run into each other. These two have definitely been building up a bit of a rivalry, very evenly matched. And I think, let's see, I think actually this is going to determine like whose bracket is more accurate, mine or Mario's, because I've gone with Kostyuk making the semi-finals and he's gone with Emma Navarro making the semi-finals. Having said that, the way Coco Gauff just played against Svitolina, probably we both had too little faith in her. Apparently, Isabel said Fritz has a low ceiling. I mean, it kind of does. I mean, I don't know. Low compared to what? Low compared to the top 5? Yes. Probably about average for where he's ranked with top 10, top 20. Like, I think that's where he deserves to be. He definitely has a higher ceiling than anyone who's not made top 50. So it depends on, like, what you're comparing to. If you're comparing to the top 5, then yes. If you're comparing to pretty much anyone else, no. It doesn't necessarily mean you can't beat the top 5 every now and again, but it would be, I think those times would be rarer than. I don't think he'd have any close rivalries. No. By the way, I mean Isabel can answer this herself, but I believe. Very good, Shauna. By the way, I love that. Yeah, he needs some big ceilings in his house. Isabel's not from New York. She lives in. She's staying in New York at the minute, but she's actually believes she's actually from the West Coast. But she can confirm when she gets back. Well, West Coast with a little bit of Canadian in there. Great rally going on, by the way, with Navarro defending well at the net. She kind of gets up behind the head, overhead, and Navarro, and then puts the volley into that. She was kind of defending from Kostyuk at that point, and it kind of broke down at 15-all. Good rally between those two. This is this is definitely a tasty match. Looks like Wang Yifeng avoided going 5-1 down in that second set. Azarenka trying to turn that match around. But yeah, so guys, we're here for. We'll probably keep an eye on everything going on. Although I am probably more interested in what's going on between Navarro and Kostyuk right now. I'm also going to be interested in what happens with Donna Vekic and Peyton Stearns in their match. I'm thoroughly looking forward to that one. And they've already got started in court 17, but I'm going to stick with this one for now. But yeah, Vekic and Stearns have got started. Very much torn between these two women's matches. It may well come down to which one is the more epic, but I'm going to go with this for now because it's. I don't know. We have a bit of a feel for it being a close one for now. Oh, shanked forehand from Kostyuk, 30-all. Matthew, yeah, I mean, Svitolina in that last game. Yeah, a little bit of a shame. A little bit of a shame for her. Because she worked so she kind of seemed to get some confidence back, but maybe she just ran out of steam. 40-30, Kostyuk trying to hold serve here, at least on my screen. Oof, good return from Navarro into a bit of a rally here. Kostyuk moonballs with the backhand and then gets a short ball off Navarro, which he slices. Navarro drags the forehand wide. Unforced error from Navarro gives the game to Kostyuk 3-all. Maybe a little bit off the hook there, Ukrainian. This could be a messy one. This could definitely be a messy one. Yeah, so we've got in the chat, we've got Brazy, Hector, Schwarner, Matthew. Mind if everyone's kind of waiting for Tiafoe and Fritz to get underway. Looks like Stearns has held the opening game, and Wong is going to be 7 to 10 seconds against Azarenka. Another rally, longer rally between these two. Kostyuk slicing off a short ball from Navarro. Now she hits with some depth. Forehand again, pushing Navarro back with some depth. A lot of height on these balls from Kostyuk, has to be said. Now she's slicing it. It's a drop shot. Navarro just about gets to it, but she can't get it over the net. So it's first point Kostyuk in this Navarro service game. Looking at what's going on around, like coming up. So obviously, yeah, we've got Shelton Tiafoe due to come up. I think that's going to be the first, obviously, men's match to get underway today. Kostyuk Fritz is going to be waiting for this match to finish. Rublev Vekic is going to be waiting for the Azarenka match to finish. And Higsport Dimitrov is going to be waiting for the Vekic Stearns match to finish. So it's all about the women's singles, at least for now. At least for everyone it is. For me, it's always about the women's singles. Mukova, well, she played last night, so Hector, so she won't be playing till tomorrow. I don't know if the schedule's been released. But that's who's she playing? She's playing Putintseva, I think. Could be wrong. Double check it. I am seeing the score, by the way. It's 15-40 for Kostyuk. She's playing Potapova. Wrong player. Don't know when, and we don't know where yet. So, yeah. So Mukova's playing tomorrow. We've got break points coming up now for Marta Kostyuk after fending off Navarro in that last game. Maybe being given some gifts. Navarro has now got to defend some break points. Short first serve from Navarro, but gets the job done. First break point saved 30-40. Wong has held for 3-5, so Azarenka is going to have to serve the set out. Matthew, I think Gauff needs some revenge. Is going to need to get some revenge on Marta because I think Marta beat her in Stuttgart. Sure, she beat her in Stuttgart, but maybe the Navarro loss hurts more at Wimbledon. Or maybe you think that'll be a better matchup because obviously they did have a bit of a messy one in Australia. And actually, yeah, Kostyuk Gauff does tend to be messy. Lots of slicing, dicing from Kostyuk, looping on the forehand. Now, Navarro miscues the forehand. It's too loopy. It drags wide. Kostyuk gets the break 4-3. Obviously, there is a part of me that would be very, very smug if Marta Kostyuk gets the semi-finals. Given I called it, and that was a bit of a bold prediction on my part. Sean is saying Zheng Qinwen looking very strong. Yeah, she didn't have any problems with Hule Niemeyer on the scoreboard. That's for sure. Easy straight sets win. And she'll play the winner of either Donna Vekic or Peyton Stearns. Going with serve very early in that match at the minute. Yeah. I think there's a definite Olympic boost for Zheng. She's playing a lot more confidently. Once she got into a stride against Anna Samova, there was nothing Anna Samova could do about it in that first round match that they had. Well, not a lot anyway. And I think a Sabalenka rematch would be interesting because obviously Zheng could struggle to compete with Sabalenka, but was keeping up in the Australian Open final. Similar sort of thing in the US Open quarterfinal last year. So if we get a repeat again, I'm interested to see what happens if Zheng decides that she feels like she can stop Sabalenka and is hitting a lot more confidently. Not necessarily calling an upset, but maybe she can trouble Sabalenka more than she has in recent years. Oh, we've got people back.
Hello.
You're sipping tea, not spilling tea. Is your neighbour all right?
Everything's fine.
Good.
I moved it across the street. I made a cup of tea. Everything's swell.
Everything is indeed swell when you have tennis and tea, and sort of peace and quiet.
I want to address something in the comments real quick. Someone who thinks that I hate Fritz because he's a West Coaster. This person, I'm from the West Coast.
I did say this when you were off. I think Isabel is from. I said Isabel is from the West Coast.
Yes,
so...
I am from California, as is Taylor Fritz. He also went to the college that I work at. So I do not dislike him because he's from the West Coast. I don't dislike him, period. I just don't think he can win the US Open. That's all.
Yeah. Like, I like Diane Parry. She's one of my favorite players on tour. I am not predicting her to win a Grand Slam.
Sure. So what were you discussing? You're discussing the women's side?
Yeah, well, so we say, like, Shauna pointed out that Zheng was looking very strong. Obviously, she didn't have any trouble against Hule Niemeyer today. Didn't watch the match. Very straightforward score. And I was just talking about the possibility of, like, since she's playing a bit more confidently, could she be a bit more of a headache for Sabalenka? Not saying beat her, but more of a headache than the last two times they played, which would be the Australian Open final and the US Open quarterfinal last year. And then we kind of moved into, I was going to move into, like, I don't know whether you guys were keeping up with the absolute madness that was the Badosa-Rusa match.
Yeah, we did watch the tie break, which was wild. So I'm impressed that Badosa has made something of a comeback. I don't know how far I see her going in this tournament, but like, it's obviously impressive.
I think she's getting another match. She can get another match, I think, because she's playing the winner of Azarenka Wong. Which I think either of them is. I mean, Azarenka's tough but winnable.
I don't know enough about Wang to know how she would fare up against Badosa. I don't think I've really seen her play that much.
Saw her play. I think I saw her get a messy win over Raducanu in Australia. It was a match I felt like Emma should have won if she got herself together, or could have won if she got herself together, I should say. We've got breakback point for Emma Navarro here, by the way. I'm watching the Louis Armstrong match. First serve long from Kostyuk. Yeah, this was a tough call for me between Navarro, Kostyuk, and the Vekic Stearns match.
Really?
Yeah. Both of those, I was like, oh, that's going to be, both of those could be quite good. Rally here. And yeah, it's very consistent hitting from both. Kostyuk goes for a slice. She's using a lot of slice at the minute to try and disrupt Navarro. It kind of works some of the time. That backhand didn't work, though. Navarro breaks back 4-4. But yeah, I think a firing Badosa shouldn't have a problem with Wong. The question is that then what happens in the quarterfinal? Assuming Azarenka could go either way. They obviously had that marathon Indian Wells. I would still back Badosa just, but if Badosa makes the quarters, then she's probably got Gauff, Kostyuk, or Navarro. That's the interesting challenge, I think, for Badosa.
I'm just looking over the rest of the matches for today.
Yeah, because the women's matches, once they're all done, we're very much into men's match central.
Yeah. Well, we've also got Keys and Mertens later tonight, which I think will be good.
Yeah, Mertens should be able to Mertens the ability to defeat Keys, but on the other hand, Keys also is more likely to overwhelm Mertens. It's going to depend on how fit Keys is. She's not been quite herself since she retired from Wimbledon.
Yeah, that was such a shame.
Yeah, that could have been a final at least on the table there.
You know what match I'm looking forward to today that I don't think anyone's talking about is Nakashima and Musetti.
Yeah, more people should be talking about that one.
Yeah, I feel like not enough people are talking about Nakashima at all. Like he took out Runa in the first round. Like, why are we not predicting him to make it all the way to the quarters?
How big a deal is knocking out Runa in 2024 compared to 2023?
I'm just saying, like, it's not like, you know, it was some top 20 ranked player knocking out Rune. I don't even know where Nakashima is ranked right now.
Top 100, I think.
Yeah.
Solidly, maybe top 50 now or nearly.
But like, it was not the easiest first round draw for him, but he's just sailing, honestly. I mean, tonight, I think will be a bit of a test, but I think I would give him the edge over Musetti right now.
Musetti, who obviously came through that 5-setter.
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah. So it depends on whether he's shattered or pumped. Or whether will that even make a difference against Nakashima?
I'm not sure.
But yeah, I definitely say that one is worth checking out. So yeah, you're right. I don't know why no one's making more of a fuss about it.
Yeah, and they've given him the what court are they? Oh, they're only on court 17 in the later half of the day. But
yeah, are they after Dimitrov Higspol?
Yes.
Yeah. So that will be that will be after I'm asleep thing. Yeah, there's only so long I can stay up, unfortunately.
Yeah, fair enough. I feel that way during Australia.
Yeah, you have to give yourself a cutoff point, right?
I mean, it all depends on work for me. You know, since I'm freelance, I never really know what my schedule is going to be. This past year, I was working full time, and it was like I had to get up at 6 every day. So I would get home from work in the evenings, and like that's when the day session would start. So I could watch like at least 3 to 4 hours of the day session, but then I would have to go to bed for the night session, and I would miss everything. And I missed most of the final just because I think I like set my alarm and I woke up and like turned it on and then just like fell asleep periodically throughout the match. So I didn't really see it, but that's always how it is with Australia. With me, I rarely get to see the final in its entirety.
I have the same problem with the US, with the exception of the final, because the US final is actually pretty nicely scheduled for me. Because at 4 o'clock Eastern time is 9 o'clock my time at night. So that can be a sort of last thing before sleep thing. Azarenka's got the second set, so we're going to a decider on grandstand, and Peyton Stearns is 3-1 up with a break against Vekic. So yeah, you're looking ahead to the schedule. Obviously, doesn't look like Tiafoe and Shelton are out on court yet.
No, not yet. And I'm not like overwhelmed with excitement for this match. Like, I'm sure it'll be good for a set, but I don't know how long that level can be sustained, and especially since their record right now heavily favors Shelton. I'm not sure it's going to be the all-out American like punch that they think it's going to be.
Well,
that's my hot take.
I can see. I mean, last year's quarterfinal wasn't bad. It was 4 sets. It wasn't like a classic, but there was some decent tennis played in there.
Mm-hmm.
Did they play before that as well? Have they played another match?
They have, yeah, because the record is 2-0.
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
Shelton should have the edge there then.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. But I don't know. I feel like if Tiafoe is feeling good after Cincinnati, maybe he's going to feel like taking it to Shelton and waking up for this one. And if he wakes up for it, then hey, I think it's going to be more of a who uses the crowd best fight, probably.
Oh, I mean, that's a total toss-up though, because like they love Shelton, but they love Francis.
Yeah.
And they're both really good at pulling that to their side. So like that, I don't know who the crowd is. I don't think the crowd will pick a favorite personally.
I think, to be honest, most of the excitement is going to be for the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Than for the match. But the match does have potential.
I'll wait and see. I don't know how much of it I'll catch, but we'll see.
So you've got to go in a couple of hours.
I don't have anywhere specific to be, but it's my last night in New York. So I do need to spend some time with my friends and my host.
Yeah, good plan. Okay, back to the West Coast then.
Kind of. I'm driving back to the West Coast, but I'm doing a little East Coast friend visit trip. Kind of swinging up towards Canada, staying with family, and then kind of heading west. I think it'll take me about 2 weeks to get back to California.
Especially if you're driving, yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know if I'll be able to watch the finals because I think I'm going to be on the road for them. So I'll have to catch the radio commentary.
Oh. Yeah, but the radio commentary would be good. Sorry, I didn't do it, but like that was an insane pass from Emma Navarro to set up set point.
I got to pull this match on.
Yeah, Kostyuk hits the forehand from net. Navarro scoops it up with the double-hander past Kostyuk. And from being a breakdown, 4-3, Navarro's got set point for a 6-4 set. Short return from Navarro, slice from Kostyuk, forehand cross-court from Navarro. We've got Kostyuk into the net with the forehand, and Navarro gets the first set, 6-4. Hard-fought win, though, 37-minute set. Let's see what happens. As Matthew updates us on Stearns, apparently she's just hit 2 double faults and 2 unforced errors to give back her break advantage. So it's back on serve with Vekic. Thanks for the update there, Matthew. Dave thinks the crowd will be more for Shelton on Ash.
What's your evidence of that? They love Francis. When he had his semifinal run a couple years ago, oh my God, they were in love with him. Michelle Obama was there. Like,
is it fair to say that Francis is the most popular American male player right now? Or
we were kind of talking about this earlier. I don't know that there is a most popular American men's player, and like. Obviously, I can't speak for my entire country, and I'm also biased because I know tennis.
Also, you're not fully American either.
Sure. I know that Ben Shelton is very popular amongst like young people. He's very big online, so you could make the argument that he is. I don't know that Taylor Fritz is really, I mean, obviously he's like the #1 ranked American, but I don't know that people who maybe aren't tennis fans know who he is.
I think his girlfriend's more popular than he is.
Yeah, I think so. And I would probably make the same case for like Francis and Tommy Paul, but they might be a little more famous now that Tommy Paul and Taylor Fritz have an Olympic medal, but like I'm really not too sure who the most popular American male is.
Do you have a take, Jethro?
Sorry, hello. Nice to see you guys. No, wait, what was the question? I missed that.
Who's the most popular American men's player?
He says to a Brit we were asking a Brit who probably has no idea.
Yeah, like I don't. Maybe I would say Shelton or Tiafoe.
Yeah.
I feel like even though Fritz is better than both of them, he's not quite got the star power they have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't have that it factor.
Isabel's, by the way, just been slandered by being called a New Yorker by someone in the chat. I think Hector, who believes that she has it against Taylor Fritz because, well, in your words, doesn't have a high ceiling.
Yeah, I said he doesn't have a high ceiling, and they said, "Well, are you from New York? Because like New Yorkers hate people from the West Coast." It's like, well, I'm from the West Coast. That's not why I dislike Taylor. I don't even dislike him. I have yet to be impressed.
That's fair.
Dave's
I like Fritz. I think he's good. But
Who's the most popular British men's player aside from Andy Murray?
Yeah, I was going to say Andy Murray. Well, does Andy Murray even count as an answer anymore now he's retired?
I didn't want to insult anyone, so I'm just saying besides him.
Scott's not here. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Most popular Brit. I feel like right now it's got to be Evans after like the Olympics and his opening round match. Like right now, it's probably him. It
Right
probably
now,
will be
they're talking about
Draper.
it.
But, like Draper eventually will be.
Yeah, I think Dan still has some name recognition. I think Jack's still building up some.
Yeah. Yeah, and I feel like Nori doesn't get that much.
Which is weird for the guy who made Wimbledon semis.
Yeah. Well, he's half Kiwi, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's also not really won anything for a long time, so
yeah.
I feel like that tends to have an effect as well. Like Evans will be, not talked about that much when he's had gone on his losing streaks. I think it's just form related.
Obviously, we've got some important questions for Hector. For the one in the person who is in New York, are you having pizza?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh
Hector,
no, I've not. I've not had any pizza in New York so far. Maybe tonight. We could maybe do that tonight. Let's see.
I've only had American pizza once, and that wasn't in America.
Okay.
Where was it?
Liverpool.
Well, then it wasn't American pizza, was it, Nick?
American style.
What was this place?
I can't remember the name of it.
I mean, not to get totally off topic, but like the American pizza like style is so misleading because like every city has a different style of making pizza here.
You know what? I did actually remember having this conversation with my friend. I think we did have to look up which city it was based on. I think it was more New York than anywhere else. Yeah. Do you remember this conversation? By the way, it does look like Shelton Tiafoe has started. I'm probably going to stick with Navarro Kostyuk because this looks like it's going to be fairly entertaining. And Shelton Tiafoe is probably going to go on for a while. Unless you guys tell me it's an absolute barnstormer from point one, and then I'm switching over.
Yeah. Have you guys made any predictions on this yet?
As to who might win?
Yeah.
I'm probably going to give the edge to Shelton, maybe in 4. Maybe.
I agree with it.
I have a feeling Tiafoe's going to win because I feel like a lot of people expect Shelton to win now. But I feel like Tiafoe knows he's got a lot to prove. I don't know. He nearly beat Alcaraz at Wimbledon, didn't he? So
nearly beat him at the US Open too.
Yeah. Yeah, he really gets up for that.
And now he doesn't even have to face Alcaraz, so should have.
Yeah, God, that was a shock this morning.
Couldn't believe it. Watching it.
Oh my God!
Oh gosh, somebody finally actually watched it because I have not seen. I've only seen the match point.
Oh yeah, I watched it. I watched it start to finish.
Wow.
And like I thought, at the end of the first set, I was like, okay, he's just like playing around, right? Like he's just joking. He's just having fun. Like, what is he doing? And then it just started to just tank. It was so painful to watch, but also the level was still like really exciting. Like Bodek was playing really well, and the points were really exciting. And like, I mean, it's Alcaraz, so like obviously it's kind of going to be like all over the place. But it was shocking, like how many errors he was making, and he just seemed like not there mentally.
Oh, Yeah, usually I love
really
an
painful.
upset, but yeah, it wasn't.
Not when it's him. It's like it's
Yeah,
just
not when
hard
it's
to
him.
watch him lose.
Yeah.
Is that officially his worst Grand Slam result by ranking? Or no, I think it's worst since he lost to Sinner at Wimbledon in 22.
Yeah. And like, so it's like first loss before like the third round or something since 21. I can't remember, but
Yeah.
I think Wimbledon 21 when he lost to Medvedev in the second round.
Which was
the last time.
He got creamed by Medvedev in that match. I think I remember that one.
Yeah. I was watching that. I remember thinking I was quite impressed at the start, and then Medvedev was too good.
I've been saying I think Medvedev has a real chance at the
I
tournament
really-
this year,
I-
and I was
yeah.
getting mocked in the comments for that.
Really? No,
Yeah.
I really want him to win, and I think he can as well. I think
Yeah.
he's top
I
three
was
contender.
seriously considering having a Medvedev Djokovic final for the third time in 4 years in my bracket, and the only reason I didn't is because I decided to play it safe. But I think that I agree with you, Isabel. I think Medvedev in New York, something happens, and he's got a real chance. I guess the question is that how up for it Sinner's going to be?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of Sinner at the minute.
Yeah, me
But then he
neither.
was pretty dominant yesterday, so
Against the guy he was struggling with in Cincinnati.
yeah, true.
So
But yeah, when he was when he lost the first set to McDonald, I was a bit like, I saw that he'd been booed as well. I was like, oh no.
I
This isn't
don't.
going well.
I don't really get why people are kind of. I mean, I guess I understand why people are mad at Sinner, but I feel like it's being blown a little bit out of proportion. This whole drama. I don't know how you guys feel, but I'm sort of like, all right, we can move on. This isn't that
Yeah,
deep.
I'm really over it. I think I was over it after about 2 days. Like,
I was over it within about 5 minutes of the news coming out.
Yeah.
Like, not exaggerating. I was like, oh crap, we're gonna have to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this.
Once I had like all the information, I was kind of over it. But the first shock was like, oh.
Yeah, I didn't have Twitter when the news broke because I like deleted it from my app from my phone, and then I saw it on Instagram and I like ran to my laptop and got loaded Twitter up. I was like, I need to see what people are saying about this, and it was it was a huge reaction. But like, this is the thing. I just don't really get why players are chiming in, but then they don't say anything else about what players are doing off court. But at the moment, not even like the people who are banned, like Tara Moore and stuff, I understand them. But like certain players piping up and just, I don't know. I'm like, a good for you being spoken out, but why don't you do this about other stuff as well?
Yeah.
It was just kind of the only thing that rubbed me the wrong way about like with some of the players.
I think that the big argument that I was seeing was that there seems to be like a big double standard between like when the men get caught with this and when the women do. Like the big one was Halep, right?
Mm.
And she was like actually suspended and had to like appeal, and then eventually it was lifted, but she'd already been gone a while at that point. So I think a lot of people were calling out that double standard. And granted, I don't know the minute details of each case, but it sounded like they found less of whatever was in Sinner's system than what they found in Halep's system. So I was sort of like, well, it sounds like she took more of whatever it was.
Halep had loads.
Yeah. So.
And yeah, because I feel like the only conclusion from that is that like Moratoglu was doing it purposefully and she didn't know, or they're both in on it. That's the only like realistic outcome for like the amount that she had.
Yeah, we all know that man is sketchy.
Yeah, he's not good news. Well, so there's Sharapova as well, but again, that was different. So all cases are different, but like I do think it's outrageous they didn't say anything. The silent ban is crazy.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you haven't if you appeal quick enough, then the ITIA don't have to say anything. Seems to be the rule.
Yeah.
I guess.
Or you have enough money for very good lawyers, which the lower ranked players don't. So, in terms of fighting it, yeah, Sinner's he's not lucky, obviously. He's worked very, very hard to be where he is. But, the fortune of being an excellent player.
I'm sure Damien said there was a lower ranked Italian player where literally the same thing happened with the same substance. And the treatment was the same.
Yeah.
I can't remember the player's name, but
another Italian, yeah. I think I remember Mario saying something about
that. Andy Roddick always has like good takes with these situations. And the way he describes it is like that the whole like what substances get banned is like really convoluted and like a really long list essentially, and they're always adding things to it. So there, you can be taking something that isn't illegal and then you test, and then the next day it's deemed illegal, but you've already tested, so you can't like change it. So it sounds like it's kind of a flawed system as well. But for anyone out there who wants a good, interesting take on it, his podcast is always great for those. But yeah, it sounds just like a flawed system across the board.
Yeah. Yeah, every case is really different, so it's...
Yeah, but I don't think it really affected the results of this season.
No, and I don't think it was intentional either.
Because Sinner has lost his Indian Wells points.
Yeah. I feel like they did that so they could be like...
We did something.
We punished him. Wait, what more do you want? Come on. He's lost some money and a few ranking points. Come on, guys.
I think that was mostly like Noel fans being like, "Oh, they took away a week from Novak. They have to reinstate that."
Yeah, and also, yeah, I mean, he only made the semi-finals, so he didn't. That's what 250 points. So
I think it's 400.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
From Masters semi-final, but wouldn't the finalists get 500?
No. So they've just no. So the Masters semi-finals is worth the same as a Grand Slam quarterfinal, which used to be 360, but they've now rounded everything up to round numbers, so 400.
Okay.
And then the finals worth 600.
Right. Okay.
Maybe slightly more now, but
damn. But yeah, I mean, I hope people. I feel like people are already kind of getting a bit more, like moving on from it a bit. But yeah, like Alcaraz fans just going crazy about it. I don't see any Djokovic fans really on my feed anymore, thankfully.
That's good.
Obviously, I see like.
Oh, whoa! mega running passing shot from
Nick. Oh my god!
Ow!
So loud!
Ow! Did you scream into the mic?
I need to move my mic clearly further away from me.
What happened?
Mega forehand passing shot on the run from Marta Kostyuk to get to 30 all in this game.
I thought you were taking offense to what Isabel said about me not seeing Djokovic fans anymore. I was like, all right, Nick, it's not that bad.
When did I become a Djokovic fan?
Yeah. No, I see what, the nice ones say, but yeah, the crazy lot. No.
The nice ones being Shahiri and Mario.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I guess Scott to an extent as well.
Yes, Scott.
He's just, now that Murray's retired, he is just a Djokovic fan.
Oh, what a shame.
You used to like me, didn't you? Got a break point for Kostyuk. Look, these two guys have these insanely long rallies, which just Kostyuk keeps mixing up her shots, and that time it works because Navarro nets. So Kostyuk set up a break 3-2 in the second set on Louis Armstrong. Wang Yifan is a 3-love up with a break, so just the one break on grandstand against Azarenka in the decider there. 4-all first set between Vekic and Stearns. And what's happening between Shelton and Tiafoe?
On serve, very, no drama so far.
I think it'll take a minute to get into that match, really.
Yeah, and I'm not listening to the court sound, but I have no idea what the atmosphere is like. I imagine it's fairly even for both players.
I don't know if we've got headphones. Well, Isabel's wearing headphones, but I don't know if that's what she's listening to, whether she's listening to us.
I'm listening to you guys.
There we go. I think she's got her priorities right, Jethro.
Oh, nice forehand from.
Well,
Shelton.
they've got Nick Kyrgios being like as the main commentator on ESPN now, and I'm just like, I don't need that.
Oh, then he's probably on Sky Sports as well. I will happily stay muted.
He's a frustratingly good commentator, but he's not someone.
He really
that,
is.
Yeah, he is. He is a good commentator.
He's
but...
so much better than like John McEnroe, and he doesn't talk during points. He just like waits for the point to be over, and then he talks about the point or talks about the player. And I'm just like, you know what?
Yeah. Although, like when he was doing it in Australia, he kept saying something before the point, just before, like a second before the point ended. I think there's like a bit of a delay. So it'd be someone about to hit a shot, and he'd be like, "Oh my god, what shot?" And I'm like, "He hasn't hit it yet." But yeah, no, he's a good commentator. Just yeah, I just still don't really like listening to him. I just don't care about anything he has to say. Like, it's happened for years.
Literally.
Yeah.
It's annoying when someone you don't like is good at their job.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I've never really thought it that way before. If I think about people that I don't like, but like, oh god, I hate that you're good at your job. That really annoys me. I guess Zverev counts in that pool. Yeah.
Oh dear God, I went through it recently trying to cancel my tennis channel subscription because they're giving the Zverev brothers a show.
Oh God, so they still going through with
really?
that?
That's something Eurosport would do, but not American media.
Yeah, unless they canceled it because of the backlash. But I went through it with them over email because I was like, I don't want to be a member anymore. Like, I hate you guys. Like, please give me my money back. This is such a waste.
It's a Eurosport show that they've bought.
Maybe it is, but regardless,
maybe it's Eurosport and Tennis Channel combining together for one absolute hell show.
But yeah, I emailed them and was just like, I can't support you guys anymore if you're going to do this. And they were like, well, we can't really give you your money back. And I was like, fine, but I don't want to be a member anymore.
Is it that hard to cancel your membership that you have to literally send them an email to ask them?
Yeah.
Well, you can't just like do it on the website.
No.
Oh my God.
At least I couldn't. And I also like wanted to like rant and be like, you guys are a total waste of money. Because also like I haven't used it all year because they haven't been showing any of the matches. So like it's a total waste. And also clearly they suck.
It sounds awful. Like I've never heard one good thing about them.
No, total waste of money.
So the Tennis Channel, not worth the money. Talking Tennis Channel
is free.
Fantastic.
It's free, and everyone apart from me knows what they're talking about.
Yeah,
and we probably show just as much live tennis as Tennis Channel do. So
it literally exactly.
That's probably true, actually. Like, if you're not going to watch tennis, at least watch it for free, and you get to actually talk to the people who are watching it.
Exactly.
It's engaging.
Yeah. I had to use an legal stream to watch Team Shelton on Monday because it was the first match on Ash, and Sky Sports was showing Jan Choinski because he's British on.
Have you not
Sky
figured out
Sports.
the court choice on Sky Sports?
The what?
Court choice.
Yeah, no, you need the red button. I'm on Sky Go.
Oh,
so don't have a Sky box in my flat. Also, they're insanely expensive.
So I've got Now TV, so I've got court choice on that. So I'm surprised.
Oh, that's quite good. Yeah, but no, and then like they were showing the same match on two channels, and then they have Sky Sports Plus, and they were showing another match that wasn't particularly interesting. And I was like, you have Team Shelton on centre court right now on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Were they basically going, we're just going to show you the Brits?
Yeah, that's all they do here.
That's all they do here as well.
Oh.
What, show you the Brits?
Yeah, exactly.
If Peter had his way, yeah, he would be showing.
He'd run the Tennis Channel.
Yeah, he'd be putting Arthur Ferry challenger matches on the main Tennis Channel.
Oh, there's a break on Ash.
Oh,
Shelton's broken.
for Shelton, yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I was actually reading the comments.
Oh.
I mean, so just to be clear, like we're just chatting. I'm watching a women's match. Jethro is watching the comments.
I've got the Navarro match,
and no one knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of have like one eye on Navarro's match, but I'm not.
Oh, you?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Did you?
Because I've got the tennis on the TV, but then on the screen, I can see all the scores, so I'm kind of just like screen watching as well.
Yeah,
I should probably watch more of this match, to be honest.
Yeah, Super Dave is complaining about ESPN. Yeah, I do have ESPN Plus, and I use them for certain matches. But yeah, I actually have a separate streaming account so that I can watch the main feed of ESPN, because even if you pay for ESPN, you can't watch the main feed of ESPN. It's a nightmare.
Oh my! How do you guys do it?
It's an actual nightmare. And the thing is, like, what I'll do is I'll buy like these 2 subscriptions whenever there's a Grand Slam on. Like, I'll buy it for Wimbledon, and then I keep it going the extra month so I can use it for the US Open, and then I cancel them both, and then I just re-up them in January and then cancel them at the end of the Australian. But then I have to get a different streaming thing for the French Open because that's owned by a different broadcasting company. It's hell. I hate it here.
There was a brief period, I think, like earlier last year or maybe the year before, where I was watching tennis on Prime, but some tournaments didn't have all the courts.
Those were the days.
Those were the days. But there's some tournaments didn't have all the courts, so I had Tennis TV so that I could watch matches I couldn't see on Prime. And then I was buying Eurosport for the Australian Open, cancelling it, and then buying it for the French Open and cancelling it, and watching Wimbledon on BBC, and then back to Prime for the. But like, it was so good on Prime. It was amazing.
That was the best part about living in the UK, honestly.
Oh, it was so good. I actually cancelled my Tennis TV once because they weren't showing a Sebastian Baez match. I had enough. I was like, that's it. You're done. I cancelled it. I couldn't find it. I was just cancelled it.
This is like you see the levels of like tolerance that people have. Isabel cancels Tennis Channel because they're giving platform to the Zverev brothers. Jethro cancels Tennis TV because they won't show Sebastian Baez.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, no, it wasn't just that. It was like I wasn't really using it very much anyway. And I was like, if I want to watch old Dominic Thiem matches, I can just go on YouTube. So.
Yeah, the Zverev thing was just kind of a last straw for me. Also, they also have the same thing as like ESPN, where it's like you can pay for Tennis Channel, but you can only watch like a certain number of Tennis Channel streams, and you can't watch the main feed. So during the National Bank Open, specifically for the Zverev Korda match, it was on one of their streaming channels, so I watched it. And then whatever other match was going on ended, so they moved that match to the main feed in the middle of me watching it, and then I couldn't watch it anymore. And I was just like, why? I was literally watching it, and then it disappeared, and then I couldn't finish it.
Oh, that's so annoying.
So it's just like, this is such a waste. And then the Zverev thing, and I was just like, okay, I'm so done.
Yeah.
They'll
do that here as well, because like obviously I know if you've got Skybox, you can get the red button, but like I'll be like watching something and then it'll be like 8 o'clock and then, oh God, there's another pointless football match on Sky Sports main event tonight. So then you have one channel to watch the tennis, and then there's like, oh, well, there's a Brit who's playing in 20 minutes. So we're going to leave this really exciting match, and then we're going to go talk about this British player for half an hour, and then we'll watch him play. I mean, Prime did that as well, but I could choose courts then.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, if you got the right subscription, you could choose courts.
Yeah, but it's more. It's not even a subscription. It's like, I don't know. It's so much more expensive than like Prime or anything else.
Oh yeah, no, I am still annoyed that I'm paying 3 times as much than I was for Prime.
Yeah.
Like,
plus, I use my friend's stuff for most streaming anyway. Like family Netflix, you know, still got that.
So Jethro, I'm curious. Now that your two favorite players have retired, who are you going to root for?
Jethro's retired from tennis.
Yeah, I'm retiring at the end of the season
You're
as well. Yeah, I'm gonna hang up the racket. Yeah.
Diego's gone till February.
Yeah, well, I was hoping to go out to Buenos Aires for that, but I just don't think I'm gonna have the money.
Shame.
Who am I gonna root for? Well, I'll still root for like Rude and Byers a lot.
What about Echeverry?
I like him, but I wouldn't like it when he does well. But I wouldn't say
he's not short enough.
No, he is way too tall. Honestly, it's disgusting. Same with Sarundala as well. I mean, Jesus, just shrink a bit. Come on, guys. It's so boring. Yeah, I like all the Argentinians, to be honest. But yeah, and then yeah, I mean, I'll always really enjoy watching Alcaraz and like be really happy when he wins. But I feel like I can't become like a big fan because then that just looks so glory hunting.
I think I'm only like a huge fan of Alcaraz when he's playing someone I really hate, and then I'm like totally fine with anything that he does.
Yeah. Yeah. Who else? I don't know. Yeah, but like Tiemann Schwartzman is so special. So yeah, it's not going to be the same. Yeah.
I mean, I genuinely at this point, like in the men's game, since Murray stopped, I genuinely like. I think the one player who I'm happy when they win is Francis Tiafoe, but he's a hard player to root for because when he's not on, he's so flat to watch. When he's on, it's absolutely electric, and I love watching him play, and I love his personality. But yeah, when like if I'm watching him, he's having an average day. It's not the best experience.
Yeah. I don't think there's anyone for me that like replaces the kind of support that I had for Federer. And granted, after Federer officially retired, I really had to be like, okay, I don't know who to root for now. I don't know what to do. But I'm getting into some fandoms, but like it's never going to be the same.
It really isn't. I mean, like Nadal, when Nadal goes, I'm going to be like I've lost all three of them in 1 year.
Yeah.
I was like, I remember entering this season. I was like, right, well, this has got to be better than last year because last year was god awful.
This is not the year of Jethro.
And then by summer, all like Tim and Schwartzman had already announced their retirements within a week of each other. Nadal's obviously going to retire soon. I was just like, okay.
Yeah, he's dragging it out though.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I don't think he will retire at the Labour Cup.
No.
I don't think mentally he's ready to, even though his body wanted him to retire about 3 years ago.
By the way, in terms of actual tennis that's going on, because I'm seeing various hints around of stuff happening. Vika Azarenka is in deep trouble. She was a double break down 4-love. Wong broke back for 4-1, but Wong Yufan's got a point to restore the double break for 5-1. Donna Vekic has just won the first set 7-5 against Peyton Stearns. Stearns did lead by a break 3-1. Mark Kostyuk's about to serve for the second set at 5-4. And I think Shelton's still a break up against Tiafoe. But looks like Azarenka's not playing that well. I don't know if anyone's watching that.
No, it's 5. I've just seen it's 5-1 though.
5-1. Yeah, so Wong is going to serve for the match.
Yeah, she's cooked.
I think I'm gonna leave you guys to it.
Okay.
But pleasure as always.
As always, Isabel. It's night, and I know this is gonna be your last time on Talking Tennis for a while. So,
why?
Oh, I don't have time to cover anything. Going into next week.
You'd get Isabel streaming from her car for 2 weeks.
Oh, it's basically just me holding this channel up at this point, honestly. I feel like I'm a one-man show over here.
I promise with Australia, I'll make a comeback.
Nice.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Well, good to see
Good
you
night.
both.
Enjoy. See you later.
All right. So, which match have you got on, Jeff? Are you still keeping an eye on Shelton Tiafoe?
Still on Shelton Tiafoe. I was surprised that there was no men's matches starting early.
Yeah, they've decided to just get through women's matches to start the day off.
I hate it when they do that. It feels like they're just trying to get them out the way.
Yeah.
Get the early ones out because they do that at every slam.
They really do, and it does annoy me when they do that, especially since, like, you know, I was saying to Isabel, like, I really wanted to watch the Kostyuk, Navarro, and Vekic Stearns, but I can't.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think you know, when I was younger, I was able to, you know, watch 2 screens at once for tennis. Now, you know, I can barely cope with one. So
that's the one downside of now TVs. I can't do that. I mean, actually, no, that's a lie. I could do that. However, to kind of support my subscription, I basically gave the password to 2 other people because you can have max 3 screens.
Yeah.
So I gave the password to 2 other people because they charge you like an extra £6 for Boost to allow you to use extra screens, and then just offset the cost by pay me back for a share of the whole thing. So I end up paying less, and they get access. So my dad and my best mate also have access.
That's good, to be fair. Yeah, okay. I'll say Shelton is hitting his forehand better than I've ever seen, like consistently so far. Although I must admit I haven't watched a whole lot of Shelton this season, so
do you remind me? Is Shelton in Djokovic's section? Could Shelton play Djokovic in round 4?
Yeah, that's next potentially.
I mean, depending unless Popyrin plays an insane match tonight.
I feel like he's gonna, like, you know, he always gives Djokovic trouble, and he's just won Cincinnati. He's probably he knows he can trouble Djokovic. So
he's on an insane win streak right now, Alexei Popyrin.
Yeah, I think he's going to be very confident. I think he will take a set. I feel like we have been speaking like this about Djokovic for the longest time, right? Where he's not his peak level, but you're like, yeah, I can see this decent player maybe getting a set, but Djokovic would be too good, and it's still happening. And I'm certain that will happen tonight.
Speaking of people getting sets, Kostyuk's just got the second set, 6-4, and Vekic was broken in the first game of the second, so Vekic might be on her way through. But yeah, I agree with you about Djokovic. I'm keeping an eye on the match point. I think Azarenka's just saved match point against Wong for 40-30. With Djokovic. I mean, I'm going to say something controversial here. I might be one of the people who picked Djokovic to win the US Open.
Interesting. I mean, I don't think that's a bad pick at all. I didn't have Sinner or Alcaraz. I mean, I didn't do a bracket, to be honest. I forgot. I haven't done one all year, actually. I might have done one in Australia. I don't know, but
I can't remember. I think there was.
I think I might have had Sinner winning, actually. I think that rings a bell, but I don't think I've done one since.
What, in Australia?
Yeah.
Good choice.
And then, yeah, thanks. Obviously, you know. Yeah, no, I definitely.
Wong Yifeng is won, by the way. 6-4, 3-6, 6-1. So Wong Yifeng is through, and she will play the winner of the match I'm watching right now between Navarro. She'll play Paula Badosa. Wong Yifeng will play Paula Badosa in round 4, who came through an absolute. That's a player you like.
Yeah, I was watching her earlier. It was good.
Mental match with Rusa.
Yeah, I didn't see the ending, but yeah. But I mean, really, I'm just really astonished with Badosa this year after what was seeming like a career-ending injury, just like Kontaveit, and now back-to-back second weeks at slams. I mean, just amazing.
Yeah,
yeah. The breadwinner of her relationship, you know, love that for her. Sorry, any Tsitsipas fans. I actually feel quite bad for him.
Yeah,
I don't know if you do as well.
He's not in a great place right now, Tsitsipas.
No.
That Monte Carlo title's definitely propping up his season.
Yeah, he hasn't won another title, has he?
Not that I can think of. No. I think he did all right in Rome, didn't he? And then he lost to Tabia or Jarry, one of the Chileans.
God, I can't remember. I thought he lost to Zverev. I don't know. I can't remember. Also, I mean, I know it's completely irrelevant right now, but Tabilo and Yari have just both in insane form. Yari was, the Chilean flag bearer at the Olympics, even though he lost like 5 matches in a row. But they can't win any matches now.
They peaked in Rome, and then nothing's happened since.
I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of players have been like that, but yeah, they've been noticeably off, especially Yari as well, because he's been quite established, for a while now. But yeah, going back to what you said about Djokovic winning the tournament, I think I had him as a kind of slight favorite anyway. I didn't think Alcaraz was going to win it. I didn't think Sinner's going to win it. I think the fallout to the doping scandal is going to be probably a bit too much for him. I'll be really pleased for him if he does win it. I'm not like, I don't really mind who wins that much. But I would not enjoy the media frenzy.
If Djokovic doesn't win the US Open, Zverev becomes world number 2.
Really?
Pretty much what has to happen. And even then, I think obviously that's not counting any points Zverev racks up this tournament.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, he's been there before anyway, hasn't he?
I think so. Can't remember when.
Yeah. And annoyingly, he's had a very, very good season.
Someone else is doing very well is Marta Kostyuk, who's just broken Navarro to love and then won the next point with an absolutely blistering forehand. So Kostyuk is really kicking into top gear now. Winner of this match, by the way, plays Coco Gauff, who didn't start well against Svitolina, but then really grew into the match and gritted it out in a style that you would come to expect from Coco Gauff up until recently. So,
did you watch that match? I had the score up, but I wasn't watching.
So I had some work I needed to finish before I could do the stream. So I had it on while I was trying to finish that. I say finish, I mean like try and make some progress with it. But yeah. And also I had a problem with my device that I watch tennis on isn't charged. It wasn't charged. So I needed to make sure that was ready for the stream. Otherwise I would have been completely useless after an hour.
Well, it's love 30 on Shelton serve, and he's serving for the set. Second serve. Great
Keep an eye on that.
Tiafoe. Tiafoe on the charge. Yeah, 3 break points. Very aggressive return point.
Dramatic twist in set number 1 on Arthur Ashe.
Were you following the Vekic score yesterday?
No, actually. I missed it.
Yeah, I mean, he was like 5-3 up, serving for the first set.
I am not. Yeah. Oh gosh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, and then it went to a really close tiebreak. Actually, no, I think Thompson won the tiebreak quite easily, and then just absolutely ran away with it. And now Hubie's parted with his coach as of today.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. Great set points here from Shelton.
Good job.
I like Shelton's kit. I know people aren't a fan of it on Eager. I think Eager looks really cool in it as well. But
yeah, I don't understand what people's problem with it is.
I don't. Yeah, people need to embrace more color. I think they look really cool.
I think most people's problem is that like the kit barely changes.
Yeah, that is annoying. There's no
I genuinely don't care about that on any player. No. So,
like, how can you look at Shelton right now and not think he looks really cool? Like the colours are so nice.
By the way, I am feeling pretty smug that in my 3rd round bracket, I correctly predicted a Thompson Arnaldi 3rd round.
Did you? Okay, yeah. So that's what Vekic
losing. Yeah,
just Vekic losing. Okay, because that was quite open, wasn't it? Arnaldi beat Svitolina in the 2nd round.
Yeah, Vekic wasn't looking good physically going into the tournament. I wasn't surprised by this.
Yeah. Yeah, he's someone who could do with a break as well. All right, Shelton saves another break point. 30-40 now. But yeah, I mean, him and Korda both had exactly the same thing happen to them at the exact same time yesterday. Korda was a break. Well, he didn't serve for the first set, but he was a break up in the first set, and then God, who was called to play? I forgot now. Oh, Macac. And
Mahac, yeah. That was a
yeah.
tough one for me to predict. I was like, Mahac could get the upset.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I wasn't surprised. I mean, I'm surprised it was straight sets. Oh, it's a great return from Tiafoe. And he's got the break back. 5-4.
Hey, game on in Ash.
Ooh. I didn't know. I thought I'd called this match last year, but I think I did. I think I did Shelton Pool last year.
It was a late night one last year. Shelton, Tiafoe.
Yeah, and I was doing Paul Shelton in the round before, I think.
Yeah.
I think it was that. Tommy Paul's doing well this tournament.
Yeah, I think he's looking.
He's someone else who I would love to win a slam. I think he's so cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
It's funny because we've got two friends who are completely obsessed with him.
Yeah,
like Mario. Like I never knew Mario was such a huge fan of Tommy Paul.
No,
until like a few months ago.
Yeah, they started being much more open in his fandom.
And obviously Hanya, the number one fan.
She got there first.
Oh yeah, she did. But yeah, no, I mean, if we're talking about who I want to win the tournament, I would really love Medvedev to win it. If Casper Ruud doesn't win it, because I know Casper is not going to win it. So as much as I like and rate Casper so much, but yeah, I think Medvedev's someone who could, and I hope he does. Because if there's anyone who deserves more than one Grand Slam ever, it's probably him.
Medvedev.
Yeah, I mean Roddick. Yeah, I feel like Roddick definitely deserved another slam.
Yes,
your favorite player, ruined that for him. So
little bit,
and ruined my day in that 2009 Wimbledon final. That was so sad. I know you were probably ecstatic.
15-year-old Nick was pretty pumped. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, even Roddick's like Medvedev's better than I was, and I would agree. And I think Medvedev really deserves a second one. I'd also like him to win Australia as well.
Yeah, he's been so close so many times with Australia. I agree. I'd like to see him eventually. But then he could end up becoming another Murray in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, losing two finals from 2 sets to love up is soul crushing.
And weirdly, when you think about it, because like if you told the story of like, okay, so Medvedev's could do 2 sets to love up in the Australian Open finals twice. One of them against Nadal, one against Sinner. One of them, it felt fairly inevitable that his opponent would come back to win, and one of them was a little bit surprised that he allowed his opponent back into the match. You would think that it was the other way round.
Yeah, no, for sure. An aging Rafa, I didn't give him any chance. I still thought Rafa would take the third though. We've got a love 30 on Tiafoe serve, by the way, so I'll reminisce about that match in a sec.
Yeah, we're also getting Emma Navarro talk in the chat, who's still a breakdown from Kostyuk in the decider.
I watched Emma Navarro at Wimbledon against Coco Gauff.
Did you?
I was on centre court, and I really enjoyed watching her.
Yeah,
because it was really, really good.
Schwarner and Dave are basically saying that they see her as someone who's like solid all round, no real weapons, and more of a 10 to 20 player than a top 10 player. And I'm like, I can see why, but she's a very resolute defender. Like she's a scrapper, but she is able to kind of inject some pace with the right ball.
Yeah, I mean, she's really good off the forehand wing. I mean, she was all over Coco's forehand all match.
And
yeah,
she's super consistent as well. Maybe doesn't quite get the job done. I don't know if she's won a tour level title yet, but she's got to a few semi-finals and finals and not quite got over the line. But she's points wise definitely in contention to be top 10 end of year if you look at the race. Yeah, and even potentially in contention to make the WTA finals.
Definitely, we've got 2 set points for Shelton here.
Oh, here we go on the Tiafoe serve.
Yeah, goes long. Oh, mate, Tiafoe's first serve percentage. I've never seen it good. Once, never.
We've got break back points for Navarro
Slow
as well.
second serve.
Either. Tees off.
Yeah, Shelton's dictating with his backhand here.
Oh. Big points going on.
Tiafoe nets it. First set, Shelton. That must be one of the most annoying things as a player when you break to like stay in the set and then you get broken.
Exact same thing happened to Svitolina at the end of the Gauff match.
Yes, I saw that. I was like, I remember thinking like, I think Coco will be fine here, and then yeah, she was.
Kostyuk saved a set point with an easy overhead. Gets a nice ball off Navarro for it.
But yeah, no, I was impressed. I would say Navarro is top 15 quality, definitely,
for sure.
I think.
And look, she's kind of,
and she could be top 10 as well. I think like.
Well, she's heading
quite a few of those players, like 5 and below, could really mix and match quite a lot. You know, down to like 20.
She's definitely heading there. Great dictating points from Kostyuk to try and save another break point, and she gets the winner with the backhand, so that's juice. But yeah, with Navarro, yeah, I'd agree with that assessment. The other thing I would say is, if you think about, like, I've just realised, very similar to Kostyuk, maybe.
I would say she's got more venom in her shots than Kostyuk, and Kostyuk is probably more crafty.
She is, but then
Navarro is quite crafty.
Matches where she's definitely injected something, and I'm like, where did that come from? And I think
I watched her up close at Wimbledon. She was playing Badosa. Got like front row court 3, very nice. And yeah, she hit the balls way harder than I thought she did. She's one of those players who I think on TV it doesn't look like they hit the ball very hard, and then you see it in real life, like, oh yeah, no, she's giving a decent welly. But that's obviously not her game. Badosa was whacking it.
Yeah, I think Kostyuk, because I do remember that match. That was one of the best matches I've watched all year. I watched it on the telly. That match, loved it. I think it was like the second best match at Wimbledon after the Vekic Paolini semi.
So we left after the first set. Shame, but it was really good what we saw.
Oh, bit of a slice battle going on. Netcord is helping Navarro out. Overhead from Kostyuk to save another break point, and she yells and fist pumps.
Who do you want to win that?
This is a real competitive battle because, like, if Navarro gets this break, game on. If I feel like if Kostyuk holds, that's going to be that could be match defining. Also, Sean, I'd love to know who you think should be in the top 10 instead of Navarro. Actually, I don't know where is Navarro in the... Because she's not there yet. She's top 10 in the race.
Yeah, I don't remember her making the top 10. She is close.
She's getting closer. Oh, huge return from Navarro there. Gets the backhand cross court. Backhand Kostyuk. Now got Navarro attacking with her forehand inside out to the Kostyuk backhand. Still trading kind of that side of the court. Kostyuk's going to change direction, but it's very loopy. Gives Navarro time on the forehand. Navarro's overhit that forehand. Talking about her not having a lot of firepower. She's overhit it, and it's advantage Kostyuk.
Too much firepower.
Indeed. What are you chuckling at?
It's a really funny meme. Are you in control of?
I am not in control of screen. We have a producer for that. John is doing that from Portugal.
John's producing from Portugal. Okay, I'm going to send him this meme. This is really funny. I feel like a lot of British people probably understand this meme as well.
Is it tennis related?
Yeah. yeah. Of course, it's tennis.
I'm just checking because I never know with you.
Wide range of interest, mate. But no, it is. It's a tennis meme that's also really funny. It's like yeah. Don't worry, you'll get it.
So Emma Navarro is currently live ranked at 11. If she somehow gets this break back against Kostyuk, and this game's still going on, by the way, she would need to make quarterfinals to overtake Collins, and that would put her in a very good position to crack top 10 after this US Open.
Also, Shelton is just so in control. It's I feel it's a bit similar to last year. Like, I mean, Tiafoe's actually played some really good tennis, but
like Tiafoe did still get a set last year.
Yeah, no. Obviously, it's early days. And like he's played some lovely tennis and he played great tennis to break back, but Shelton just looks the better player. You know, when you watch most of the match, like so far.
Navarro's just slapped a forehand into the net. The forehand letting her down. That's where the unforced errors are coming from for Navarro. Kostyuk's got a game point on her serve to maintain the break advantage. Schwarner, I'm seeing the names you're giving me. Rebecca and Kostyuk. So Navarro is top 10 in the race right now. She's number 8. Live race, number 8. So two of the players you've mentioned are in the top 10 of the race. So Iga Swiatek is number 1. Obviously, great inside-out backhand winner from Kostyuk for 3-1. Aryna Sabalenka is number 2, and actually she is 2 wins away from qualifying right now for the WTA finals. So she reaches quarterfinals here. Sabalenka is definitely in the WTA finals. Rybakina is 3rd, despite missing so many tournaments. Rybakina is 3rd in the race. Then
Really?
Yeah.
Wasn't just won Stuttgart.
She won 3,500 titles.
Oh, did she?
So, yeah. Brisbane, Abu Dhabi, Stuttgart. Final in Doha.
Okay. That makes more sense. I'm really worried about her though.
That's like basically half her points from this year are those 4 finals. And then good result in Madrid as well. Semi-finals there. Semi-finals at Wimbledon too. But I know what you mean by like worried about, but the problem is that unless I don't see the point in being worried unless we know for sure there's an actual condition.
Yeah.
Whereas at the minute, it just seems to be lots of different things going wrong, and she may well just have she could have a really healthy year next year, and we put all that behind her because she didn't really have this problem in 23.
I know, but she gets all so much. I feel like you don't get ill that often if there's not something wrong. But I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
But yeah, so if we're going top 10 in the race, 4 is Paolini, 5 Gauff, 6 Pegula, 7 Collins, 8 Navarro, 9 Zheng, 10 Krejcikova. And Diana Schneider, I'm seeing comments suggesting Diana Schneider, Mira Andreeva, and Paola Badosa should deserve to be top 10 at the minute, and based on the race.
Schneider? Really?
Yeah. Badosa 15, Schneider 17, Andreeva 20. They're going to need to be a bit more consistent if they're going to want to do that.
We've got a good question from Super Dave.
Yeah, about Tiafoe.
Yeah, Shelton's a better player than he was last year. Is Tiafoe better than he was last year?
I'll let you watching that match.
Do you know what's interesting is that Tiafoe wasn't doing that great last year either. I feel like he is around the same level, maybe a little bit. I mean, certain results here and there, like the way he played against Alcaraz at Wimbledon, for example, makes me believe that he's somewhere around his best at the moment, but he's just struggling to find it. But I don't really know what his best is because he really caught fire in New York 2 years ago. But if it kind of feels like so much of his year is getting judged on how he plays at the US Open because he's not really making that many waves.
Would you not say the same thing happened in 22 as well when he made the US Open semis? Because up until that 22 semi-final, we weren't really talking about Francis.
Yeah, no, like this. Yeah, this is what I mean. I'm like thinking. I feel like people compare Tiafoe to his 22 self when he made the semis, and I think he was better then. I find it really difficult to kind of put my finger on what's kind of not gone right for him. I mean, I still think there's a lot in his game that needs improving. I think his first serve needs. I've said this for years that if he had a competent first serve percentage in every match, if he was serving like Zverev numbers, he's hitting 70 plus most matches, he would win a lot more. But I feel like most serves I see him hit, he misses. and you're not gonna beat Shelton playing like that.
Definitely
not. So yeah, I'm kind of just a bit. I just don't really know where Tiafoe's ceiling is. I mean, like, no, his floor is like okay player, but really flat and just uninspiring and doesn't do particularly well. Yeah, no, I'm going off what you said, as you're a fan of him. Like,
yeah, no, I agree.
It's Shelton's still Tiafoe's thunder last year. Because I mean, going into the US Open last year, Tiafoe was the man. He was, at the time, previous the last year's semi-finalist. But Shelton had also made the quarterfinals of the Australian Open last year, and quite quickly, I think, became the star.
Bear with. I'm just trying to get the scoreboard bigger so people can actually see what's happening. I'm hoping that's clear for everyone. If you guys in the chat, if you need the scores to be bigger, let me know and I'll make them bigger. But yeah, this is we temporarily lost the producer. Jethro is just taking a quick break. So bring him back. Kostyuk's having another troublesome service game at the minute. Keeping an eye on that. Then we'll come back for more chat with Jethro. Great forehand from Kostyuk. Navarro can't do anything about it. Kostyuk gets a 30-all on her serve, but it's still potentially 2 points away from being broken. Other things going on. I appreciate we've kind of gone all over the shop. Stearns has broken back in set 2 against Vekic. It's now 4 games all. So that match is very much on court 17. And then grandstand, Andrei Rublev and Lirina Hechka have just got started. And for me, Andrei Rublev on upset alert. I'll have to get Jethro's opinion when he gets back. I can. By the way, if I do get a new producer, then feel free to come on. Hey. All right. How many beers in are we?
2/3 of one beer, so nothing crazy, not yet.
You're doing well.
Thank you. It's 8:40. Well, same time for both of us. 8:40. Jethro, yes. Do you want to come back? Do you want to come back? I can see you backstage. Yeah, there you go.
Yo.
How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad, John. How are you?
I'm okay. How was the Uber bit when I showed you me in an Uber earlier? By the way.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to turn your sound on, but
yeah, I could have done, but I was doing a million different things at once, and I thought I'd just entertain you by saying nothing.
I decided to ignore you.
Okay, fair enough. Something I'm not
let you do your things, and it'd be funnier. I'll just play straight man.
Yeah, good idea. I'm watching Shelton Tiafoe, and I think I'm a point or two ahead of Jethro, so I won't spoil things too much. Although we are at a fairly nondescript moment in the second set anyway. But I actually do think that Ben Shelton is just slightly better than he was a year ago.
Yeah, I would definitely say. I mean, I'm watching him now, and we've not really seen him this year, but he looks a lot better than he did last year. But you can't say the same about Tiafoe.
No, and so do you remember this match a year ago? We were probably thinking it was a 60-40 in favour of Francis.
Yeah,
I think it's probably the opposite right now.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah, that might be because of Francis. Although I think he's probably in the best moment he's been in all year. Having obviously pushed Carlos at Wimbledon, got to the final in Cincinnati. So things are much better for Francis right now than they were, just a few weeks ago. But but Shelton just a little bit better, and therefore, I'm watching this. If I'm a Novak fan, I want Tiafoe to win. I think if I'm a Novak fan,
yeah. I don't really see what this version of Tiafoe could do against Djokovic.
No, they've only played each other once, and it was a good match in Australia. But Tiafoe was a bit more of an unknown back then. Shelton is not an unknown. I'm just seeing him do a run around forehand off of Tiafoe serve. I think you were quite critical of Tiafoe getting his first serves in, right, Tiafoe?
Yes, I have been for years, to be honest.
Okay.
If you know, it might absolutely shocking news, but I noticed it when he was playing Schwartzman, or at least before he played Schwartzman. I can't really remember, or yeah. But I think it was 22 when they played, and then I remember obviously watching all of Tiafoe's matches after that, and I think I just remember like 48% being like the sort of constant number around there for his first serve percentage, which is just way too low.
Yeah, I do. That was a conversation in 2022 as well, because we were like, how is he beating Rafa with such a low serve percentage? Of course, Rafa was becoming a shadow of himself at that point. We hadn't realised. And then
talking of Rafa, or more Shelton.
Any excuse, John.
Yeah, I know. But listen, I know it's just one very obvious aspect of the game, but every time I see Shelton do a run around forehand on the left-hand side, and it is quite spinny, certainly for an American, I would say it's quite spinny, and a lot of them can be quite flat. He's not nowhere near as spinny as Rafa, but, you know, it does remind me a little bit of the Spaniard.
Yeah, it is quite whippy.
It's a little whippy, yeah. It's a little whippy. And also sometimes doing that run around forehand return, for example, if you did off France's second serve a minute ago. And I mean, I think there ends the comparisons because there's so many other differences. I mean, Rafa would have loved to have had Ben serve at that age for sure.
Rafa with Ben served, goodness me. 30 majors.
Look, we are obviously comparing the forehands, but let's face it, Nadal was the ultimate Mr. Whippy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think any forehand comes close to Rafa or Roger. I would say, like, I always said Rafa had the best forehand of all time. I always used to say that when I was younger, but I don't know. I think Federer did so much damage with it. It's kind of hard to overlook him. But
I mean, it's what's the expression? It's there's an expression in English that's escaping me right now. And basically, it's like, yeah, both are fine, both are great.
Yeah. I mean, Djokovic's is pretty great as well.
Yeah, but Djokovic just has everything else. So
we're not giving him best one of all time.
Yeah. No.
If he pleads enough, we can put it the third.
Has he got the best serve amongst the big three? Oh, go on there, Nick.
Passing shot from Kostyuk, decided not to shout so loud for this one to spare Jethro's ears.
That was bad.
Kostyuk. So, bring us up to date with the actual tennis. Navarro broke back. It's 3-all. Kostyuk should take a passing shot winner to set up break point to get the break advantage again in the deciding set. Also, Donna Vekic is serving for the match.
Okay, nice.
She's having quite a year.
By the way, if Vekic wins the match, she's playing Zhang Qinwen next in a rematch of the Olympic final, as Kostyuk nets a forehand, conceding the break point. So it's back to deuce.
I think she'd be the favourite against Zhang on a hard court.
I'm not sure. I think the gap will be closer. I was just thinking exactly that. I was thinking the gap would be closer on a hard court. So I think Vekic is slightly better on the hard than clay. But I still make Zhang favourite.
Yeah. I feel like most draws at the slams this year, the women's have been more interesting.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, Zhang, I'm backing Zhang because I think she's more confident. But we will have to see with that. But I think with different reasons, maybe I'm not so sure about the gap being closer. Navarro's got advantage in this game, and Schwarner is putting Del Potro's forehand in the mix for better forehand.
Absolutely deserved. There's a few. I mean, I think Fernando Gonzalez deserves to be up there as well. Fernando Verdasco in his prime.
Del Potro's forehand, by the way, good shout, Swanner.
Yeah, Del Potro is easily top 3. It was a literal hammer. But yeah, then like Wawrinka team, like there's been some really, really epic forehands.
Team, Rafferty?
Yeah, mate, I would say it was better than his backhand. Well, I know he's not retired yet, but
Berrettini, I mean, listen, I know we're going down a level now, but Berrettini's forehand is pretty epic.
Incredible. Tsitsipas not right now, but
no, Tsitsipas, yeah, definitely. Listen, the reason why I know why you went Berrettini Tsitsipas, by the way, and it's the backhand. You were thinking of the backhand, right?
Yeah.
And
by the way, because like Tsitsipas, in like 21, he did.
If you've got a bad backhand, you better have a good forehand.
Yeah.
We have a match result. Donna Vekic is through 7-5, 6-4. So that Olympic final rematch is happening, and Emma Navarro held, and Marta Kostyuk is not looking very happy right now. So we've lost the man of the party.
Shame.
Still going with serve in the second.
It was back on serve now, yeah.
Okay, so was there...
It's back on serve.
Was there a break or a break back?
I was talking to John.
You are so easily distracted.
Yeah, I know. I'm awful. I'm actually quite interested in what's Rublev Lehechka.
I mean, I'm happy to switch when I want to see this Navarro Kostyuk match at the end. I mean, like you could go watch Rublev Lehechka for a bit, and I'll just go over to Shelton Tiafoe. But
no, I'm much more interested in watching this. I think that's just a score I'm very interested in keeping an eye on.
Okay. I've got Rublev on upset alert there, if it's really an upset. But maybe not upset alert. I think this is where Rublev's journey finishes.
Yeah. With Rublev the other day, I said he will lose a set to Rinderknech, and it will seem like he's in trouble, but he'll be fine. I did not expect him to go 2 sets to love down.
By the way, Francis Tiafoe, and I know I'm a bit ahead of you, so I won't say too much, but he's got 3 break points on the Shelton serve at 3-all.
Great.
So, I'll wait until you... I mean, I've already seen the next point, but I'll wait until you've seen it. But yeah, he's got 3 break points.
Mine was behind.
Don't worry. Well, I'll wait until you get to 3 break points, and then you can tell me how things pan out. What do I want to say? Oh, Lehechka. Lehechka, it wouldn't be quite an upset, would it, Nick? It's more like, on paper you'd go 60-40 in Rublev's favor. But let me tell you this: one of the Talking Tennis team has Lehechka in their semi-finals at the US Open. Who can you guess it might be? Nick and Jeff, both of you.
I mean, I have him in my quarters.
Yeah, okay, so not bad.
Not that crazy, but obviously they have him beating Novak or someone who's beaten Novak.
Yeah, I think the person who put Lehechka in their semis had him beating Novak in the quarters maybe.
Is it Miles?
No.
My first guess is Mario.
No.
Okay.
But Mario tends to be quite brave. So
yeah, he's really brave with his picks, and he always gets it right. He gets it right.
I tell you who's not brave, and it definitely isn't him, and that is this guy that I'm going to put on the screen right now. Bold Vanch. It's not Bold Vanch, but Vanch tips the top 4 seeds and then says he's bold. Anyway, in the meantime, I'm going to share that meme that you just sent me, Jeffo.
Yay!
Sorry, I've been doing a million other things.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. By the way, we've got break points for Navarro, 15-40. Is it still break point Tiafoe?
No, Ben saved all 3 just now. Well, on my screen just now. It's probably like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything.
Juice. I'm not looking at the score on the screen.
Stefan Kostyuk and Navarro's dumped the forehand into the net. That's 2 break points come and gone for Navarro. 1 more.
Break points coming and going is the theme right now.
Oh, for crying out loud.
So
it is funny.
That's such an iconic meme. I love how they put Holger Bruno in there as well.
That's a decision. Yeah. No, British people do get that. Kostyuk's gone long. Navarro breaks. She's going to serve for the match at 5-3 in the decider.
Ooh.
There we go. There we go. There was something I wanted. I don't know if you saw me tweet a day. I think you did, Nick, a day or two ago. I compared our power rankings with basically saying my 10 are still in after the first round, but one of Nick's has gone. I think it was Daniel Collins, right?
Yeah.
But now my
Navabakan's
power
gone.
rankings. Who's gone? Oh, Rivalries gone. Yeah. Anyone else in your 11? Well, Kostyuk is on the verge of going.
Kostyk's looking to in the third game, which is annoying because I had her in my semi-finals. So that's going to be that's my bold pick backfiring.
Mine of course has. I had Alcaraz at 1, so if there was a value, if we gave a value, like Kostyuk was your number 11, I think, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Shelton just hit an enormous serve to save break point.
Kostyuk was in my power ranking. She's out.
Shelton's just hit his fastest serve of the match at 139 miles an hour. Ace down the middle to save break point.
I mean, basically, Shelton's serves should be on an autobahn, bearing in mind the German relaxed attitude towards speed.
I think my top 6 in my power ranking is still in it. No, top 5. Top 5 is still in it. Collins with 6. Yeah, Collins, Krejcikova, Rybakina, they're all gone. Kostyuk's about to go.
Shall I tell you who has Lehecka in the semis, or do you both want to have another stab at it?
Do I know them? Because I feel like quite a few people have joined.
They're in the WhatsApp group, but you do know them. Yeah. They're not someone that I added and have never spoken. There are 1 or 2. There's 1 anyway.
Who rates Lehecka that highly?
Andre.
It's not Andre. No, I'm surprised you haven't got it yet, please.
Oh, what a passing shot from Kostyuk to take the first match point.
I thought when you went, I thought you were going to say who it was. But anyway, no.
It's not Damien, is it? He's always had Lehecka.
It is Damien.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, here we go.
That's way too mainstream for Damien. He's the 30-second seed. That's basically the number 1 for Damien.
Yeah, I know. If he'd said it like 2 years ago, that would be massive.
Yeah, exactly. He probably had Tristan Schoolgate in the semis. I've never seen him before.
That was. Yeah, I thought he'd do reasonably well, but yeah, I thought I was impressed by Menchik coming back in the way that he did.
Yeah, I'm glad as well. I feel like that's important. What a hold from Shelton.
I'll be backing him.
So Shelton's had a big hold.
5 break points saved.
3rd match point for Emma Navarro. And the return from Kostyuk is long. Navarro celebrates in relief. She is through. She beats Marta Kostyuk 6-4, 4-6, 6-3. And ladies and gentlemen, we have that Wimbledon rematch. It's Gauff Navarro in round 4 of the US Open.
Very good. I'm quite pleased about that. I do like Kostyuk, but
it was actually pretty. I mean, I wasn't getting super excited, but it was a really interesting match to watch. I don't know if it was a classic, but it will probably go on my honorable mentions for good matches at the US Open.
Yeah.
Let's go to Ash. I'm going to go to Ash and join you on Tiafoe Shelton because that's what we promised.
It's good, man. I'm enjoying this match.
What else have we got going on? That's a doubles match. Okay, yeah, and it's going with set between Rublev and Lehecka on.
So we're finished for the day on the women's side. Nothing until the night session now.
Pretty much, yeah. At which point, this is why I lose all the interest in the US Open. No, I'm joking.
Keys, Mertens, Alexandra, Sabalenka. Well, it's not a great lineup, I must say. I guess Alexandra could be interesting against.
I mean, Alexandra was throwing a lot of unforced. She's playing quite messy tennis, and then she was quite fortunate to make it into round 3. If I'm honest, I mean, if she was playing a more experienced playing round 2, like Djokovic really had her rattled at points. Djokovic being a 16-year-old American with Croatian Serbian parents.
Wow.
But yeah, honestly, watch that match because I was curious about her, and I don't know if I've seen many 16-year-olds with the firepower Djokovic has.
I don't think I even. Hold on. I think I even saw
Not
her
people
name.
even Tiafoe, Petty Love. I think she's been kind of knocking around for a bit, but like sort of, I've seen her name mentioned a couple of times by people who do follow the younger players coming through.
Mm-hmm.
It's the first time I've
semis of Junior Wimbledon,
Mm-hmm.
quarters of French Juniors. Interesting. Doing well at ITFs. Yeah, I quite like it when because I feel like they can break through younger on the women's tour.
Yeah,
which is really cool. Like obviously Coco, is like the best recent example, but like I feel like you've got like Andreeva, who's she must only be like 17 still.
Mira's now it's still only 17. Yeah.
Yeah, my God, and it feels like she's been around for a few years now.
But
like Coco Gauff, I feels like I've been watching Coco Gauff since 2019, and she's 20.
Coco's a veteran at this point. She's 20.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I love that. It's really nice being able to watch such long careers of players.
Yeah.
We're going to be watching Alcaraz for a very long time as well.
Unless he injures himself.
Yeah, that's my only concern.
Yeah.
Some of the guys I was keeping an eye on have not let me down, but have struggled more than I hoped they would.
You mean apart from the usual?
Yeah, so like the players that like younger guys that I was kind of keeping an eye on.
Yeah.
Like Prismic, I was really, really high on, and then Menzik, like he's doing really well, to be honest.
Did you just say Prismic?
Yeah.
Oh, the reason I'm jumping in now, I would normally let you keep going, but I watched him play today at a Challenger. He lost in 3 sets. But yeah, he's the one who, of course, played Novak at the beginning of the year, right?
Yeah. You just seem to have that kind of presence about him that just made me think like this guy's going to be really good. And yeah, I've been keeping up with his Challenger results. He's really struggled this year overall. Fonseca though, I'm still very excited about what's to come from him.
Yeah, Fonseca's the one, really. I mean, we'll see how the next 12 months. But unlike Prismic and 1 or 2 others, perhaps, I'm not so worried about Fonseca. He's still got another year or two before we start pressing the panic button or anything like that. I mean, there's no panic at all. I mean, he's winning matches when he shouldn't do, and he's showing flashes of brilliance, and we can just let him develop.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's on a very good trajectory. And Menzik's, becoming a bit of a permanent fixture at the top of the game now.
Is Fonseca 17 still?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
I think he was. I think he was 16 in Rio, and then turned 17 not long after.
Yeah, that's right. I think it was his birthday in Rio this year.
Yeah.
Let me just check. Or maybe not. But
Okay,
anyway, he's 18. He's 18.
18. Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's 18. He's an old man now.
Yeah. Hope he's got his pension ready.
I mean, because at the minute, I'd say based purely on results, I'm slightly higher on Menchik.
Yeah. I guess
But
the same age
a
now.
little bit older. Let me just have a look. What's Mensik's age?
Menchik's 18 still, isn't he?
Yeah,
Oh, is he? Okay.
he's got to be 19 soon, surely.
He is 18, and he's going to be 19. Oh, in 2 days, he's going to be 19.
Nice.
So
Okay.
he may be celebrating.
Fonseca.
Yeah, exactly. He's pretty much a year ahead. And
God,
he
he's
may
ancient.
be celebrating a 4th round or a quarterfinal at the US Open. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll bring him a big cake on the court.
Oh, let's not have another
Then
cake.
there'll
mate.
be debates about
I think everyone's learned their lesson about that one.
No more cakes.
No cakes.
There's been some lovely retirement ceremonies.
Maybe they'll bring him a muffin. Just bring him a muffin.
Yeah. Win your first title, and then you can have a cake. You can have a Colin the Caterpillar cake if you win a title, a 250.
I was going. What if he wins the US Open?
I don't know, wedding cake.
Yeah, I don't.
He
think
won the
he'll be
US
worried.
Open on
I
his
don't think
19th
he'll worry about the
birthday.
size of the cake. I don't think he'll be worried about it.
No.
I mean,
Oh, dear,
you say
Shelton.
they've had some really nice retirement ceremonies. We'll never know about Danielle Collins.
Yeah, I'm sad that we didn't get that. But
She just said, nope, not for me.
Yeah, she was like, thanks, but no thanks. Oh, Shelton's in trouble again on serve.
Yeah, this match.
I've got a feeling Tiafoe will take this set. Well, not really a feeling. He's in
double
a
fault
good
for
position.
Shelton, so yeah. Not 40. And Shelton's first double fault the set. Served 6 in the first. Going to the stat just flashed up. Yeah. I think we should be super surprised if.
We're again. Sorry to interrupt. We're again in this situation where Shelton had a massive hold, didn't he, before saving 3 break points, but we're basically going to have to do it all over again.
Yeah, and he had to do it earlier in the set as well. I think it's 3 times. Oh no, it was last set.
That big serve is really getting him out of trouble because he's just hit 2 huge serves to kind of put him in a perfect position to win the point. Although this last one,
you're going to see a pretty cool rally, though. You're going to see a pretty cool rally.
I've just seen the cat and mouse rally that resulted in Tiafoe going long, 30-40.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you and I are probably a bit closer to each other than compared to Jeff, though.
Yeah. As always, I'm left behind on the stream.
Bye.
Just like, oh, guys, who wins the match? Come on, tell me now.
There was one shot in that cat and mouse rally that I really loved from Ben because he actually sort of went against the mainstream. Basically, when he's running down one of those shots from Tiafoe, I'm thinking, okay, go down the line and see how it pans out. But he didn't. He went back. He sort of did tit for tat, and it turned out to be the right decision because then Tiafoe goes long after that.
Yeah, I've just seen that. That was nice.
Yeah, Shelton saved another break point with a serve +1.
Wow, that must be so infuriating for Tiafoe.
That +1 was lovely as well. It was a lovely forehand, from a fairly neutral position, actually.
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, and then big serve to set up game point.
Lovely.
Do you know the story about Ben's sort of newish haircut?
No.
Basically, Artifice's brother, I'm going to say. Pretty sure it's brother. I'm saying it, but no, I'm pretty sure. Artifice's brother apparently is a hairdresser. And he just said, all right, go on, give it a go. And we let Artifice's brother, I don't know how capable Artifice's brother is, but he let him have a go on his hair.
Dangerous.
Yeah. His hair looks quite good.
Yeah. Wasn't there a big fuss about Artifice's haircut at one point?
I'm not sure I remember. But another whole... Shelton's angry, bro. He's fuming. I don't know what's...
I don't know why. He's just, I can see why. He just feels like he shouldn't have to dig himself up from love 40 twice in a set.
Yeah. That's probably it. But I don't know who he's shouting at.
I think he's shouting at himself almost. He's annoyed at himself for keep getting in these, horrible situations.
Yeah.
Rublev is taking the first set 6-3, by the way.
Yeah.
Against Vekic. I've kind of killed that conversation, haven't I?
No, I was about to say as well. I've seen that.
All right, so Tiafoe's coming out to stay in the second set, 4-5. That's going to be... So he's got to hope he does it. He needs to make sure he's not too disappointed he didn't break Shelton there, because it's interesting that Shelton's obviously dug himself out of trouble and he's the one getting angry, and Tiafoe is staying very even keel right now.
Yeah, but just you saying it there, Nick, that Francis is serving to say in the second set, it's like, oh boy, yeah, that's a good point, because obviously he's serving second and he saved 6 break points. Sorry, Shelton saved 6 break points kind of from nowhere. And now the pressure's on Francis all of a sudden.
Yeah, and this is where, Shelton returned it out last set, so.
frustration from, well, not frustration, but like Francis is pumped that he just won that first point with a lovely overhead. Really came out to the net, controlled it at that point. So he's looking, that was a good start for Francis there. He's finding first serves as well, which is helpful for him. Again, comes to net, defends, great backhand volley. Very love.
Yeah, that's a nice volley, because that wasn't easy, I don't think. In fact, when he did that shot, going towards the Shelton forehand, I thought, oh, you might be in trouble here, Francis, but he dealt with that really well, I thought.
Yeah, it did look like he was it was a tricky volley for definite. But I think he used the pace Shelton gave him really well to kind of boost it. Gets a second serve that works quite well, and then Shelton shanks the cross-court forehand, 40 love Tiafoe.
Yeah, that was a shank that Stefanos would be proud of.
I was about to say, he's been watching too much Tsitsipas. Oh, you beat me to it.
Hey!
Tsitsipas just gets...
Is there any... Okay, Andy Roddick, you're going to say, was he a shanker?
Well, no, there was a famous shank I was thinking about.
Yeah, on match point.
Wimbledon.
09, yeah.
Match point?
Match point down.
Match point down, was it? Oh, okay, yeah.
The 09 final.
Well, but also Federer, don't forget, match point down against Djokovic in 2019. That was a shank too.
Was that a shank?
Yeah, I think this...
The last point of the match. I mean, you can call it
last point, yeah, that was a shank. Yeah, that was, yeah.
Maybe the spirit of Roddick possessed Federer for a moment, just as payback for 10 years ago.
Do you know what? I will say this now. I would happily swap the results of both those finals. Actually.
I think if I was a Federer fan, I would as well, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense, yeah. What Grand Slam would I give up and then take? I'd probably give Dominic Thiem a French, which you'll be very pleased about, Jeff. I'll give Dominic Thiem one of the French Open finals. I mean, you can't give him the 2018 one. You got to give him the 2019 one.
I'd give him the 20. I think also Thiem could have won that match. We had to play 4 days in a row.
Yeah.
He got screwed over there.
Rain, yeah. I was at the semi-final against Djokovic actually. Yeah, because that got delayed.
Djokovic was not happy about
2
the
days.
wind.
Yeah. Oh right, yeah. Well,
I remember the first two sets of that French Open final were absolutely brilliant. That Nadal team 2019 final.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably give 2020 French Open to Schwartzman as well. I mean, I know he didn't make the final, but I'd give it to him anyway. We'll just hand a few out.
It doesn't. You see, it doesn't work because, like, I think what John's trying to do is he's going to give a slam to Thiem, but he needs to give one to Rafa from somewhere else.
Yeah,
and
obviously I'm going to take one from Novak.
Yeah, I'm taking 2012.
Yeah,
Australian
2012.
Open.
Yeah,
I'm taking that Australian Open.
It's the obvious one, and I would take it. But there is one match, which is a semi-final at Wimbledon of 2018, which was a de facto final, perhaps, and so.
Yeah, it was.
But then he'd have to be Anderson, I think, was in the final, wasn't it? So,
but Anderson had no energy in that final. Like it was a easy win for whoever got.
That was awful.
Yeah, but. So I'll take one of those two, but yeah, let's go to the final, I guess, against Novak in 2012.
Tiafoe held.
Yeah.
So it's 5-5.
Did I saw I was just thinking about retirement ceremonies. I saw Gasquet got a retirement ceremony in qualifying. I don't remember him officially announcing his retirement.
He's not. But I think probably he's made it or at least behind the scenes known that he won't be at the US Open next year.
Yeah.
So
he'll probably retire at the French or something.
I think he'll retire
He's heading for Roland Garros retirement in 2025.
That would be nice. Yeah, I think that'd be I'll miss
that.
Gasquet.
Makes sense. I mean, also it makes sense in terms of where he's at. I think he's still got
another. What a drop shot!
I know. Yeah. Look at Ben try and chase that down.
So good. He tries, but that drop was just too good off the slice as well.
These athletes sliding on a hard court. I mean, sliding on clay is not easy, but sliding on a hard court, I don't know how Yannick, Carlos, and Ben do it. I mean, Even Rafa, Novak does a bit, but even Rafa doesn't slide much on a hardcore. Not compared to these guys, anyway.
Djokovic does slide a lot.
Yeah, no, Djokovic does. Yeah.
And he does it on grass as well, which Sinner can do. Comersana Fritz, another upset brewing from the legendary Argentinian Grand Slam merchant. Three ATP wins, 3 Grand Slam wins.
Fritz is winning that. I think.
Yeah, he'll win that.
Oh, Rublev took the first set over Lehetsko. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did say that.
Sorry, Nick. Maybe I was in the toilet. I went to the toilet, and when I was in the toilet, I was thinking, I do hope I turn my mic off.
I actually have genuinely watched a live stream where someone went to the toilet and forgot to turn their mic off.
Well, one of ours?
No, not one of ours. It was another. It was a complete unrelated. It wasn't a tennis related stream.
The there's the movie Naked Gun. There's a classic scene at the beginning of Naked Gun. I think the first one.
That is a fantastic scene.
Yeah.
Naked Gun is one of my favorite movies ever.
I haven't seen it, but I've seen Airplane, and I love him so much. I need to watch that.
Leslie Nielsen. Yeah, you got to watch that.
He
Talking
so
of something
funny.
you got to watch, Jethro.
Out from Shelton. Tiafoe's broken. He's going to serve for the set 6-5.
Yeah, but he's been basically knocking at the door, as we've been saying for the last half an hour, basically, or 20 minutes. And this time he gets over the line thanks to a forehand error into the tram line.
God, it's like watching a TV show, and every 5 seconds someone tells me exactly what's about to happen.
Yeah, I'm trying not to, but then
no, it's fine. I
but
don't
then
mind.
Nick goes, "Whoa!"
Yeah, no, I do the same. I can't.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, no, I do the same. It's hard not to react.
Shall we remind everyone of Nick's power rankings and count how many people have gone out? Let's do that, shall we?
I
mean, I know you can, but I'm still going to do it. It's only 30 seconds. The video.
It's funnier if it's funnier if we go through it.
Yeah, here we go, Defo. 3, 2, 1, go.
Number 11, Marta Kostyuk. Number 10, Paula Badosa. Number 9, Barbora Krejcikova. Number 8, Jasmine Paolini. Number 7, Elena Rybakina. Number 6, Danielle Collins. Number 5, Zhang Wen. Number 4, Coco Gauff. Number 3, Jessica Pegula. Number 2, Iga Świątek. And number 1, for the first time in my power rankings history, Arina Sabalenka.
It dwells on Arina Sabalenka quite a while, doesn't it?
Yes. Or he could have used a more flattering photo of her as well. God.
I know, but I thought that was quite funny. Yeah. But the music is like 39 seconds long or whatever, and Nick's bit is 30 seconds. So I was like, oh, I'll just let the music play.
Yeah.
Anyway, four gone, Nick.
Yeah, that's okay. That's not a bad progress for me. I think Wimbledon was worse.
Yeah, but 4 gone. I mean, that's how it is. But you also your first 5 are in. So although for me, and we'll probably play mine at some point. For me, I think I might have only lost 1, but it's the number 1. So
yeah. I mean, why were you so confident about Carlos?
Good question. I thought that his Cincinnati defeat wasn't anything to worry about. He's had defeats in, had a defeat at Queens, didn't he? He lost to Jack Draper in, I'm going to say the second round at Queens.
Yeah.
I think he might have won 1 match there and then lost 1. And then we saw how he was at Wimbledon. I also thought 5 sets. So the loss in Cincinnati was against Monfils, wasn't it? 2-1. He wasn't happy, but I still think if that goes 5, he wins 5 sets. I think it's a huge thing that puts him in a particular sphere. And then it's just a case of whether you put him, Yannick, or Novak at number 1. And I just thought that Yannick, don't know if Yannick plays Carlos in the semi-finals. I'm favouring Carlos. Again, 5 sets against Yannick in particular. I would fancy Carlos over 5, as he proved in at least on a clay court this year in Paris. And then, of course, there's the Novak question. But I think there is a Novak question. Changing courts so often, if we put the Olympics in one little category and the rest of the the season in another, he's not had a great season, has he? But the Olympics, of course, does everything. But that doesn't mean he'll win the US Open. But I tell you who has won something, which is Francis Tiafoe has won the second set.
To love as well, and serving really, really well. He's obviously heard Jethro say, he never gets first serves in. So you know what? We're going to try.
Well, it's about time. I've talked about his serving on this channel enough.
Although,
honestly.
having said that, I'm just seeing the stats. Shelton got 75% first serves in, still lost the set. Tiafoe, 58%. It's good for him, but...
Yeah, it's big numbers for Tiafoe, yeah. Impressive. Yeah, I mean, he returned well. Interesting.
I think the critical thing here is, Shelton 13 on false errors, Tiafoe 4. It was a very clean set from Tiafoe.
Yeah. Kept his head down. Oh, I don't know where this is going to go now.
I mean, I had to say two things in the last sort of 20 minutes or so that just made me convinced that Shelton would win. You know, Shelton win the first set. I thought Shelton would win the match beforehand. I'm saving those 6 break points. I was like, well, this is a sign that Shelton's winning this second set, but not at all. Not at all.
Oh, an interview with Jack Draper now.
I was gonna, Joe. That's a perfect segue to my question for you, Jethro. How, if you are a Brit and you are, well, you are a Brit, but if you're one of those Brits who like mainly cares about how the British players do,
if I'm a back the Brit, yeah.
How optimistic are we about a British semi-finalist at the US Open?
Let me hold on. Let me look at that section again quickly because I would
say that section is pretty wide open. I will help you out. De Minaur is the highest seed left in that quarter.
Right.
And
so
ordinarily I'd be like heavy. Ordinarily I'd be like he's heavy favorite to make it through, but he is.
I'm showing on the screen. I'm showing.
I've got it on my phone. So what? Botic, Draper, Goffin, Makac, De Minaur, Evans, on Ali Thompson. Ooh,
it's pretty open. If De
Minaur's Draper's,
then it's pretty open.
I think De Minaur. That's an amazing opportunity for De Minaur to make his first semi-final.
Mm.
The problem for De Minaur is that he just wishes it was probably a month or two later. And listen, I mean, he still might be fine, but to have this amazing opportunity, a bit like he had at Wimbledon in a way. I know he was going to play Novak next, but these two tournaments have come at the bookend of an injury anyway, and it's just a pity that. Hey, listen, maybe he's feeling better and he's playing more matches, and he's going to be in the best form of his life in the next 3 or 4 days. But in terms of, it just might be a bit too early for De Minaur. But yeah, Draper's got to fancy his chances.
Yeah, I mean. It's funny seeing Goffin there. Goffin's still
kicking around.
He can't make the semis. 2024 Goffin can't make a Sam semi. I really like Goffin, but he is significantly less good than he used to be. Makac should beat him. I think Draper. I think Draper can beat Botic, and I think and I think he could beat Goffin on Makac as well. Draper should make that quarterfinal. I think we got. If I was to, Draper De Minaur quarterfinal. I would say.
But the one thing is for Draper that I would be concerned about is the physicality. If he goes 4 or 5 sets, maybe he can do it once, but can he do it twice? I don't know.
Put our poor British boy on the night session, please. Get him out of that heat. I mean, I'm here for the chaos of Jordan Thompson making the semis. That'd be hilarious.
That would be hilarious
because he is actually a very good player.
He is. Well, Dan Evans has been pretty chaotic as well.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh no, I would love that as well. I think he deserves that as well. But
player I put in my quarterfinals that I thought might lose to was going to lose to Alcaraz, but had a chance of maybe taking a set. And this is before the chaos happened. Matteo Arnaldi. I'm looking at him going, maybe.
I just can't trust Arnaldi. Anytime he's impressing me, he kind of just goes down a bit of a level. Like he gets good results and he he gets plenty of wins, but he's still got like another level to go before like a really big run, I think. Maybe this will be it.
But yeah, the thing is that you took a level to go. Like, who would he have to beat? And like, this is the big question that's kind of over the draw is how close to 100% is de Minaur? Because if de Minaur is the closer de Minaur is to 100%, the more confident I am that he makes the semis.
Yeah,
like even against Draper.
Yeah. Also, I remember still very well de Minaur and Draper's third round Wimbledon match 2 years ago. 4-setter. Probably one of my favorite 4-setters ever. It was so good.
de Minaur won that, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a brilliant match. And I mean, that was around the time I really thought de Minaur is a far better player than was once expected of him. That was around the time I was like, yeah, no, he's not just like a good, plucky Australian. Like, he's really, really, really good.
Did he two next gen finals in a row?
No, I know, but I think, it was. I feel like early on in his career, it was a lot of really, really big, fun atmosphere, Australian Open matches, and like he was such a fighter, and that was great. But like there was, he was just not powerful enough, and he's clearly put a lot of work into his like strength and conditioning, and he's got. His serve is really quite good now. It's not a massive, but it's a very, very good serve for his size, and gives a forehand a good whack. I mean, yeah, I think. And he's got to the quarterfinals in the US Open before, and that was back when what team won it?
2020, yeah.
Yeah, so and he's way better now. So yeah, I hope de Minaur's fit and healthy because I think him in the semis would be pretty cool. But I mean, I'm happy with any of them. That's quite a fun lineup. That's a really fun lineup.
Yeah, de Minaur would then have to play most likely two players who he would not enjoy playing, Sinner or de Minaur. Medvedev.
In the final.
In the
semis.
Yeah. Sinner, we know, loves that matchup.
He would like to play Medvedev.
Doesn't as much, but...
Yeah, no. I think if we're talking New York, US Open semi-final, Medvedev will beat him, but... he would way prefer to play Medvedev than Sinner.
Yeah,
because he can go toe-to-toe with Medvedev from the baseline, and he can frustrate him and get under his skin. He can't really do that with Sinner, because Sinner's just got the raw power and the consistency.
John, were you saying something?
No, I just basically agreeing with what basically Jeff was about to say. Yeah, like Sinner just does everything better. Whereas against Medvedev, it is a matchup, if you like. It is a thing where de Minaur can go, well, okay, you do what you do, I'll do what I do, and I've got half a chance here. In fact, I think de Minaur had a run of wins against Medvedev, if I'm not mistaken, which I think Medvedev has brought that to an end, I think. But there was a run of wins then. It kind of makes sense. Whereas de Minaur against Sinner, in a way, it was a bit like Sinner Novak 18 months ago, where you just sort of thought, oh, okay, Sinner against Novak is going to be interesting, but it's going to go the way of Novak because everything Sinner did at that point was kind of just not quite as good as Novak. And I see the same with Sinner, therefore, and de Minaur. Yeah, I remember watching them at the Davis Cup last year, and it was just, inevitable from the first game onwards, pretty much. But we'll see. By the way, de Minaur's got to beat Dan Evans, and de Minaur has an 0-2 record. Am I right against the group?
0-3.
0-3.
0-3 is it? Okay, 0-3. I mean, that's not me here. Somebody said, I think on Twitter yesterday, that Dan Evans hit entirely one-handed backhand slices, entirely sliced his backhand throughout the entire first set yesterday. I mean, he won it. I just don't know if you can go very deep at a slam with just hitting backhand slices all the time.
He was playing Mariano Nafone and knew he could get away with it.
Exactly, he's a smart player. Exactly. Yeah, I think that would have just been. I know this work. Oh dear.
Huge forehand return winner from Ben Shelton to get to love 30 on the Tiafoe serve.
I love that little triangle of head-to-heads I saw yesterday. I think it's like Dan Evans is like 0-6 against Nishioka. Hachinov 6-0 against Nishioka, and Evans is like 5-0 against Hachinov or something. Like, I love those because you often get those kind of like that kind of symmetry. Oh my god, that was huge! Yeah,
really going for that one.
Head-to-head between Medvedev and Domino, 6-3 Medvedev, but Medvedev won the first
4. Yeah, I knew it was like 1 point very lopsided.
And then it went Domino, Medvedev, then Domino at the French Open this year. So.
Oh, and the Tiafoe hits a mega passing shot with the backhand, and it's 30-all.
That was nuts. I mean, Ben was cranking up the pressure, turning the screw there with one big forehand after the other, and yet Tiafoe had an unbelievable answer that last one.
All.
Oh.
Are you seeing it now?
Yeah, oh wow, great pass. It was such a good forehand retrieval.
Yeah, they've definitely done well.
Yeah, I feel like they're both playing well now. I mean, they both have been all match, to be honest, but...
Yeah, this is good quality, I agree.
I think I didn't get to watch the night match last year because obviously it's really hard to do that in the UK. But
Tiafoe just sort of disappeared. Tiafoe just disappeared from that match.
I watched the extended highlights and like read about it, and it just didn't seem like the quality was that great. But this has been very good quality.
Crush and rush from Shelton brings it back to juice.
Also, I feel like quite a lot of the fans there will probably want to see Shelton Djokovic rematch instead of Tiafoe Djokovic, and I feel like that'll factor into there.
Because the end of the Shelton Djokovic match was quite tense.
Brilliant. It was brilliant.
Most of the match up to that point wasn't, and then so the third set something clicked for Shelton.
Yeah,
he still lost it, but it was a tense end.
Yeah, I was at a bar in London watching the rugby because it was like the first day of the Rugby World Cup. And then it ended, and on another big screen there was the Shelton Djokovic match. So I watched some of the last set, and I couldn't really hear the commentary, but it looked tense between them. It was really fun, and I like what Shelton brings. I think he's good. I think he's a really good personality for the sport.
Yeah, I think he's a fun character. Just winding the clock back almost 24 hours, and obviously the Vekic upset of Carlos. I've seen some analysis basically saying that Vekic decided to basically take time away from Carlos, take the ball that much earlier, and it reminded me of Jan-Lennard Struff actually, which is kind of what Jan-Lennard would try and do, and like not quite successfully because he's had he's had two very close 3-set losses to Carlos. But that's exactly what Jan-Lennard successfully, if you can say that, did in Madrid back-to-back in this year, but also last year as well. Just take the ball early. And it'd be interesting to see what other players do with Carlos now, especially not players that can go toe-to-toe like a Novak or a Yannick, but maybe other players that are sort of ranked around Bottic's level. Just go, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rush him. I'm going to make sure I get to the net first. You know, I'm going to go to the net before Carlos does. I'm going to also go to the net, so I take away the drop shot. That's another beauty of going to the net that you obviously take away from your opponent because you can't drop a drop shot on someone who's at the net. Good luck with that one. So, yeah, I just think it's interesting. It's an interesting thing that I watched the first set and a half. I watched Carlos break back, and I thought, okay, now we're going to see a routine 4-set win. But wow, just couldn't believe it when I woke up to that news this morning.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was asleep well before it started. But I think, like, God, I just imagining how many British tennis fans woke up to check the overnight results, kind of like casually looking and like, you kind of like, you expect the safety of like kind of results you were expecting. And then I just saw 3-0 Botic Van der Zandschop, and I had to like double take and look at my phone again. I was like, "Are you serious?" I couldn't believe it.
I audibly shouted "what?" I don't know if I woke my neighbours up.
Yeah,
but,
no, I shouted "what" when I woke up as well.
Because I went to bed going, right, well, there's only a couple of men's matches left. It's Medvedev, Alcaraz, and I'm going to wake up expecting to see some wins for them tomorrow. And then we're going, Medvedev, check, he's through. Alcaraz.
Who did he play?
3 sets. What?
I was just an absolute shock. Marozhan. I was following that. Yeah, that's not surprising as well.
Because, I mean, I rightly or wrongly, everyone will have a different opinion on this about how big a shock it was and all the rest of it. But the thing is with Botic is there's almost a known quantity that makes it even more of a shock than a Marozhan in Rome last year over 3 sets. And somebody who just knows that Marozhan's ceiling is incredibly high, like Damien, for example, suggested before that match, and it happens. It's like, well, losing to 150 in the world, but we just have no clue about what could be going on here is one thing. But losing to a guy like Botic, who we sort of know, but we're not sort of know, we know very well.
Yeah.
We know how the matchup is. I think they played each other twice before. And yeah, we also knew where Botic was at in terms of the last 12 months have been pretty rough for the Dutchman. And
considering retiring,
Exactly, yeah. I remember speaking to Botic in Rosmalen earlier this year, or Hogentogenbosch, which I cannot stand ever saying that word because I get it wrong every single time. And he was in a really, not a good place. And as you said, considering retirement. So I just thought, well, this is. I'm not saying this is the biggest shock or the biggest shock this year, the biggest shock in the last 10 years. But it is kind of even more surprising than just 150 in the world, some 19-year-old guy who we don't know a huge amount about.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean, because it's, you wouldn't see it coming. Whereas, this is like, this is a player we know. Because like you were talking about players rushing him. Reminds me of like Svitolina in Paris last year as well. Beat Alcaraz from a breakdown in the first set. But I mean, Alcaraz, this thing, like he was tired. He
indoor
hardcore. It's kind of difficult to judge that. But yeah, I mean, it is a tactic. It's just that you have to execute it really well, but you also kind of need to hope that Alcaraz is having an off day as well.
Yeah, or you need to have it in your locker to be able to execute the tactic. But Jan-Lennart Struff does have it. He can go to the net. His volleying is insane. So
I like Struff. He's fun to watch. Yeah.
Shelton is held after saving break points.
He really needs a love hold soon to take the pressure off.
I mean, his opening service game was relatively convincing in this set. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it does feel like Tiafoe is all over him. Or that that's like he's giving Tiafoe room. He's giving Tiafoe opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, that's 4 games in the last sort of hour where Tiafoe's had break points, if I'm right in thinking. Yeah, because he broke once, and he had love 40 twice, and now he just had another break point come and go as well.
Like, if Shelton's serve wasn't as good as like Shelton would be struggling to hold right now, and we'd be going momentum is very much with Tiafoe. But Shelton's serve is keeping him very much keeping this match in the balance right now.
Yeah, because I mean, from the ground, Tiafoe's the more consistent one at the moment,
which is how he won the second set.
Yeah.
It's definitely been a fun match.
It has.
There's some chat between Brian and Ben in the crowd. Ben getting a lot of advice from his dad.
Who's Tiafoe working with now?
I can't remember.
David Witt. David Witt.
Oh, it's
Right.
Witt. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He was a big name. Oh, forehand up the line winner from Tiafoe. Great shot from the American. Still means business here. I'm looking around, like, score-wise, Dimitrov looks like he's heading for set 1. He's about to serve for it at 5-3. Vekic is keeping the second set close with Rublev, and Komisana and Fritz. I don't think there's been any breaks yet in that match.
No, Komisana had a couple of break points in the last game, but I wouldn't be surprised if he takes a set today. He's sick. I really like Komisana.
I'm gonna say, like, I was like, I forgot who Komisana was when I looked at the draw, and I was like doing my bracket, and I was like, Komisana, Argentinian guy. Not sure how that's going to go. Completely forgot, of course, he was the guy who took out Rublev at Wimbledon.
Yeah, he had a nice little run.
So I think I was there. Do you know what? I think I was out at Wimbledon on the day that happened, and I didn't go to watch the match because I was convinced that Rublev would win it.
Yeah.
Double fault.
No, to be fair, like, there's probably more interesting players to watch than Rublev anyway. Not to be mean, but there's like 18 courts all going on.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say he's one of the I'd say he's one of the less exciting top.
I definitely would want to watch him for a few games. I definitely like go there.
Yeah,
And watch him for a
I'd
few
like
games.
to see him hit the ball in person for sure.
But there were other matches that I wanted. Like, there were just other matches that I thought were more exciting, particularly on the women's side, that were happening around that point.
Yeah.
Tiafoe holds 2-2.
I like Tiafoe's kit as well.
It's a decent colour.
I think both of their kits are really cool.
Yeah, Carlos's outfit was quite cool, but sometimes I think that when I was looking at Carlos going out last night, I was like, oh, we're not going to see that kit again. Oh well.
Yeah, it was a good kit.
I don't think Carlos is thinking that way, but
no.
But yeah.
Yeah, no more Osaka dresses either. There's like I feel like some of the fashion's been quite good this tournament.
I think tennis outfits don't get long enough in in football. It used to be 2 years, although now it's 1. But
Yeah.
tennis, my goodness me, there's just one tournament sometimes, and the outfits change. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're on running.
Yeah.
I think honors a bit different, but Nike just go through outfits. Whereas I think you should have it at least for the whole season. So Rafa would classically have an outfit until the French Open, and then have a new one for the French Open. I think have it the whole clay season. You know, from Barcelona or whenever he begins, or Monte Carlo until the French Open. You don't need one for Monte Carlo and Barcelona, Madrid, and then have a new one for the French.
Yeah, well, I feel like Nike as well. They put zero effort into it now. Like, I mean, like as I said, Tiafoe's kit looks really cool, but most of the stuff they pump out these days is just rubbish. And I'm like, well, and then the players kind of just sort of wear different ones. Same with Adidas. Like Adidas haven't released as good. Well, some really awful kits actually.
Adidas look like they've brought the same stuff as last year, but added some unnecessary extras.
Yeah, they have these weird designs, and I'm like, who's coming up with that? I could do better than this. Where's like you guys are probably earning insane amounts of money to be designing these kits, and this is the best you can come out with. And Nike keep dropping their tennis players as well.
On love to go. You know what we're going to do? We're going to get the stickiest T-shirts we're going to find. The material. Make sure it just sticks to the player, and we'll go with that for a couple of years because João Fonseca and Ben Shelton in particular. Anyway, they're just sticking.
Eager
and there were
too.
other players on the
Eager too.
I mean,
like I don't remember
yeah.
having that problem before on.
Yeah. I feel like there needs to be a bit of a passion revival in the making of tennis kits because they used to look so cool. But Nike don't really care. They're like, well, we've got Rafa, we've got Alcaraz and Sinner for the next. We've got them locked in for like 15 years or whatever.
Yeah.
Sinner's on what the what 150 mil contract was 10 mil for 15 years or 15 mil for 10
Really,
years,
yeah.
something like that. And I
I
imagine
mean-
Alcaraz is on something similar.
Once you've got Yannick and Carlos, and I'm just trying to think who else have they got in the sort of top 20? Oh, Aruna. So that's enough, really. They're fine. I mean, I know Runa's obviously going through a sticky spell right now, and may never get to where we maybe once thought, but he may well do. But you're fine with those three for the next 15 years for sure, one way or another. And that's why Nike are like, you know what, we don't need Andre Rublev or Taylor Fritz. They're just sort of like, we can get by with just those two, or those three. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, who else in the top 20? Like, I guess Tiafoe.
Tiafoe, they'll keep him. I guess they've got Hatchelov. I don't know if he's in the top 20 these days, but yeah, I keep muting myself, Jesper, just so I don't disrupt people's ears with the music that's blaring out in the background.
Yeah, no worries.
This match is an intriguing moment right now. Bearing in mind, 45 minutes ago, I thought this was going to be a 4-set win for Shelton, or maybe a straight-set win for Shelton. I'm still leaning Shelton, but Tiafoe for a long period was the better player.
Yeah, and I still wouldn't. Yeah, I think it's very 50-50. It's tough to call. But Tiafoe is playing really well now.
Did you see any of Dan Evans against Hatchelov the other day?
Yeah, I saw some of it. I think I kind of just had it on, and then I was watching something else, and then saw the result came through because I saw the score was 4-love in the fifth set, and then checked again, saw it was 4-2, and I just had a feeling I was like, oh my god, I can so see Ebo winning this now. He's so good. He's so good mentally in those situations.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of surprising. It's surprising that Dan Evans comes back from 4-love down, but it's also surprising bearing in mind the opponent and how solid Hatchelov is.
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that he'd been 4-love down. I tuned in at 4-all, going, oh wow, this is exciting.
Yeah.
I didn't know what had happened before it until like maybe half an hour after the match finished, or some period of time after the match finished. So I tuned in at 4-all, going, this is crazy, this is exciting. Wins, I think 7-5 in the middle, was it 6-4? 7-5, I think. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. Wow. And then sometime later, it's like, oh, he was 4-love and 15-40. Basically, he was very close to being bageled in that.
Yeah, 15-40. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm really happy for Evans with how his tournament's going, because yeah, he was pretty unreal what he did for Murray and Team GB, and yeah, I know obviously we all say like, oh, he sacrifices Washington points. Obviously, I don't think anyone's saying, oh well, he probably would have defended his title or got to the final or whatever. But obviously, he didn't even give himself that chance. So, nice little run here. I mean, I'm quite neutral in this match with Domino. I also really like Domino, but that could be a really fun match tomorrow.
But yeah, he's defending it. He's defended his points from last year. And the good news is that last year he got injured, I think, in Vienna and missed sort of the last few weeks of the season. So hopefully he can pick up some points somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure indoor hardcourt is really his style, but
not really. But he was funnily enough, it was against Francis Tiafoe when he got injured, and I think it was a double breakup in the first set. But yeah, they're not his thing. But hopefully he'll get some points at least.
Oh, so we got juice on Tiafoe serve. We haven't had this for a while.
Wow, you're catching up. It seems. I don't know if you hit a refresh.
I saw the score on the screen.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still like a point behind, I think.
If I am behind the scoreboard, which is often the case, I'm not looking. I mean, I'm in a situation where I'm ahead of the scoreboard, or at least on par with it. Whereas when I'm not, I sort of just don't look at it if I can avoid it.
Yeah, no, I've been avoiding it most of the match. So who did you have as winner before the tournament for the men's?
I had Carlos, and I went Savalek. Quite predictably, I guess I went Savalek on the women's.
Yeah.
Yeah, Carlos. And you?
I didn't really have an outright winner, to be honest, because I didn't do my bracket. I haven't done one since the Australian Open. I keep forgetting, but I think I kind of thought Djokovic probably.
Okay.
I don't know. I wasn't confident in Alcaraz after, that loss in Paris against Djokovic, and then the Monfils loss. It was just a bit. And then Sinner, I just feel like might be a bit rocked by everything that's happened.
Yeah.
And
even if you ignore what happens with Yannick, without obviously the scandal, even if you just put that to one side, you'd still be going, listen, Sinner's great, and he should probably make the semis, but does he beat Carlos? Does he beat Novak over 5 sets? You'd still have some doubts, put it that way. I know he beat Novak, of course, in Australia, but actually, don't forget, until Cincinnati, when was the previous tournament? Halle, which, by the way, for most players would be unbelievable to win 2 tournaments in 4 months. But there was the injury, there was some injury issues, there was tonsillitis, of course, for the French Open. So, yeah, have you seen that volley from Shelton that went in the net?
I did. Yeah, shocking.
On break point, yeah.
He was all over him. I was like, because I again accidentally saw the score, and I was like, no way does he lose this point.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look, not look. Second serve at Juice. Oh, that's a great one. Yeah. Very nice. Right, another break point for Shelton. I'm still trying to ignore the score.
Yeah, I'm not trying to spoil it for you, Jethro. I'm seeing bits and yeah.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm managing to avoid the scoreboard.
Yeah, avoid the scoreboard and yeah, but it's obviously a big game. This it's a big game.
Always run around the format, run around the backhand.
Are you watching on like Sky or BBC or something else?
Yeah, Sky. Oh dear. Oh, that's annoying.
You've seen
no, I'm on technical. Yeah, I'm on Sky Go. So I can't choose the matches, but obviously once it gets like the third round onwards, it doesn't become as much of a problem. Match choice is best for the most important, really, for the first 2 days. Sorry, first 2 rounds.
Ooh. Yeah, this match is on a knife edge.
So tight. And yeah, Shelton's losing his consistency on the backhand a bit at the minute. And he's getting too upset with himself.
It's unusual for him to be under pressure on his serve so often as well.
Yeah.
On the women's side, who did you go for?
Ooh. I don't think I could pick anyone on the women's side. I think right now I would probably say Sabalenka.
Yeah.
I would really like Iga to win it after everything that's happened with her recently. But obviously Sabalenka just come back from injury, so is Sabalenka the second seed? Was it Coco?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we'll get them in the final if they both make it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that would be my dream final for them.
Yeah. I think it's likely is too strong a word, but yeah, that are obviously the 2 favorites to get there. Coco dropping their set today. Coco's form is not quite there at the moment for me. But yeah.
Yeah, I think she's just not really inspiring much confidence in a big run. I mean, she could do it. She wasn't very convincing last year at the US Open, and just fought her way through. But Yeah, I think it'll be different. I think it's different this year. But we might get an unexpected winner on the women's side.
Yeah, I think it's probably more likely with Iga sort of losing to someone you might not expect than Arena, but
Yeah.
who knows?
I think, yeah, I mean, I saw Iga's result yesterday, and I remember thinking before the match, she really quite needs an emphatic result here.
Yeah, and she got it. Yeah,
and she really got it. So that was positive.
Yeah, it was probably an easier second round than a first round opponent, but yeah, I know what you mean.
So Harriet Dart pushed Kostyuk close in that first set.
Oh, really? Okay.
It went exactly. No, just like a couple of days ago. I think because Katie Bolter's out as well, isn't she?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Well, held there from Shelton, 4-3. I think Shelton serving first could be key for this set. I don't know.
I actually feel a bit more confident about Shelton after the last couple of games. I mean, I know he had a break point come and go, but that very comfortable service hold helps, I think. Hey, Nick.
Yeah. Sorry, I needed to make a call. I don't have any gas at the minute, so.
That gets a bit, yeah. Nick, I have to leave right now. So
Fine.
whenever you're done, Nick, if that's in 5 minutes or 1 hour or whatever, then you can end the stream.
Okay. Well, we'll keep going. Well, I will stick it out until the end of this Shelton Tiafoe match anyway.
That's what that means. Good.
Yeah, as much as I can anyway. Let's.
Yeah, if it goes to a fit, if it is 2 tie breaks and then a 5th set, we'll see. But yeah,
right.
I'm very interested to see what happens.
Here we go.
Whatever you guys do, it's great. If you finish in 5 minutes or 5 hours, not 5 hours, but 5 minutes or 2 hours from now.
We've both been on some incredibly long streams before, to be fair.
Yeah. All right. See you soon.
See you, mate.
Bye. Yeah. No, it's a good thing I didn't join till 7.
Yeah. No, I'm glad I joined later. To be honest, as well, I needed a little rest after work.
Yeah, I had to finish some stuff. As Tiafoe puts a volley into the net, it's love 15.
Interesting. I'm just getting. Yeah, they're kind of just showing what's happening on other courts right now for me.
Are they? Okay. Oh, yeah, we've lost John, so I'm going to have to put the scores on, which is fine because I was prepared for this. I assume we've done a scores roundup of what's happening around. So where we are.
What we have done one or we haven't?
Have we? Yeah, have we? I don't know. I've not been listening to the stream because I've been on the phone with the gas company for.
No, I don't. Me and John were just chatting about who we think is going to win.
Okay, so Fritz has won the first set against Komisana 6-3. Dimitrov has won the first set 6-3 against Tallinn Ringsport, and Andrei Rublev is going 2 sets to love up against Hirita Hechka 6-3, 7-5, which basically means that maybe my bold prediction of Ella Hechka knocking out Rublev might be incorrect.
It's remarkable how often, like you'd think in professional tennis, 7-5 sets wouldn't be that common. Just because it's the time you need to lock in on your serve at 5 or 5-6, whatever.
Yeah, pretty much.
It happens all the time.
Especially in the modern game. I think it's a lot more common now in the modern game with people's serves being so strong.
Yeah. I think that would be the most annoying way to lose a set. Would be from 5-6.
Yeah. With a break.
Yeah. I would like a tiebreak in this match, though. I feel like it deserves one.
It makes sense. Tiafoe's got one of these points. It's 15-30. He's definitely under pressure on this serve at the minute. This is a big game because obviously if Tiafoe loses this, Shelton's serving for the third.
Yeah. And then I if he does break, I honestly can see him going love 40 down very quickly. That would
attacked. Tiafoe's on the attack. That was a great shot from Shelton. Tiafoe couldn't do much about it. From the middle of the court, huge sort of inside in forehand up the line, and he was scrabbling all over the place. Tiafoe had an overhead, which he did not put enough on it, so it was a backhand, not forehand. Right there, right up the line. Tiafoe ends up trying to pick it up off the service line, can't control it, and Shelton has 2 break points. I appreciate you won't see this for about 30 seconds, Jethro, but
it's okay. The point's on now. Finally, you've built it up really well. Oh wow! Yeah, that was brilliant.
Yeah,
I don't think he could have hit a better passing shot there in that position.
Double fault from Tiafoe.
Oh my, really? Oh God!
Double faults away the game, and Shelton serving at 5-3. And you were right. That serving first might have ended up making a big difference.
I think once he went 4-3 up, it felt important.
And the question is, let's say assume Shelton serves it out, which it looks like he does. Is this going to be Shelton in 4 again, or is Tiafoe going to make it 5? Guess it depends on how they reset. Because that's the thing. That would be. Does he want to make it different from how different from last year is this going to be?
Was Shelton 2 sets to love up last year, or was it 1 set all?
I genuinely cannot remember the score.
Let me go find it.
If anyone remembers the score, please let us know in the chat. Great attack from the backhand from Tiafoe. Oh, Shelton scoops up. Tiafoe is there to put it away. Great scrabbling from Shelton. Then has a volley. Oh, he overplays the volley. He's overplayed the volley and he's hiding his face in his shirt in embarrassment that he's missed it. Love 15.
Okay, last year was 6-2, 3-6, 7-6, 9-7 in the tiebreak, 6-2.
So not too dissimilar.
Yeah, it's quite similar, but probably more one-sided sets than that. But we saw that tiebreak.
Yeah, look at this. I don't know if you've seen this point.
Oh,
but like, yeah.
Whoa, what a shot! I was out. No, it was
well
in.
Out. Oh wait.
No, I'm still okay. That was out. The little flick pickup from Shelton was incredible.
He missed the easiest shot.
I know. That's so typical though. In sport in general, you do the hardest thing, and then like mess up the easiest bit.
Slice backhand from Shelton into the net. Love 30.
Yeah, that forehand looked out. But
that was a very defensive slice from Shelton. Under pressure from Tiafoe, he had to do something with it. How are we doing on that? That's too much. Trying some things here. My chat's gone very quiet, so if anyone wants to ask us anything, please do let us know.
I'm playing myself.
I think we've been here for a while, to be fair. Huge serve from Shelton. 30-all. Ace. 2 points away from the set. And yet again, the serve comes to his rescue. Into a rally at the minute at 30-all. Tiafoe goes big forehand. Now scoops it into the middle of the court. Shelton's there with the forehand up the line. Backhand, Tiafoe right. Shelton's forehand up the middle. Kind of keeping it neutral right now. Shelton has to slice off the depth of Tiafoe. Backhand up the line from Tiafoe goes. Shelton has to slice up the line. Backhand Tiafoe. He's going to come forward. Shelton's going to lob him. Oh, flick swing. That's a swing volley backhand from Tiafoe to set up break point. 30-40.
That sounded like a good point.
I keep forgetting, of course, I'm well ahead of you.
It's all right. It's starting now. I'm not going to call it, obviously.
Yeah, I'm just it's habit. I do it because I want to keep everyone up to date.
No, do it. Honestly, keep going. I don't mind you spoiling like the next point. To be honest, it's not like I have a huge amount of emotional investment in this match.
I was gonna say I'm loving the sort of I'm kind of getting a little bit too excited, and you're just sitting there chilling.
Yeah, I'm like such a chill tennis fan now. now that my favorite players are calling it a day, I can just sit back and just relax watching it, which is quite nice.
Relax, enjoy. Well, Shelton's feeling pretty good right now as well. He's just saved that break point.
Ace or
I can't remember.
Fair enough.
It was a quick point. I think it was
unreturned first serve.
Yeah. Got a second serve at deuce for Shelton, and goes on the attack with the backhand cross court, and Tiafoe goes too wide with the forehand. Now we've got a set point for Shelton.
It's a shame that double fault from Tiafoe really might cost him this set, because he's actually played some really good tennis. Like he's not been far off from leading 2-1, I think.
First 7 to the
but he still might.
Forehand cross court Shelton, backhand Tiafoe cross court, forehand cross court Shelton, backhand up the line from Tiafoe, shot at the line from Shelton is out.
Oh,
deuce! I had to hesitate because I wasn't 100% sure because Tiafoe looked like he might have rescued it, but he didn't need to rescue it because it's deuce. The Shelton shot was out. There's a definite sense of like Shelton's wanting to go up the line a lot to Tiafoe's backhand.
Yeah. I mean, Tiafoe's got a decent backhand. I wouldn't. Oh, yeah. I'm just seeing the wide backhand from Shelton. That was nearly an absolute peach.
And Shelton's drop shot to Tiafoe, but Tiafoe's too quick. And counter drop shot Shelton, who could not reach that. And it's advantage Tiafoe. The crowd are loving it. They're loving the fight. Tiafoe wants them on his side. It's a great rescue from Tiafoe. I think the drop shot from Shelton was just a little bit too high and it was kind of over sliced, and Tiafoe had time to get there and was really smart with his response.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah. Just seen that point now. I mean, they're both playing really, really great tennis. It's been really high quality between them.
Yeah, I mean, this might have to go on the short list of matches of the US Open, depending on how it ends.
Yeah. Okay, he's broken that. Yeah, it's okay. I've seen it.
Yeah, double fault.
Double fault.
Double fault.
I guess that's kind of poetic in a way. Seeing as Tiafoe double fault to give him the break.
4-5, back on serve. Is this the first set we've had where they've exchanged breaks?
Yes. No. Well, Shelton was 5-3 up in the first, and then got broken while serving it out, and then returned it out.
I think I might have switched over. Did I switch over in time for that? No, I think was Kostyuk and Navarro still on?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, I remember now because I was like, "Oh, what's happening there?"
Yeah.
Don't know. We were chatting.
Yeah. Always the way on here.
I mean, look. Let's face it. Like let's face it. You've got to do that when you've got Isabel.
Yeah.
Such a great dynamic with you two.
Yeah, I haven't been on a stream with her for ages. Or you, to be fair, but longer from
Longer Isabel. Yeah, Isabel's a lot. Like Isabel is a rare and special guest at this point, and obviously
even rarer than me.
At this point,
I can't remember the last time I did one of these. Actually,
did you do one for Wimbledon?
No, I definitely did some Australian Open ones, or at least one.
I remember, like Australian Open, I spent a lot of it ripping into you, like how little you were doing it.
Yeah, I know, because I think the term before that had been ATP Finals, and I was doing the amazing Sinner Djokovic round robin match, which was so I was so glad that that's the one I did, because it was like that's one of our most viewed ones, I think, and it was such a good match.
Tiafoe rushes the +1 off a deep return from Shelton. Love 15. Yeah, that was a good one. I need to have a look at. I like having a look and seeing how some of our matches have done. It's quite interesting. There's definitely certain players who most people like to watch.
Yeah.
If you're
mean,
watching,
yeah.
Let us know which player you most want us to do a stream on.
We should give Damien his own challenger stream commentary.
I mean, he kind of already has that.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously he occasionally will do stuff, but like he actually has the challenger show.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
How did I not know that?
Yeah. Damien is like all over. Is on everything.
Maybe I did know that. I just haven't seen it for a while.
That's what he was doing with Jakob.
Yes. Okay. No, I remember now.
Going.
Yeah.
A pick up from Tiafoe goes wrong. It's love 30. Does not want to waste fighting back.
Oh, that was great defense from Shelton there.
Unreturned serve. 15-30. This is definitely the match to be watching right now at the US Open.
Definitely. I think it's already delivered. And like there's a long way to go.
Great serve from Tiafoe, but Shelton gets a return on it. Tiafoe drop shots, and it's interesting that Shelton does not seem to be able to live with the Tiafoe drop shot. 30-all. Shelton's struggling more with Tiafoe drop shot, far more than Tiafoe struggling with Shelton's drop shot.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really associate the drop shot as being a significantly good part of Shelton's game.
Yeah,
he's still very raw. You know, he's explosive, and there's a lot of good stuff about his game. But you know, yeah, he is sort of the craftiness and the more kind of all court game stuff is yet to kind of, you know, he hasn't quite developed that bit yet. Whereas Tiafoe is very good at that.
It's another double fault.
On game point.
Yeah, on game point. He's in danger of letting Shelton in here.
I'm not sure I see a way back for Tiafoe if he gets broken to lose the set twice in the same match.
Yeah, it's not looking good. First serve long. Yeah, I would agree with you. Like, I think it would be a real uphill struggle for him there. Really short.
Like if he loses a tiebreak, then it's still game on.
Tiafoe does chase down that Shelton serve, drop shot, and again Tiafoe's at the net with a drop volley to get himself to advantage. Like he should not have won that point, but he did. Like I barely described it, mate. You're in for a treat.
Great. Here we go.
Live reaction.
Second serve. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I forgot he missed the first serve. More return. Oh, what a volley.
Yeah.
He is brilliant at the net, and he got to that ball so quick. I think that's another thing. He's just quicker than Shelton. Obviously, his hands and his drop shots are better as well. But yeah, so it's not the cat and mouse is not something Shelton will want to have any more.
He's won one or two cat and mouse points, Shelton. But yeah, when he gets like that, Tiafoe is the favourite, and he's roaring and he's geeing the crowd up because he's just hitting an unreturnable serve to level this set at 5 games all.
Amazing.
Yeah, he's up for the fight here, Tiafoe.
Yeah, he looks considerably more engaged than last year.
I think Cincinnati's probably helped him out a bit.
Yeah, no, he had a great week, didn't he? I didn't get to watch too much of Cincinnati.
Ferocious hitting from Francis Tiafoe, getting bent on the back foot. Oh, he tries to finish at the net, and he's just got a bit too cute with the backhand volley, didn't really control it at all, and his hands actually failed him at that point. 15-love Shelton. The ferocity of which Tiafoe came at Shelton, though, I felt like he should have won that point.
I'm looking forward to this point.
Oh gosh, it's taking that long before you see it. This is another great rally going on here. Oh, doesn't end well again for Tiafoe. His forehand flops into the net. 30-love.
Yeah, I've seen that first volley. Did everything right.
Except the volley.
Except the volley. I mean, Shelton did properly pelt it at him, but
yeah,
that's what I do quite like about Shelton. Well, one of the things I like about him actually is that when he's in a bit like Rafa, and I don't know if it's because he's left-handed as well, but the way when he's on the stretch, he's not just looking at batting the ball back in play. He's like he wants to be on the full stretch on backhand and forehand, so that he can really, really unleash on a passing shot or hit it straight at you. And like I really like the aggressive defense. Tactic.
That's what makes him different
yeah.
to so many other American players.
Yeah.
Apart from the serve, otherwise he'd just be another big server.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not like he's definitely not like a serve bot. Like he is, you know, he's I wouldn't say he's a complete player at all, yeah, but he's, you know, there's a lot to like about his
incredible second serve, followed by a massively overhit forehand. So 40-15.
Sounds like Dominic Thiem in recent years.
Everything's got to come back to Dominic Thiem.
Always does. He is where tennis started.
Sure.
Shelton
tries to do a drop shot. He puts it in the net. That would have been a finishing point if he got it over 40-30. Rushed a drop shot. He's rushed a forehand. He's rushed a drop shot.
Oh my, yeah, he really sent that long. I think shot selection is still a huge issue with him. Just brainless, that forehand.
And he's rushed the serve now as well because he's completely missed it. Actually, it looked close, but it was overhit. Tiafoe just about gets the second serve over. That's a brutal forehand from Shelton. And now it's his turn to roar. He has held for 6-5.
God, this is good.
Yeah, there's definite cracks were showing for both in that last game. Like, you haven't seen the end of the game yet, but I definitely see there were some messier moments from both. Tiafoe will definitely rue how that game started.
Yeah, that first point.
First 2 points, I'd say.
Mm.
Could have been love 30, and then suddenly it's a very different game because then Shelton makes a couple of stupid errors and Tiafoe is serving for the set.
I mean, this must be like American tennis fans' dream. Like, not all of them. I know. We follow lots of American tennis fans on Twitter, and they don't seem to like any of the men.
That's because they don't win.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Oh, we like the Brits. They don't win anything.
Yeah, I guess you don't expect the Brits to win anything though, whereas the Americans expect their guys to win all the time.
Yeah.
Like,
is there any American man you think right now that you could see winning a slam in the next 5 to 10 years?
Shelton's their best hope, and even then, like, he needs. Well, look, here's why he's got the best hope. He's beaten Alcaraz and Sinner.
Yeah.
Has he beaten Alcaraz actually?
No, I don't think he's beaten Alcaraz. I think he's
definitely been to Sinner.
Beat Sinner in was it Shanghai?
It was Shanghai. Yeah.
Shanghai, yeah. And Sinner had just won Beijing, and he was knackered.
Yeah, it was still a tough match though. That was a close one.
Yeah.
But
then Sinner wiped him at Wimbledon.
He did. That's true. And then Alcaraz, I think Shelton has the capacity to irritate Alcaraz, but he's not really got too close to doing that.
Yeah, let me have a quick look at the because I remember they played in I want to say Cincinnati or Montreal or Toronto. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was it was either Montreal or Canada. It was last year. It was either Montreal or Toronto, but it was in Canada. It was 6-3, 7-6 for Alcaraz. But yeah, I think Shelton could certainly provide us some very good matches with Alcaraz. When in a way that I don't really like. I do think Fritz is a very good player, but I think. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to win a slam. I don't think Tiafoe is going to win a slam.
Tommy Paul's someone who's definitely gone toe-to-toe with Alcaraz.
Yeah. Tommy Paul is so good. I don't quite know what else he needs to kind of get to that next level.
It's Shelton's turn to pass Tiafoe 15-all. Sorry, you were talking. Can you finish your point, Jethro?
Trying to remember what I was saying now. I just think that Fritz.
Paul.
Yeah, so yeah, like Fritz, Paul. I would probably say Paul's got more of a chance because I just think Paul's got so much sort of variety and sort of dynamicness to his game.
I think if he starts getting a bit more consistent and like he's getting himself up there, he's got a good shot.
Yeah, like he, once again against Alcaraz, Wimbledon this year, it looked really worrying for Alcaraz for a bit.
Yeah,
he just has that ability to completely overwhelm you with his forehand, and then he covers the court so well, gets everything back, serves really well. I'm not really sure what else Tommy Paul needs to do, but like I feel like if he won a slam, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be maybe a bit surprised, but I'd be pleasantly surprised because I think his game is awesome.
Backhand overwhelms the Shelton forehand. It's a 40-15.
Tie break.
Yeah. Brazy, I've only got the one screen, so I can't see Tsitsipas. I'm glad it's entertaining though, because I'm also glad they finally managed to play a mixed doubles match because they kept pulling out.
Oh yeah, 5-all. Bolter and Diminer aren't playing together, are they?
I'm not aware of it.
No.
Oh, Shelton tried to go for another pass, missed it. We're into a tie break.
Here we go.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever entered mixed. Maybe they don't see the need.
I think they did enter mixed somewhere this year. Like I think it was one of the Wimbledon build-up grass tournaments.
That would make sense. No, because like they don't do mixed outside the slams. So it would have to be an exhibition.
Oh no, it must have been Wimbledon then.
Maybe.
Must have been.
I don't remember. They obviously didn't get very far.
No.
Although that might have been due to Diminor's injury.
Yeah, that was concerning. He seems okay though. I know John brought his injury up earlier, but he doesn't seem to have had too many issues so far.
Yeah, he definitely. I haven't watched his matches, but by the scores, he's making the progress you would normally expect Diminor to make.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Fritz pretty comfortable, setting a break up. Rublev 2 sets in a break up. Dimitrov 2 sets up. Well, yeah, this is the only interesting match on right now.
Unless you're watching
Tsitsipas.
Yes, Tsitsipas. Yeah. Oh, there was a mixed doubles event in Indian Wells. That must have completely passed me by. Shelton gets the first mini break in his time.
Because I feel like I've seen Tsitsipas but also played.
Yeah, they definitely did tie break 10s and like exhibition stuff, but
right, yeah.
I didn't think they actually had a tournament in Indian Wells.
Yeah. No, it is. I think they are sweet. To be fair,
they are now.
Yeah.
Now they've had a year to mature.
Yeah.
Is it been a year now?
Well, they broke up for a bit, didn't they? And then they got back together this year sometime. I don't know how long they broke up. Yeah, I don't think they broke up for very long.
Even Svitolina and Monfils broke up for a bit.
Yeah, and then they got engaged like 2 weeks later. Love that. They're adorable as well. There's lots of nice tennis couples.
Shelton's 2 mini breaks up 3-0.
What a return! Goodness me.
Which point was that?
To go 3-love up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that call from Tiafoe is going to give Shelton time on the forehand, 4-0.
This is getting away quick from Tiafoe.
It really is. I mean, look, rocket returns from Shelton. He's really taken control of it.
I mean, that's... Yeah. This is like, this is almost like Verdasco against Nadal, Australian Open level tiebreak so far from him.
I still haven't seen that match.
Oh.
I mean, I watched it at the time. I watched it, or would have been the back end of it.
Yeah.
Oh, as Tiafoe's lob goes long, 5-0. Yeah, I remember watching it at the time, but I haven't watched it since.
Yeah, I think I've watched the full match once or twice. I think lockdown, I definitely gave the whole thing a watch at some point. Like, not in one sitting, but just like over the course of a few days. Well, I've seen the extended highlights a million times. That match was just insane.
Still don't agree with Owen. It's the greatest tennis match ever, though.
I think it is as well, but I think there are so many contenders for that I don't think it's easy to say what is and what isn't. But I think it's my personal favourite, but I also think quality-wise, objectively, it's certainly a contender.
Yeah, another huge return from Shelton, 6-0. Forces an error from Francis. He's got 6 set points, Shelton. Yeah, I think for me, if quality is the most important / only metric you want to use, then yes. For me, I kind of factor in maximum drama as well, and for me, it then has to be a final.
Yeah, I get that. Obviously, this was a semi-final. I do think that, but yeah, and like, people will say, "Oh, it doesn't need to be 5 sets to be considered the best all time." I'm like, kind of does. Like, there's been some really, really high quality 4-set matches over the years. But I do think it really, really does just add another layer of epicness to a match.
How epic is this match going to go? We're into another set point. Shelton puts away the overhead. Has he? No, actually, he's missed it. He's missed the overhead. 6-2.
Crikey, I've just seen his attempted return at 6 level. He tried to hit it as hard as he possibly could and framed it into the ground. Oh, that's so me.
First serve into the net from Shelton. How tight is the younger American feeling? Second serve. Tiafoe goes on the attack with the return. Forehand, Shelton cross court and attack. Tiafoe scoops up the forehand backhand up the line. I think Shelton's gone long with the forehand. It's 6-3.
Oh my goodness. I've just seen the miss smash. That's a howler.
He's just missed 2 prime shots that could have won the set.
Well, it's not Verdasco 09 levels anymore, Ben. Sorry.
They're not quite matching that legendary lefty.
Yeah. Oh no.
Tiafoe follows up the first serve with a forehand. Now we've got a back drop shot from Tiafoe. No, it's not. It's too deep for a drop shot, but it's a slice. Backhand up the line from Tiafoe. Get wrong foot Shelton. He somehow gets the ball back. Tiafoe again gets back behind to the Shelton backhand, which works. Shelton goes long, 6-4. Tiafoe just tirelessly hitting to the backhand of Shelton, continuously wrong footing him. Shelton's speed working against him there.
Score update. We've got Lehechka broken back in the third against Rublev. Is there a possible comeback there? He did it in the last round.
Yeah, that might be a bit much for Lehechka. You never know. I think would you have to do a second consecutive 2 sets of comeback? and this second time as a top 10 player. Yeah.
Yeah, it was 7-6, 6-love, 3-love down last match, which is crazy to come back from.
Damien semi-finalists on the brink.
It does seem to always happen at the US Open. I'll never forget.
Shelton. Oh! Shelton got a deep return, got Francis on the back foot, went for the forehand, missed it, overhit it again. 6-5. Shelton's got one more set point, his 6th of the tiebreak, his 7th of the set.
He's missed most of his points lost have been because he's trying to hit the absolute living daylights out of the ball. Because it was working for the first 6 points, but he's lost his head.
Seals it with an ace. 7-5.
Okay.
And Shelton needs 2 sets to 1, and you feel like this is going to be a big battle for Francis now.
Yeah. Can you hear the crowd or commentary or anything?
No.
No, neither.
No, I mean, I can put my headphones in.
Have a quick listen.
See how it is. Yeah, because you could probably catch it on that point.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll mute myself for a sec for the TV.
Yeah, we don't want to leak anything, do we? See what Shelton Jethro could pick up. They're showing the stats, and Shelton's hit 16 winners to Tiafoe's 9. They're not showing unforced errors. Tiafoe's first serve has stayed about the same compared to the second set. Shelton's has gotten worse, but again, first serve's won, helping Shelton out. In many ways, both of them played a similar set to set 2, but this time Shelton edged it. You're still on mute, Jethro.
Sorry. I heard the atmosphere when Shelton closed out the set. And it's, I don't know, I find the Alcaraz atmosphere quite hard to gauge because it's so big that the sound doesn't really ring around the stadium particularly well. So the crowd could be going crazy, but it's just not it's not that loud through the telly. But I do think also partly because they're both American, it's probably tough. Because they don't want to aggressively pick a side. Yeah, they don't want to aggressively root for one or the other because they're both really fun, exciting, showman, talented players.
Got a little commentary here from Brazy that Dimitrov is hitting backhand on the run passing shots and looking very good. I have not watched any Grigor this tournament. I'm assuming you have, Brazy. That's good intel because if Dimitrov looking good, suddenly that's a joker in the pack.
Every time Dimitrov's playing well at a slam is an exciting time, and I love it.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen with him. And obviously, he's never been past the semi-finals of a slam, but I think he will deliver top quality entertainment if he's playing well.
I'll tell you what I would love to see in a Grand Slam final one day. We'll never get it, but it would be Dimitrov-Rune because their matchup is amazing.
That Brisbane final they had.
The way they bring out the best of each other's tennis when they play is just so awesome. And I feel like at a slam, that Wimbledon match last year was great. In 4 sets, Rune, I think. And then, Dimitrov beat him in the Brisbane final. They played great matches.
That's a fun game. Anyone watching, feel free to get in the chat with this. Grand Slam finals you would love to see that's would really be exciting. Not just because they're your favorite players, but they would give you an exciting match. We're talking highly unlikely to happen, like Dimitrov-Rune.
Yeah. And we're talking, we're talking current players as well, not
current players. Yeah, keep it current. So you've got so many options there. Then
that's
do we want to limit it? Do we want to say that do we want to not include any potential? No, I was going to say Alcaraz, but actually, an Alcaraz Paul Grand Slam final could be quite a lot of fun.
I think I said that on the Talking Tennis chat when they played at Wimbledon. I was like, we need to start seeing these guys play in finals because the quality is amazing. There's drama. You just need the added stakes of a final in a Masters or a Slam, and this would be top tier stuff.
There would probably be American fans who would say, "Give us a Shelton Tiafoe final." Only sets, but
I think Shelton himself would be really fun in a a final, especially in New York as well.
Against pretty much anyone, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't had Alcaraz. Obviously, I think the obvious choice is Alcaraz Sinner as well, because we haven't had that yet.
We haven't had that yet, which is crazy to me. That
Yeah.
like they only ever played one final on tour at tour level against each other.
Umag.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Yeah. It was like 2 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really, really frustrating how like they've been like the top seeds at events, but then not. Either one of them hasn't made it, but most of the time they're seeded to meet the semis.
Yeah, we've not had them at 1v2 at many tournaments.
Yeah,
and we probably won't for a while at this point. Now,
Tsitsipas just smashed his racket in front of Paula as they dropped the first set.
Tsitsipas is probably thinking he can't catch a break with this US Open, with any US Open.
Yeah. Oh, I know. This is not his tournament, and it never will be. I don't know what. Like the courts are quicker than they were 4 years ago as well, which you think would help him. But I guess the quicker the court, the less time he has to get around his backhand.
Yeah, he does. Like he prefers clay.
Yeah, but then Australia's quick.
Australia's quick, and he's also good indoors.
Exactly. This is what he confused me about. I think there's a very fine line because it's slower than Australia. So in Australia, he can serve really well, hit more forehands because his serve's more effective. Whereas the US Open is a bit slower, so more balls will find his backhand. But then on clay, he has more time to run around it. So it's like he will either wants it really quick with a good bounce, because obviously Wimbledon, he's not great on grass, or he wants it really slow like Monte Carlo. I guess.
And yeah, but given nearly every other tennis court somewhere in between.
Yeah. But it's funny when like I speak to people they don't know anything about tennis. They're like, what surface? I'll say like, oh yeah, it's a clay tournament. I'm like, what's a clay tournament? And then I have to explain that there are different surfaces. I'm like, I could go into the nuances of different types of hard courts and why one hard court slam plays completely differently to the other. But I'm not gonna bore you.
But then actually, a lot of tennis fans don't know that either.
Yeah.
And actually, I remember I think most of the time when we get to a hard court, we actually don't know how it's going to play. We have an idea, but even then, US Open every year, the question is how quick is it going to be? Because it always seems to vary year on year.
100%. And also even more confusing is that different courts at the same tournament play differently as well. Like centre court and court one at Wimbledon are different.
So different.
It's just mad.
I mean, like Cincinnati, case in point, 2 weeks ago, the centre court was quicker than every other court on the site.
Yeah.
Taylor Fritz is going to serve for 2 sets to love lead. And Andrei Rublev is potentially 2 points away from breaking to serve for the match.
1 sec.
I wasn't expecting Rublev-Lehechka to be a match where to be straight set. I thought it would be more competitive, but fair play on Rublev. He's actually taken his 5-setter with Rinderknecht the right way, because he could have faded, but no, he's kind of seems to have been G'd up by it, and he does seem to have recovered a little bit of mojo this US hardcourt season. Has Andrei Rublev? By the way, we've been having like an 8-minute break because Tiafoe went off court and then Shelton decided to change clothes, and yeah, so we are only just about to start. Brazy, I've heard that story. I think it's probably true. To be honest, for like various different sources. I think it's probably true, but because I'm not old enough to really tell, I think when they're talking over the years, they're comparing it to the 90s, where pretty much any court that was grass or like actually, to be honest, most tennis courts apart from clay were lightning quick. And so that's what it is. Whereas I think if you compared Wimbledon now to Wimbledon 2004, it might be quicker. I'm not. Feel free to fact check me on that. Definitely quicker than 10 years ago. So yeah, it depends on what you're comparing to. Oh, we've got love 30 on Tiafoe's serve. Tiafoe's netted trying to get past Shelton. So Tiafoe already in trouble to start this. And like, if he gets broken here, this could go away very, very quickly. Mind you, having said that, Shelton was up a break in the third and Tiafoe pulled it back. But Tiafoe's got to really dig deep mentally to keep making this a contest should he go down a break. We're not there yet, though. We're definitely not there yet. Backhand Shelton, forehand Tiafoe, backhand Shelton cross court, forehand Tiafoe cross court, backhand Shelton, forehand Tiafoe, backhand Shelton, forehand Tiafoe, forehand Shelton, backhand Tiafoe, forehand Shelton up, really deep cross court. Tiafoe scrambling, Shelton's gone inside out. Tiafoe's going to go for the pass. Oh, he hits the line with it, and it's 15-30. Great rally on display. That this has been a fun match, even if it is 4 sets. Actually, yeah, we've got to talk to Shelton because Jethro and I were talking about 4-setters earlier. I like to sort of mention some things about 4-setters to him. Tiafoe serves. It's out. Second serve. Shelton on the attack. Oh, he's overhit the forehand on the return. 30 all. And Shelton overhitting it is going to be on his undoing if he's not careful. Because that almost cost him the tiebreak. It was a good thing he was so far ahead. Good thing for him anyway. First serve from Tiafoe is off the top of that and out. Taylor Fritz is 2 sets to love up, and Andrei Rublev is currently has match points 40-15. Return from Shelton's in the net. Dimitrov 2 sets and a break up. 40-30 Tiafoe. I'm watching lots of things at the same time at the minute. I want to see if Rublev can get this. He's missed he's not got the first match point. He's returned. Shell as ever. Backhand from Shelton. Backhand Tiafoe right to the Shelton. Forehand goes inside out. Tiafoe's going to run for the forehand. Oh! And he gets the kind of shot that Ben Shelton's been trying to go for. And he gets the point and he just about manages to hold by the skin of his teeth there. As you come back in time for us to confirm that Andrei Rublev is through into the next round.
Excellent. No real hiccups there for him. Who's next? Do you know?
They're all relatively close sets. What? Sorry.
Do you know who's next for him?
Oh, who was it? Not off the top of my head. Because obviously I thought the Hetchka was going through instead. So
yeah,
I can't remember who I said I had the Hetchka competing, but clearly not someone I thought would win it. Maybe I can. Well, let's check it because we're doing all right here. Yeah, Dimitrov 2 sets in the break up, and Taylor Fritz is 2 sets up. So it's all fairly straightforward on the other courts. So let's have a look.
Yeah.
Draws.
Oh, Rude's got a pretty winnable third round against Shang later.
You really think that's a winnable one? I think Rude could be in trouble with Shang.
I think Shang will... Shang's come a really, really long way in the last 6 months or so, really. because he kind of
yeah.
He won the
Rublev is playing-
US Open Juniors. Who's he got?
Yeah,
oh, he's got okay.
Like
so
he's
got Dimitrov.
Good. Dimitrov.
Yeah, no, like Shang was quite like hyped up because he was young and stuff, but he wasn't really making an impact on the main tour. But he's been quite impressive actually, like as the years gone on.
Yeah, I've been liking what I've seen from Jerry, to be honest. Yeah, so Rublev or Dimitrov, that could be an interesting one because Brazy's calling Dimitrov to win that one based on how he's playing, and that wouldn't surprise me. And obviously, the winner of that match is potentially Djokovic's quarterfinal victim.
Oh, please spare us from another Djokovic Rublev quarterfinal at a Grand Slam.
What about Djokovic Dimitrov?
That could be fun. Well, yeah, I mean,
head-wise,
Dimitrov doesn't match up well against Djokovic either. But Rublev Djokovic quarterfinals are just always such a foregone conclusion. Of course, I say all this now, and then he's going to end up getting to that quarterfinal and beating him, isn't he?
Yeah. And also, don't forget, Djokovic has to get through Popperin and then potentially Ben Shelton if this match continues the way it's supposed to be. As Tiafoe nets us on a stretch backhand trying to reach a ball, is making it 40-30 for Shelton. But yeah, we're making assumptions here, and we made assumptions that Carlos Alcaraz was beating Botic van der Zandschulp.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, I was surprised Botic beat Dennis as easily as he did.
Yeah, I was calling Shapovalov on that one.
I thought I thought Shapovalov was definitely in trouble before the match, even though Botic's been having his struggles. Shapovalov is very hard to back at the moment.
I thought he was slowly starting to look better.
Yes, I thought so as well.
Like that Wimbledon match he had with Shelton was pretty good.
Did that go to 5?
I think it did. Yeah, it's one of the better one of the better 5-set matches that happened at Wimbledon.
Bit of a serve fest, but it was good.
I think it was one of the best men's matches that happened at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what I saw when I went to centre. So Alcaraz Umber was good, but that was 4 sets. Lulu Sun v Raducanu. That was fun.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was wild.
You got a fan, Jethro?
Yes, Jake. It's been a while. It's been a long time.
So I actually have a couple of, I'm big into my tennis history, and I've got a few books on the subject. One of my favorites was Steve Flink's book, The Greatest Tennis Matches of All Time.
Okay.
Which came out in 2012. So he tacked on the AO final between Djokovic and Nadal. So I guess if he was to write it now, there'd be some other ones sort of since 2012 that would be under consideration, like Djokovic Nadal Wimbledon 2018. Or Sinner Alcaraz US Open a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But he did actually include 2 4-set matches.
Interesting. What were they?
Jimmy Connors beating Bjorn Borg in the US Open final of 76 in 4 sets on clay.
Okay.
Back in the mid-70s, the US Open was on clay. They did.
Yeah, which is so weird to think about.
Yeah, which kind of skewed some things, I think. But yeah, Connors beat Borg in 4 on clay, which included a 3rd set that really could have gone either way. Bit like the Djokovic-Nadal RG21 semi-final they had, which also might have ended up being a candidate for the list based on that.
Yeah.
And then Pete Sampras beating Andre Agassi in 4 sets at the US Open quarterfinals in 2001, a match that had 4 tie breaks.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Yeah, honestly, because I mean, I was born too late for the Agassi Sampras era.
Same.
Yeah, so I never really I didn't grow up watching. They're both kind of retired by the time I started watching tennis. I kind of arrived to tennis just as Nadal was starting, becoming becoming Nadal.
Yeah.
But I remember being a big fan of Leighton Hewitt as well, and I always was, even in his twilight years.
Yeah, Hewitt seems like the kind of player that Jethro would like.
Yeah, I love players like that. Yeah, I was never very fond of Murray at all. I grew to like him a lot over the more recent years.
I think I liked Murray as a person, and I loved his journey more than his play style.
Yeah, I was always a fan of his dry sense of humor and how good a guy he is. But I would just his tennis, I just didn't vibe with it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when I go back and watch stuff. Like, I think it's interesting when I think about who I like now on the women's game and how actually similar to Nadal they are. I'm thinking of Swiatek and Fernandez.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not exactly the same, but like you can see certain they've definitely mapped certain aspects of their games on his key aspects.
Definitely. But I see a lot of Nadal in Iga's game.
But I'm a Roger fan. And I'm like, I genuinely think if Roger wasn't there, Nadal probably would have been my favorite, because I think what I loved about Roger was his capacity to invent shots. Sometimes. Whereas I never really saw that with Nadal. Nadal and Djokovic highlight stuff is, oh my gosh, he somehow got that in court, particularly with Nadal.
Yeah. Like his banana shot passing shots and all that.
Which are incredible and like take my breath away every time.
But yeah, like the racket skills of Federer is, you can't coach that.
And I don't think even as someone who's kind of moved on and found other players in the women's game, I don't see anyone doing that as much. Really, maybe Mukova a little bit, but on the women's side. But yeah, you don't.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get
racket skills. You don't. I just don't see in the same way. Like,
you don't get that with the men either, though. I mean, obviously Alcaraz, but these are it's a once in a generation gift, really. I mean, Kyrgios has that sort of talent as well.
Use it.
But yeah, man, don't really. And you can continue not using it.
Like Kyrgios is frustrating because I know how good he could be, but he's very lazy about it. Alcaraz, no, he's kind of he does have that ability to. I will always remember that behind the back shot he pulled off in Barcelona when he overran a shot from Alex de Minaur match point down.
Yeah, I still can't quite believe that de Minaur had 2 match points from his own serve against Alcaraz on clay.
And then how would a de Minaur Carreño Busta final on clay would have gone? Because they would have had to go back out and play it.
No, they would have hated it. They would have both hated every second of it. They're both not clay. Well, I will say de Minaur has improved a hell of a lot on clay, actually.
By the way, to answer Brazy's question from about a minute ago, if there were 2 slams on clay instead of 2 slams on hard, how many would Rafa have won? We would be talking about Rafa Nadal as the statistical GOAT. There is no question.
Yeah, although
probably with a bigger total than Djokovic, depending on what kind of clay. Like if it was US Open clay and it's kind of like American clay, so it plays more like a hardcore, maybe Rafa would have been a bit more vulnerable. But it would be like Madrid, where like Rafa was more vulnerable there, but he still won more than anyone else.
Yeah, he won it like 6 times, didn't he? And I always think of that as Nadal's worst Masters, even though he's won other Masters way less than Madrid.
Clay Masters.
Worst Clay Masters, obviously.
Paris exists.
Oh, bloody Paris. I don't like Paris. Not because Nadal never won it. I find the vibes of that tournament really weird. It's just always just odd.
It's definitely a tournament that I wouldn't miss.
It's the Masters I care the least about, I would say. I mean, and we've got an indoor hardcore Masters down the grass Masters. It's just annoying.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, so good. But yeah, it'd be very different. Obviously, if I love, obviously, 2 subs on clay instead of 2 subs on hard, I would be very, very happy with that in the women's game right now.
Yes, me too.
Again,
Yeah.
depending on what kind of clay.
To be honest, I do often say that I think the tour is so hard court dominant, and it really winds me up when people get.
But as we said,
he's only good on clay.
There's different types of hard courts.
Yeah, no, exactly. As we were saying earlier, I don't mind that there's 2 slams on there. It's just when people are better on clay than they are on hard. I don't understand why they get judged more than people who are better on hard than clay. Like they've got the advantage.
I think because clay is seen as a more niche surface. Like if you're it's the same with grass.
Yeah, but grass has pretty privilege. It's got Wimbledon, strawberries and cream, Federer, like Murray. You have all these like epic.
And I suppose you don't actually have grass court merchants in the same way. People who rack up wins and titles on that surface, probably because there's not as many of them.
Yeah, and also like the surfaces have changed in ways over the years. I think grass isn't quite as quick as it used to be. Obviously, it's still very quick, but
yeah. Well, Brazy said that in the chat earlier, but like I said, it depends on what you're comparing it to. If you're comparing in grass to 10 years ago, it probably is quicker. If you're comparing grass to the 90s, no way is it as quick.
No, 100% not. Which is fine. I don't mind. Yeah, like I'm really not that bothered about how the surfaces pan out, but
I think it makes the tennis more interesting.
Yeah.
By the way, Brazy gave us Dimitrov versus Rublev stats, and yeah, kind of bigging us up for a potential big clash between those 2 players.
That'll be good.
30 all, by the way, 2 all. Need to look at the match because that could be a critical moment. It's the Tiafoe serve. He's been having a little bit of trouble holding serve at the minute. Actually, both have fairly competitive service games, but that's an unreturned serve, which helps Tiafoe a lot. So he's up to game point for 40-30. Yeah, I think we've both taken our eyes off the match a little bit. 3 hours now.
Yeah, to be fair, I've been watching since the first point. It's been very good, so no complaints.
Definitely, we've done well. We've kept the energy up, given we've been streaming for about 4 hours now.
Yeah.
Forehand from Shelton is long. Game Tiafoe 3-2.
And Tiafoe's serving first as well, so well, it did benefit Shelton, and then he double faulted on breakpoint to give the break back last set. So,
like, hopefully for Tiafoe, this is gonna be like, I think he's definitely performed better than last year.
Yeah,
and even if he loses the set 6-3, it's not a thrashing.
Definitely, I think it's a lot more. Yeah, it's a lot more positive. Obviously, if 2 full sets losses to Shelton 2 years in a row at the same tournament he wouldn't be happy with that, even if he did play better.
Fritz looks like he's well on his way. Double break up in the third and 2 sets up. So Fritz looking well on his way into the fourth
Comisana run coming to an end.
Once more, sadly. Comisana and Budash Monero should play mixed doubles together. Very similar stories. Budash Monero also 3rd round 1 at Wimbledon out of nowhere. No one was expecting it, takes out a seed and backs it up, and then just doesn't have enough in the 3rd round. Same thing with Comisana. And then same things happened again at the US Open for both of them.
Yeah. That's cool. I didn't know about that.
Maybe Budash Monero might be out, but she definitely did the similar thing to Comisana, where they both like back-to-back Grand Slams, unexpected wins in opening rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I wasn't expecting him to beat Fritz, to be fair.
Brady's looking forward to Casper Ruud versus Jerry Shang. Yeah, I think you were just looking forward to that one, Jethro. You will be supporting Casper.
Of course. Shang's cool though. I do like him. I need to watch more of him. But yeah, no, obviously Ruud's probably like one of my last remaining players who I'm actually like a big fan of. Like who's still playing tennis, not just the tournament.
I mean, Baez as well, although probably a bit painful being a Baez fan right now.
Yeah, obviously it was really good last year when he won Winston-Salem. Sorry, yeah, won Kitchbull, Winston-Salem, third round of the US Open, then Australian Open third round this year, then Rio, then Santiago. So, mate, I was loving life. But since then, he's all over the shop.
Lost his way a little bit. I mean, he got further at the US Open than I thought he would.
Yeah, well, second round. Can't remember who he lost to now. Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, he got injured. So he had to retire.
Oh, that's a real shame. Yeah.
Yeah, that was sad.
Overhit backhand by Ben Shelton, 30 all. Oh, what a return from Frances Tiafoe. It was a first serve in play from Shelton. Tiafoe swung through the return. It finds the court. Shelton has no hope of getting it back. Breakpoint Tiafoe.
Shelton's got the t-shirt on now.
Yeah, he's changed it up a bit. I think he did change his clothes between sets.
Yeah.
First serve unreturnable by Ben Shelton, who roars in celebration. Deuce.
Oh, that is a ridiculous return. I'm just seeing that now.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
That was insane.
It was one of the best returns I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Did you see how fast Shelton's serve was to close out the set?
I didn't.
143, quickest of the tournament. On set point.
That was his set point, 743.
Yeah.
Wow. Slice from Shelton gets the result he wants. Disrupts Tiafoe's forehand, causes him to miss. No, oh, sorry. Shelton's slice was wide. It's advantage Tiafoe, so it's break point time. And they've just flashed up a stat. How many break points this match do you think Frances Tiafoe has had? You'll get the answer if you wait long enough.
How many break point chances? I'm going to guess it's like 17.
Wow. You are literally one off.
Am I?
Yeah.
Nice. That felt like a good guess.
Yeah, 16.
16, wow, okay.
Make that 17, though, because Shelton's got an unreturnable serve in play. Tiafoe still managed to break Shelton 3 times, but he's had way more break points.
Yeah, that's a good conversion rate. But also, I don't know, the more missed opportunities, the worse it is, I guess. But
against someone who doesn't have Shelton's serve, like, Tiafoe should have wrapped this match up in 4.
Yeah. But I think Shelton only fashioning 5 breaks against Tiafoe, who's a good serve, and he has actually served quite well today. But I know Shelton's one of the biggest things he's got to work on is his return. But it's better than when he first came on tour. He couldn't even return.
For sure. There's some kind of dispute happening.
Oh, really? Must be good.
Although Shelton's smiling, giving Tiafoe a thumbs up. I don't know what's going on. I think he must have hit a ball person with that rocket forehand he hit to win the game. Because I don't think he knocked a ball away. Forehand cross court from Shelton, backhand. Tiafoe's long, love 15. Great depth from Shelton in that point. Tiafoe, I'm not surprised he struggled to control it. Sean saying this might be Tiafoe's best chance to beat Ben Shelton.
It's not out of the realm of possibility, that.
If we look at the rate of improvement Shelton's on, I can understand it.
Yeah, if you look at the kind of linear progression, but it's just hard to know with Tiafoe. Like, I would never even if he's in a slump, I would never not back him to maybe do something awesome. And then he can just go on a tear again, like he did a few years ago.
I mean, he's taken Alcaraz to 5 sets twice.
Yeah.
Oh, so close.
He's got a game that really disrupts Alcaraz as well.
A lot of Americans seem to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Calder's beating him, Paul's beating him, and made his life hell every time he has beaten him. Tiafoe's made it really tough.
That just leaves Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, I can't even think of one Fritz Alcaraz match ever happening.
No, we could have had it at that Indian Wells 2022 final had Alcaraz got the job done against Rafa in the semis.
They played once last year in Miami, and Alcaraz won 6-4-2. Alcaraz was in really good form back then.
Yeah, 23, yeah. He didn't win Miami that year, did he? He won Miami in 22. Was it that?
Yes.
Miami 23 was the year Sinner beat him. I think that was one of their epics. Ah, great pass from Tiafoe to get the game. 4-3.
Yeah, I mean, Tiafoe he's stuck with him very well, and actually looks the more comfortable player in this set.
Yeah, which is weird given that he's down. But like again, this is one of those matches that feels like the Shelton leading 2-1 does not feel like a big lead, not like it would in other matches. Have you just seen that forehand?
Yeah, it's insane. Like the athleticism from both of them in some of these points is just crazy.
Going back to talking we had earlier about 4-set matches. If you were to ask Wimbledon, I've got a book of Daily Telegraph, collection of Daily Telegraph reports from Wimbledon's, not every year, but pretty much every year since it started up until 2009. So it was really interesting seeing how the sport was covered and things like that. Like there was one year where they literally broke down. They included a breakdown of like the final, like in the final, every game, like how many points each player won in every game.
Blimey.
Back in the Victorian times. Hey, Ghosty. But yeah, if you were to ask pre-Borg and McEnroe, when everyone just agreed that was the best Wimbledon final ever until Federer and Nadal happened.
Yeah.
In 2008. The two contenders for there were like 3 contenders for best ever Wimbledon final. The 1933 final between Jack Crawford and Ellsworth Vines, which obviously there's no footage of. You were relying on people's memory for that.
Yeah. That's
1972 final between Smith and the Stasi, which wasn't that long before. Or the 1954 final where Jaroslav Drobny beat Ken Rosewall in 4 sets, which apparently was one of the first dusk Wimbledon final finishes.
Really?
And was also before they invented tie breaks. So although it was 4 sets, they were ludicrously long scores.
Oh my god! What, like by 2 clear games? Like...
Yeah, it was 2. Yeah, every set was by 2 clear games. Like, it didn't introduce tie breaks in the 70s.
You could have a set that would never end.
Yeah, could you imagine if they had that now?
Oh my god! Like an Isner Karlovic match with no tie breaks,
even longer.
It would be like 30-28, 27-25.
Yeah, I'm just finding the score from that 54 final. Yeah, it was kind of legendary. It was kind of it was basically their era's equivalent of the Ivanisevic finally winning Wimbledon. It was like if Ivanisevic beats Roddick in 2001.
Okay.
It was kind of that equivalent. Yeah, here we go. 13-11, 4-6, 6-2, 9-7.
Okay, that's not as bad as I was expecting, but that's still quite ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, like, the tennis scoring system is brilliant, but yeah, tie breaks were a necessity.
Yeah, by the 70s for sure.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, obviously people still have their views on the 5th set tie break, but I think for scheduling, it's the right thing. Even though they were so fun when they went to like, because usually it would be like 10-8 or like 9-7 or whatever. But you know, when you've got, you know, obviously Isner and Mahut and Isner and Anderson just you know, took the piss a bit with that.
Yeah, I mean, like even in the women's game, I mean I think the Wimbledon final that kind of is remembered as like, other than the Venus Williams Davenport one as being a bit of an epic. 1970, Margaret Court beats Billie Jean King, so obviously two at the time legends. That ended up being 14-12, 11-9. So straight sets match, but it would have felt like 3. 14-12, 11-9. Imagine watching that final.
Oh my god. Yeah, the idea of like a first set that could go on for like 3 hours is just mental. Probably not that long because they didn't rally. Obviously, back then rallying wasn't really.
It wasn't as long, no.
No, it was like 7 volley.
You had a lot more bad bounces.
Yeah. Me and my mate actually watched a really interesting documentary about this guy who made his own tennis racket, and it was like illegal. And he beat like really good players. He beat like Nastase and stuff, or I think Villas. He beat Guillermo Villas.
That's really cool.
But he was like some club player, but he had this racket that would just send the ball off and it always went in, and it would just send it off into random directions and have like the worst bounce, and you just couldn't play it. It's really interesting. I'll try and find.
How did you get found out? Oh, great drop shot from Tiafoe. Shelton again can't run. He's run into the umpire's chair. He's fine.
Good.
Gives the ball boy a fist bump. 40 love for Tiafoe.
Yeah, this set's gone quickly.
It really has. And I think it is as Ghost is pointing out, like we were talking earlier about Tiafoe having a lot of opportunities. And you can see why.
Oh God, Shelton's nearly a very nasty fall there.
Yeah, that could have been a nasty way to end that match. I'm glad he's okay. Shelton tried to go on attack with the backhand return, misses it, and it's game to love to Tiafoe. And Shelton's going to have to serve to stay in the set for the first time.
Also got Nakashima Musetti starting. That would be fun.
Interesting.
Nakashima's playing very well recently.
Yeah, Isabel was looking forward to that one. She said that she sent before you joined the stream.
Yeah, I think that could be a really good match.
So
yeah, I mean, obviously Nakashima cleaned Runa out in the first round. I think it sounded like a mix between Nakashima playing well, but Runa apparently was really dreadful.
Yeah, it didn't look good, to be honest.
It's such a shame. I really would have thought by now he'd kind of would have figured out how to start winning again and like get back in the in the big leagues.
Clearly, going on and off with Mouratoglou is not helping.
No, I don't think that helps anyone. But he's great. He's a great personality, Runa. Fritz about to serve for the match.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, no dramas there for him.
I mean, there still could be. He could still lose this set 7-5. We've seen it before.
Yeah, I can't see that happening, but it does. Yeah. Oh, the worst choke I ever saw wasn't watching it, but I was following it. This was years ago. I think it was like 2016 US Open. Remember Donskoy against Steve Johnson? It was 2 sets to love, 5-1, love 40 to 3 match points. And Steve Johnson managed to save all the break points, hold, break back, hold, break, and then 1 and 5.
Good grief.
It was something like that, but it's the worst. It is the worst.
That was
collapse.
was it a 2 sets to love and a break, or several breaks, or was it 5th set lead?
No, it was 2 sets to love, 5-1 or 5-2 or something.
Grief, yeah.
Like, I think there's like been articles written about it, like Donskoy.
I think I've heard of similar. There was a Grand Slam semi-final in the 70s where something similar happened.
How'd you come back from that? Here we go. Johnson saves 6 match points and come back. Well, I guess 6 isn't that. It was down 6-4, 6-1, 5-2. Johnson saved 6 match points and transformed into different. Yeah.
Ouch.
Unbelievable.
Shelton's dragged a forehand wide. It's love 30. Tiafoe's 2 points away from the set. Just saying.
Interesting.
I wasn't expecting to stay this late, but maybe I should have been.
No. Yeah, I think the first 3 sets were long. This one's actually been quite quick. Oh my god, there's a mouse in my kitchen.
Do you want to sort that out?
Yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
You go sort that out and.
All right. Yeah, it's nice not being at my parents' house because my cat will be trying to eat it. So.
Okay, yeah, go. I mean, see how it goes.
Maybe I saw that the other day. Hold on, yeah, let me sort this.
Yeah. Oh, Shelton's gone for too much on the forehand. Shelton's gone for too much on the forehand again, and unfortunately for him, he's now 2 match points down. 15-40. Tiafoe, 2 set points to take this to a 5th. I really hope, Jethro sees that comment when he gets back. I think he called him Diego there. Shelton has a very short ball to put away, like so much time. It was a huge serve that Tiafoe couldn't control. Can Tiafoe make the most of this? Is going to be that was his 18th break point of the match. Still 3 from 18. He wants to make it 4 from 19. He needs to make the most of these opportunities. First up into the net from Ben Shelton. Second serve is huge. Tiafoe goes a short return and Shelton goes on the massive attack. And yeah, Tiafoe couldn't get the ball back over the net. It's another mega set point save, break point save from Ben Shelton. It is deuce. Big, huge moments. Checking I have enough battery here for a 5th. I might just about have enough battery for a 5th. It's going to be tight there, guys. First serve from Shelton. Then follows up with a forehand long. It's another break point for Tiafoe. Are you ready, people? It's break point. It's another set point for Frances Tiafoe. 20th break point of the match. I'm saying it as I see it. First serve from Shelton. It's missed. I thought it was a great return from Tiafoe, but the first serve missed from Shelton. Second serve is what Tiafoe needs. Tiafoe gets a forehand into play. Forehand from Shelton inside and out. Forehand cross court from Tiafoe. Cross court backhand from Shelton is wide. Tiafoe is celebrating like he's won the match, but he's given himself a chance at this match. We're going 5 on our thrash, people. Hold the night session. The Americans are giving us some entertainment. What What a fourth set from Tiafoe. Stayed calm, stayed in it. We're going 5. Ghosty, thanks for the stat. Twice as many iron force outs, 51 to 25. And we were starting to see this, like Shelton was towards the end of the third set. Definitely needs definitely needs to stop overplaying because he's been overplaying for about a set at this point. Brazy, I probably do need some coffee, but one of the reasons why I'm trying not to be a bit too loud is because it is 11:15 and I am upstairs and I don't know which room my neighbors sleep in, so I don't want to keep people awake. Yes, obviously you can see my new setup. This is much better for me with an actual desk and everything. Big Foe is indeed hyped, Ghosty. Yeah, I'm glad this guy's going 5. This is already probably turning into the best men's match at the US Open so far. It's going to be between this and Evans Hachanov for the first week. Oh yeah, a deciding tiebreak, Ghosty would be the clincher for that, I think. Guys, I'm going to give us a break because I want to make sure I've got enough juice in this. So I'm just going to put our usual sort of while there's a break in play video up, just to cover it whilst I go and make sure that we're all ready to go for this 5th.
Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon or Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Sorry guys, just need to fix something and we're back. Right. And the 5th set has begun on Arthur Ashe. And we're into a great rally at the minute. Huge rally. Slice and from Shelton. Backhand Tiafoe. Backhand Shelton up the line, trying to get to Tiafoe. Doesn't work because Shelton goes long. 30 love. It's amazing how things can change when someone new is serving first. Because Shelton was serving first all first 3 sets. Francis Tiafoe at 40 love. Excuse me. So that T. Backhand Shelton to the forehand of Tiafoe up the line. Forehand cross court Shelton. Backhand Tiafoe. Slice from Shelton. Backhand Tiafoe up the line. Shelton scrambles it in play. Backhand cross court Tiafoe. Oh, on the line, and Tiafoe's going to finish it with the volley. He's loving life right now as Francis Tiafoe as he rushes back. Dave, who's the crowd going to be rooting for? The crowd seems to be very evenly split. I think they're just going to want this fifth to be close. Brazy, you're saying Big Foe? You think he's going to be the favourite? I guess if Tiafoe, I guess my question would be, guys, Tiafoe has the crowd behind him. Does he win? Is whoever has the crowd behind them going to be the one who wins? And who do you see winning this fifth? I actually think it might end up being Tiafoe. Looks like Ruud and Shang are underway. Obviously, Fritz is through in straights. $15 Shelton. Obviously, the winner of this match plays either Alexei Popyrin or Novak Djokovic, who I think are due on next in the first match of the night session. I think Djokovic is first in that one. I'm annoyed I can't watch that stuff like Alexandra, but that would be an interesting one. Shelton follows the serve in, puts the forehand away from mid-court, 30 love. Confident start from both. Ruud and Shang still going. No sign of Jethro yet. First serve into the net from Shelton. Looks like Ruud and Shang might be a battle. I thought that might be the case, to be honest. Shelton nets the forehand, 30-15. First point against serve this set. So we're currently sharing everything you need to know from the US Open. Nakashima 2 breaks up with Musetti on Stadium 17, by the way. That's a noticeable result. It wouldn't be a surprise if Nakashima made it through, though. He's looking very confident right now. This could be a big night for the Americans, who obviously we've had Taylor Fritz making it through today as well. Tommy Paul was through yesterday. It's good US Open to be American as Shelton finishes the game off with a forehand winner that clips the baseline, and it is 1-game-all to start. 1-game-all. 2 relatively confident holds. 1 from each player to start this fifth set off. One game more. Short return from Shelton off the return from the serve from Tiafoe, who then puts away the forehand. That was brutal from Tiafoe. 15 love. Oh, sorry, no, he's missed the forehand. Love 15. Looked like it was in, but maybe being sleepy is allowing me to miss some things. It's late for me. Ace from Tiafoe, 15 all. Ah, okay. Are we demoused?
No, it's vanished.
Oh,
I swear I saw it. They are so good at hiding.
I remember a couple of years ago when I was living in a different house. My housemate spent a good part of a week tracking down mice that he's seen in the kitchen.
Oh, they just I think they must be like cats liquid. Like if their head can get through something, their whole body can.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean,
I'm looking at little cracks in the kitchen. I'm like, where have you gone?
There's some kind of dragonfly that's made its way on court. And the poor kids are trying to chase it to get rid of it. So there's a bit of disruption to play here. But yeah, so while you were gone, Tiafoe got snatched the set. Went to a fifth.
Yes, nice. I obviously didn't see him actually do it, but Yeah. God, I think Tiafoe might be the favourite now.
I was leaning there as well, to be honest. But like he's got to handle the situation well because like this game's a bit rocky to start with. He's given Shelton a second serve to attack. Backhand out the line from Shelton. Backhand Tiafoe right there for Shelton's forehand to attack. But Shelton goes to Tiafoe's forehand, attacks it back. Great rally between these two. Absolutely blockbuster tennis from both. Tiafoe goes up the line with his forehand. Shelton's into the rally. Backhand Tiafoe. Shelton's going to slice his forehand, backhand and come in. Tiafoe's going to try and pass. Shelton snatches it out of the air. Pass from Tiafoe, but he's just missed it. And Shelton's shaking his racket celebration 15-30.
Ooh. Well, cool. God, I don't know how you talk and watch so quickly. I give up. I give up after about 3 shots.
I mean, like I do sometimes as well. Like I realize that people don't necessarily want to know shot by shot. So I usually give myself a bit of a break to reset by describing the direction of the ball rather than shot by shot.
I quite like that though. It reminds me of Radio 5.
Oh, that is fully what I based it on, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm listening to Radio 5 for years.
Yeah, there'd be the odd occasion because like usually most times there was a Grand Slam final on. Like I would watch it with my parents, especially if it was like, you know, like French or Wimbledon because it's like European times. But there'd be the odd occasion where we'd like been out for the day or something and have to listen to it on the radio before we got back.
Shelton accelerates through the backhand and it hits right into the backhand corner. Tiafoe cannot control the forehand. We have 2 break points for Ben Shelton. We went from Tiafoe being the favourite to suddenly Shelton's stabilised and Tiafoe is looking shaky.
Yeah, I think regardless of what happens here, I'm really glad this is set, even though it's made us stay up later than we were hoping. But,
oh yeah, this has been one of the best matches I've watched.
Yeah, and yeah, it deserved the 5th set. They've both played really well.
Ace from Tiafoe to save the first one. All right, I'm not sure what to make of Brazy's comment, to be honest. As serve from Tiafoe. I don't think Richard Hammond's a commentator.
Maybe it's just the way you talk. I don't know. Oh my God, Nakashima already 4-love up.
Yeah, he's loving life.
Should be talking about him with the American players at this rate.
Yeah, I was talking about that before you came back. Shelton's overhit the forehand. It's deuce. So 2 break points saved by Tiafoe. And you're not going to like the look of that rude score.
Oh, well. It's an early break. We'll get it back. I hope.
Sure. I think actually didn't Rude go down an early break in was it first or second round match?
Who did he
and then he just demolished his opponent from there.
He beat Monfils in 4. I think he was pretty in control of most of that.
Yeah, I know. It would be the round 1 match I'm thinking of then.
Let's have a look. God, so much happens.
That is a rocket return from Ben Shelton, cross court with the backhand, and suddenly he's feeling a lot more confident on that side. Oh no, he's just missed it.
Oh.
Yeah, this is what happens when you commentate without sound and you can't hear the out call. But yeah, I was fully going, that's a backhand winner from Shelton. No, wait, no, it's not. Like, this is the downside of my style. I look like an idiot a lot more.
Yeah, his first round was against a player I've never heard of, a Chinese guy. Bu Yanko.
Yes, because Brazy was wanting to watch that one. He was excited by it because Bu's been on a bit of a challenger run. And he went up an early break and then really took control.
Good qualifying run. Uchiyama, Goyo, and Karatsev. Very good.
Overhit forehand return by Ben Shelton gives Tiafoe the game 2-1. And Tiafoe will be very happy to have got himself out of trouble there. He's not looking happy at the minute. He's biting his jewellery. Don't know.
I can't imagine Shelton's going to be too pleased with, the amount of times you've said back to deuce after Shelton hits a forehand long has been quite a lot now. And there's another long forehand there.
Yes, Brazy, I remember important information about people. Yeah, there was a lot of missed forehands. The backhand had fixed itself because Shelton was slicing his backhand a lot and didn't seem fully confident in it. But yeah, it's not quite the same. I've got moths trying to climb through the window pane towards me. Am I light?
Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite warm, and I'm like right by the back door. But if I open it, I see the mouse. I see the mouse. Where are you going? Okay, right. I know where he is. He's underneath something, which is incredibly dusty, and there's no way I can see him.
Okay, so you know where he is. You can't get there.
Yeah, like the brush doesn't quite go under them. So I was trying to like use the brush to like sort of encourage him to move.
I feel like we should just stream Jethro's efforts to catch a mouse.
Should I live stream on TikTok? That might get some views. Right, let me
sort yourself out.
I'm gonna try and not set a trap, but get some cheese and put it out and see if he comes for it, and then just sweep him up. And
that's the old school mouse catching method.
Yeah, let's go old school. Right, give me one more.
Cool. I'm gonna remove Jethro from the stream while he sorts himself out. Yeah, you're welcome, Dave. I mean, it's always worth staying up for a match with good company. And you, Brazy, Ghosty, Schwarner, and Jethro are all great company. Schwarner, you think Shelton's motivated to play better against Tiafoe? I think more the other way around. We're at 15-all, by the way, on my screen. Ghosty, yeah, I can see why. Yeah, Shelton kind of, if you like that sort of tennis, it's going to be very frustrating that going for too much is going to be costly. Mice in the house. I mean, I think Jethro is very good at kind of keeping his emotions in check because obviously he's dealing with it right now. Got a great rally going on. Tiafoe redirects the backhand, forehand up the line from Shelton. Forehand, Tiafoe right back at Shelton's backhand. He nets it. 15-30. Chance potentially for Tiafoe. I can't really disagree because, like, I get what you're saying, but like, this is going to sound like a weird comparison, but I feel similarly about Iga sometimes. Like her style of play, she does go for a lot of shots, and one of the reasons why I enjoy watching her so much is I often like go, how on earth did she get that in? It's because of the insane topspin she has. As Tiafoe miscues a forehand, 30-all. And like, how on earth did that drop in? Like at the baseline, whatever. But it's also very frustrating because she knows she can go for her shots and they will land in, probably more often than someone hits flatter with the same sort of pace. But the problem is that when it's not working, it's really frustrating for someone who wanted to win. So it's the same if you like Shelton, and he's missing a lot, as he just did there with a forehand into the nets, giving Tiafoe break point, another one. His family encouraging him on. Yeah, it's frustrating because obviously your greatest weapon is your greatest weakness. Or one of your weapons. The first serve from Shelton is long. The first serve from Shelton is long. Second serve from Shelton, middle of the box. Backhand cross court to the Tiafoe forehand. Shelton really deep on the backhand. Now goes again with the forehand. Backhand from Tiafoe to the Shelton backhand. Just close the net. They're trading up the line at the minute. Still going. Tiafoe targeting the Shelton backhand repeatedly. Cross court. Slice from Shelton. Tiafoe's going to step in for that. He's come to the net. Volley from Tiafoe. Shelton's going to try and run it down. Tiafoe's got the volley to put away. And he's done it. Tiafoe is a break up in the fifth. 3-1. And maybe Shelton's recklessness is what might cost him this match, or that match at the Australian Open that Sean was mentioning. But on the other hand, also Tiafoe has been absolutely brilliant. He has stepped up. He's been ruthless. He is thriving in these conditions. This is his arena. Arthur Ashe is his place, his favourite place. And it's very, very hard to beat here. Shelton's finding, but what a return. From Ben Shelton. Tiafoe cannot live with it. Love 15. Dave, I'm seeing what you're saying about Sabalenka, and 80% power can be controlled of 100%. I think she learned that last year or even 2 years ago. I don't think that's a new process for her. Not if you look at her Australian Open 23 run. And I do think Alcaraz and Shelton do play quite contained most of the time, but they both still have that temptation to go for 100%, which I think what you're on about. Oh, as Shelton tumbles over, hitting the forehand up the line, pretty much does a backward roll. He's missed the forehand though. 15 all. Shelton's guy's head on the ground and stands up. I'm just having a look back at this because Tiafoe went for the big inside out forehand. And then, so running forehand from Shelton. He slipped, rolled, and literally did a backwards roll. Not very comfortable with some of that height. But yeah, Sabalenka, I think, has kind of learned to avoid the temptation to go 100% as often as she used to. Huge serve from Tiafoe, 30-15. I can understand that, Ghosty, like being in favour of Tiafoe because he's running out of chances. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, he's not over the hill yet, Tiafoe. He's still got probably a couple more prime years in him. But Shelton will have more opportunities if he stays fit. Thanks for the Rude update, by the way, Brazy. Yes, so Rude's gone from 2-3 down with a break to being 4-3 up on serve. Shang to serve next. 40-15 Tiafoe. What else is happening? Nakashima 5-2 up, serving for the first set. Ghosty, I wish I had stroke breakdown stats. I do not. I would love to, though. That would be so cool. Shelton is slicing a lot. Report. How is the mouse?
Yeah, I still know where it is. I can't get to it, and he's not taken to the cheesy yet.
Okay.
I don't really want to go to bed and I just want him to be outside.
Yeah.
So I think mice are quite cute, but obviously it's not very hygienic.
And they also they do damage to your house.
Yeah, exactly. They gnaw on things.
Yeah, no, you don't want that. Like my housemate, when he was doing mouse catching, I let him get on with it. Not because I was lazy, because it was during COVID and he was furloughed, and him constructing elaborate traps was keeping him occupied whilst I was doing work.
That's good. That's funny. Yeah.
It lasted a week and then we needed a new project. when he got the mouse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tempted to just go to one of the neighbors and just be like, "Hi, can I borrow your cat?" And he needed to come find a mouse, but then the cat will probably eat it, which I don't want. So you should name the mouse Diego. Well, if he cooperates with me, he can be called Diego.
What if he doesn't?
No, I don't know.
Alex?
He's Demon. Alex, yeah. Demonor.
Not a Demonor fan?
No, I liked it. I liked Demonor. I can't really use that. No, it's whatever.
Huge. Right, so Shelton's 1-4. It's 1-4 down on, and he's serving. Only the one break. massive rally at the minute. Huge power between the both. Shelton having to slice that one. Tiafoe really going for the forehand up the line. That's an even bigger forehand up the line from Shelton, which he gets in, and he's loving that. 15 love. 13-shot rally, both absolutely just throwing everything they got at each other at this point, and it's set 5. Tiafoe would like a double break, I think, just to be sure.
Yeah. Shelton's certainly not going to go away.
We're going nearly 4 hours, guys.
I think this is the thing. I think it's got to the point now where whoever loses this is going to be crushed. Because they both really had their chances. Tiafoe has his chance now, but I think, go see. Well, yeah, 56 unforced errors. It's a lot.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of discussion about sort of Shelton basically very all or nothing is very exciting, but also very frustrating if you like him to watch.
Yes, I think obviously 56 unforced errors over the course of 5 sets isn't unheard of. Kid Djokovic hit 100 once. And when you play the brand of tennis he plays, you need to expect unforced errors, but they've really come at bad times. I think that's what's cost them.
Interesting, their first serve in plays both drop through the floor. They're both
really?
Yeah, this set, they're both under 50. Shelton finds the first serve there to go to 40-15. But yeah, their stat, like looking at it, like, yeah, Tiafoe's dropped to where you would expect him to be, but so's Shelton.
Yeah, that's probably what gave away the break in the last game.
Yeah. So the question is that going to be enough to get Tiafoe over the line? Because he's definitely a little bit less secure.
Curious to see what happens in the Nakashima Musetti match as well. Because I feel like Musetti's really turned a corner in the last few months.
Yeah, Wimbledon semi-final, Olympic semi-final.
Yeah, and just and the Queens and everything. He just looked.
Do you know if
I don't know. It feels like he's put his bronze medal. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like he's worked out how he wants to play now.
Yeah,
and I think and he's really doing well. But obviously, he's getting crushed by Nakashima right now. But it's only one set.
Sorry, everyone, for yawning. Looks like Donald Young and Taylor Townsend are going to go through to the next round of the mixed.
Donald Young is playing in mixed doubles. Let's go.
With Taylor Townsend. Yeah, with Taylor Townsend.
That's such a cool team.
This is his finale tournament.
Is it? So is he retiring?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Guys, it's a shame. I think he really suffered with a lot of pressure and hype when he was really young. And then he's someone he's got like parent coaches, which I think can really be very detrimental to a lot of players. I think it's quite a few. There's a few cases where it works. Obviously, like Serena and Venus, Coco's doing well, Shelton's doing well, but you look at other people like Tomic and like loads of examples, and like Dokic. Sorry, the Dokic.
Yeah,
I think parent coaches. Yeah, and I think it can be really, really detrimental a lot of the time, and I think that's something that really hampered Donald Young's career.
By the way, Tiafoe closed that game out to love with an impressive overhead. So yeah, he's one game away.
Very, very comfortable, easy hold, which just what the doctor ordered for Francis.
So it's now up to Shelton to decide how this match ends.
Concerned with the amount of crowd collecting around Ben's neck. He's thinking that's very lately. Yeah, he needs to chill on the chains. No more.
I genuinely don't understand how you can play sport with that.
How many does Zverev have? Like 4? I don't know.
But like, I would find it distracting. I'd find it weighing me down.
Yeah, just get in the way, like jingling while you're running. Like, who wants that?
I mean, I struggle wearing a shirt on a tennis court.
Yeah. Let me see. They even like sweatbands. Feels like something's restricting my wrist.
Yeah. Also, I find that then the sweat soaks through it irritates my wrist.
Yeah. I would wear. I do like wearing a hat though when I play tennis. I don't know why. I used to wear a bandana when I was like a junior. But
I would definitely wear a bandana.
I used to love it. I used to literally just dress. I used to just dress like Nadal and go play with my Aero Pure Drive. What was it? The Aero Pure Drive. Hold on.
We've still got it. Shelton's netted a backhand, by the way. So it's love. Is it a backhand or a forehand? He netted the ball. Love 15.
Aero Pro Drive, right?
Nice.
Now it's the pure Aero.
Beautiful. Loving having everyone joining us for this finale. Ozan's in chat. We're at 30-15 on my screen. A great serving from Shelton to try and extend this as much as he can.
I never got the actual Nike shorts, so I just responding to Ozan.
Oh.
I had the Nike, like the blue and white tank top. I had that, and then some cheaper 3/4 length shorts. It looked ridiculous. I had a bandana and everything.
At what point did you grow out of that?
God, I don't know. I think I kind of. It wasn't very long. I don't think I did that for, but I still used the same racket for a long time because it was sick.
Tiafoe's gone for a big forehand, hits a winner 40-30. However, it's on the table set from Shelton, 5-3. So Frances Tiafoe is going to be serving for the match for a place in the 4th round of the US Open. 3rd year in a row, at least. No. Did he do well in 2020?
Oh.
I think it'd be
Sorry,
40,
just seen
21.
Just seen Tiafoe's forehand from at 40-15. What was that? Sorry.
I think this would be his 4th year in a row making 4th round. US Open.
Oh, it might 4th. I don't know. 4th. I'm not sure.
Maybe not. Didn't he beat Rublev in 21? Or was that 20? As well as 22?
Was that the year he had that really good match with Federer? Or was that?
No,
was
Federer was
21
then. No, Federer didn't play the US Open in 21.
No, yeah, he's also retired at Wimbledon. He had a really good match with Federer at the US Open at some point.
Shelton hits a ball right at Francis. Francis miscues it at the net, and it's love 15.
Oh my God, one of the pieces of cheese is gone.
To be watching carefully.
He took the first one.
Will he take the bait?
If he takes the next and I miss it, then I'm literally just giving this mouse free food.
Watch the mouse, not the tennis. Watch the mouse, not the tennis.
Yeah.
15-all, Shelton's backhand long. I was going to say I've got a story in a minute. I'm just going to see how this point shows up as Tiafoe goes for an inside-out forehand winner, almost a winner, practically a winner. Shelton got a racket on it. We had no hope of controlling it. 30-15. Ghosty and Dave talking about wearing a candy necklace while playing to refuel it reminds me of the time where I played someone in a teen match at my club, and their refuel in between was a double decker between.
Nice.
It was a double decker between sets 2 and 3.
Oh, I'd love a double decker.
Great forehand from Francis. Overhead from Francis right at Shelton. Just going to give him another overhead. Gets the job done with that one. 40-15, 2 match points. Ozan, I appreciate. Oh, sorry, no. Tiafoe missed it, 30 all.
Ooh, okay.
Ozan, I was not being... Sorry, I'm just trying to see if I believe Dave or not, but he's messing with us, I think. Shelton no, it was 40-15. I was right.
Yeah, no. To be fair, it was close. I've just seen it come up. It was tight. It did go to 30 all. I think the scoreboard.
No, it wasn't, because it was 40-15. Then Shelton's just put away a forehand for 40-30. So we saved.
Yeah,
the
but
first
like the scoreboard on the TV was
the scoreboard changed, of course, because
then they changed it. Yeah.
Backhand from Tiafoe. He's going to have the volley to finish. What a drop volley to finish! Francis Tiafoe is through. He has knocked out Ben Shelton. He's avenged his defeat from last year. Dave is saying the mouse is behind you. I don't know if he's trolling you or not.
No, I know exactly where that. Oh my god, he's taken the other bit of cheese. He's just done a runner. Right. This is war. I'm gonna be. It's about to go midnight. I'm gonna be up till 4 a.m. catching this thing.
Well, you've been up until 4 a.m. for worse reasons.
Yeah, that's true. Actually. Right now, I've seen the end of the match.
You have now seen the end. So yeah, Ozan, I would love to say I've been streaming for nearly 8 hours. I have not. I have been streaming for 5. James and John and Isabel very graciously took us through the first few hours. Jethro, you've been here for 4. I think you've been here for the length of this match.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, pretty much starting the match. Good effort.
It's been a really good effort from Francis. Yeah, big win for him, I think.
Yeah, that's a huge win. I mean, I can't. Yeah, I mean that's definitely his biggest slam win in a while.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Huge, especially after last year and the way it looked after the first set. No, I'm really pleased for him actually.
Yeah, I'm super pleased as well. Just as update, looks like Musetti's got an early break in the second, so he's going to make this a match with Nakashima. And Shang is determined to not let Rude win the first set.
Yeah, he saved a set point, I think.
Well, given it's pretty late for us and Jethro has some mouse catching to do.
Yeah, here we go. It's going to take ages.
And it's been a while. I think we call it. Thanks everyone who've kind of tuned in and out this stream. It's been a big one. It's been a marathon. And thank you, Jethro, for coming back to Talking Tennis.
Always a pleasure, mate. Great to chat.
Okie dokie. Right. Well, we'll have more streams tomorrow. I know we will. Stay tuned to find out what. If you are new, why don't you subscribe for more streams? Lots more to come from this night session. Very excited to find out what happens and to talk about it with you at some point. So I'll say see you all soon. In the meantime, take care and keep talking tennis.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready? Play.
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.